Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Cyber Hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Things had been rough for Izuku since being diagnosed quirkless. But in his memories, back when he was a child, he felt he had a true friend, far better than Deku or anyone had been before he was diagnosed. The memories were fuzzy, but he kept thinking it was Haku who was the friend he met in a strange field long ago. Today was another one of those bad days. But something else had happened, meeting All Might in his weakened state and him trying to talk Izuku out of being a hero without a quirk. It's good to dream, young man, but you need to be realistic. I guess he wanted to let me down easy because he didn't think I could be a hero without a quirk of my own. Izuku thought as he wiped the tears from his eyes. It still hurt though. As he walked through the city, he wondered if he should go for a different path or still take his chance. Along the way though, he heard an explosion and ran towards it. There he saw the slime villain lose again and Deku was trapped by the villain. Izuku's legs started rushing him towards danger to try and help his bully. Even as terrified as he was, he managed to smile and pull Deku away. Before anyone could step in to try and take down the villain though, he unleashed his full fury towards the middle schoolers. They both winced expecting the blow to come. At the last second, something small, white, and red flew through the air and struck the eyes of the slime ball. Once it had landed, they could all see that it was some sort of little dragon with a large red hooded cape around his neck. It was about the size of an Akita Inu, and its big yellow eyes looked focused and determined. But the look morphed into a happy one when it saw Izuku. "Zuku, it's so good to see you again," the dragon shouted before jumping into Izuku's arms. Before he could ask what was going on, the little monster snarled a bit before putting itself between Izuku and the slime villain. The confusion piles up as a strange set of goggles fall down and hit Izuku on top of his head. "Put those on, kid. You'll see things you may have forgotten about." A voice calls out from above, with even the heroes being confused by the whole matter. The dragon looks back and tells Izuku to believe in him and they'll win. Izuku gulps before quickly putting the goggles on. He brings the lens down to his eyes and he can see a readout of some sort and he could remember the name of the little dragon. "Haku, you're Haku, right?" Izuku asks with some trepidation. The dragon smiles before saying, "It's actually Hackman. But Haku always worked just fine too. I am white-colored after all." The villain snarls before attacking and knocking away a few of the heroes that tried to restrain him. All Might was there as well, but he was shocked to see the strange little dragon and couldn't muster up enough strength to blast the villain away. Deku stands and tries to attack as well, but he ends up doing more harm than good, culminating with him burning both Kamui Woods and Death Arms, and getting smacked by a piece of trash that the sludge villain threw at him. So, it fell to Hackman and Izuku to try anything to stop the sludge. Right as Izuku was panicking again, he saw a dumpster falling towards Deku. It would likely kill him, so the scared teen's legs move him again and he tries to cover the blonde. The surge of his courage and will feeds into the goggles on his head, and transfers the power to Hackman. Hackmon. Digivolvetoo. Yaohuckmon. Everyone in the area here is called out as the little dragon transforms. He is no longer just a dog-sized dragon, but one as big as a small car. Huckman's back legs had changed into razor-sharp spike blade and the tail was longer and had a red blade attached to the end. His body also looked more armored, and he seemed to have flames coming from his front claws. Right as the slime villain had snapped out of his shock, Huckman attacked, with Izuku calling out the attacks. Teen Blade. As the tail blade was used, quickly stab and spin up the sludge form of the villain. Starting with his eyes, the villain lashes out again and Izuku calls out, "Blazing Flame," and the beast lets out a blast of fire from his mouth and claws. The attack had caused the sludge villain to dry out a bit and he could feel his body stiffening. Right as he was about to try and get away, Izuku called out the last attack, Fifth Cross, and Huckman rushed forward to slash apart the dried out pile of slime. All that was still wet was his head, and Izuku caught that in a jar that had fallen out of the trash, and like that it was over. But there were others who were worried about the flames from the fight spreading. Backdraft was unconscious after Deku had blasted something else to try and hurt the villain, and instead hit the rescue hero. Right as All Might was going to step in once more, as he could feel some strength returning, a torrent of water poured down into the alleyway. "Nicely done, kid. But I think you could use a little more practice, and maybe a few more partners." Everyone looks up and sees a massive serpent-like beast atop one of the buildings, and next to it were two people. One was a man with red hair and very dark skin. The other appeared to be a woman wearing clothing that looked like a cross between a demonic priestess and a feudal Japanese courtesan, wearing long, purple robes over a latex catsuit. The two human-looking ones stepped off the top of the building and landed with little issue. The man adjusted his duster coat and Izuku could see the goggles he wore around his neck, identical to his own. While this had happened, the sea serpent disappeared and Hakuman had returned to his Hackman form. When Izuku asks who he was, the man just said, "I'm just like you. In more than one way. I can show you more than you might know, and help you grow to be what these fools pretend to be." Izuku is still unsure, but Hackman looked up at the man with happiness, and then told Izuku that Terry had been watching over him and the others Izuku played with long ago. Right as the heroes were about to step in, the woman acted. She blew a kiss that let out a small mist that made everyone else around hallucinate. "Thank you, Lilithman. That should keep them out of the way." Izuku still seemed uneasy, so Terry left it at that and said he'd be in touch. You can be guardian far beyond what any of these jokes who call themselves heroes can, but you have to be willing to step beyond what you see and know, and not turn your back on it like someone else I knew from this nation. The man sends an angry glare with his dark eyes towards where All Might was standing. All Might's breath hitches and he feels his knees shake, because he knows exactly what the man was talking about, and what he had abandoned long ago. It can't be. I didn't think he'd still be. All Might thought before reaching back in his deepest memories, all the way back to before he met his master, before he'd started to train to be a hero and the inheritor of One for All. Back when he had a little partner made of rocks with a powerful punch. A portal then opens and the two walk toward it before tossing a piece of paper to Izuku, and with a two-finger salute, they leave, while Izuku is left with multiple questions and an old friend he had forgotten for some time. With the matter mostly resolved, Bakugo and Izuku are each taken aside, with the former being reprimanded for his reckless actions during the fight, and the latter was scolded for running in recklessly, but a few complimented his courage in the heat of the moment. "That boy who saved you is probably getting told off as well. But you are a bigger problem. Your quirk and attacks caused a lot of extra damage, not to mention injured multiple people. We will be having more words with your school and your parents, young man," Kamui Wood said while nursing a few of burns caused by Bakugo's explosions. Death Arms meanwhile was talking with Izuku. "That was reckless what you did, young man. But if what you say about your legs started moving for you, well, it at least shows you have a truly heroic heart. I don't know what your quirk is or what this little guy is, but you do have something I think a lot are missing now when it comes to being a hero." Izuku looks up at the white-haired pro with some tears in his eyes and thanks him for saying that. With that done, he offers to escort Izuku and Hackman home, to better explain a few things to his mother, who is freaking out and crying that her son had gotten mixed up in something so dangerous. "Don't worry, miss. I can keep Zuko safe," Hackman says with a smile and a raise of his claws. While Inko isn't sure on what to think of the little creature, she notes that it and her son seemed close. "Well, thank you, little one, and thank you, Death Arms, sir, for escorting my son home," Inko says with a bow. Death Arms told her it was not trouble and tells them all to take care. She wonders what Hackman could eat and if it was similar to like having a dog. "I'm not so sure they let us keep pets here." Hackman somewhat alleviates her confusion by telling her he could eat most anything and shows that he can turn invisible. "But I really like meat a lot, especially katsudon after the way Zuko talked about it and Terry used to make it," Hackman says with a bit of excitement. Inko laughs a bit at this before patting Hackman on the head. She then says she'll make katsudons for both of them, making both Izuku and Hackman extra happy. After the hearty meal, both boys are exhausted from the day they had, and while Izuku is tempted to just fall asleep right away, he has a few questions for Hackman. "So, we met long ago, right? But I don't really remember where we met. Can you tell me some more about it? And who that Terry person was?" Izuku posed to the little white dragon. "Sure. We first met when I found you in the digital world. You might not remember, but it's where all Digimon like me are born from. You said you had been exploring around the park on your own, and then fell into a hole. It must have been a portal taking you to the digital world." Hackman explains that the digital world was a massive place, filled with Digimon of all kinds and types, some good, some neutral, some evil, and they had met by chance when Hackman had been training a bit to get stronger. "We went on a lot of adventures together. You eventually found your way back to your world and would come and go for a long time. But you stopped coming to the digital world about a year after you found it," Hackman said with some sadness in his voice. Izuku tried to remember back to that time, but he kept feeling like there was something he was missing. Maybe it was some head trauma, or it could be, no, it was because around that time was when I was diagnosed quirkless, and that dominated my memories. Izuku thinks with some sadness. He doesn't tell this to Hackman, but he asks who Terry was again. "Oh, Terry's great. He's one of the best tamers and guardians in the world. One of the two who protect North America. Not long after you stopped coming to the digital world, he happened upon me and started looking after me." Izuku hums before asking if Terry was a pro hero, and Hackman confirms he wasn't. But in a lot of ways he and the other guardians are a lot better than all of the heroes put together. There's only 6 of them, but they protect both worlds with their partners, Hackman explains with some excitement. His partner is a bit surprised at what Hackman was explaining and is curious to know more. "So is it thanks to their quirks, or just because they are partners with Digimon?" Izuku asks with some trepidation. Hackman looks at Izuku funny before telling him something that surprises the teen. None of them have those silly quirk things, and it's kind of hard to explain how they do things. But just like today when we fought that slime guy, your courage and true strength of heart was what gave me the strength to win. It's the same with the others. Hackman's words confuse Izuku a bit, but he's more interested in what this could mean for his dream of being a hero. But he chooses to wait till tomorrow to ask those questions. Now he was just exhausted from the rough day he had. In a different part of the city, All Might in his true form was looking out over Mustafa with some unease. He let out a sigh before going back in to check his wall safe. He reached for it with some trepidation before putting in the combination. Once open, he reached past some of the money inside and other fancy items to grab an item he hadn't picked up for so very long, and yet he could never bear to part with. It's been so long. I always wondered if it would ever come back to haunt me. Guts, I have to wonder if I made the right choice. As All Might or Toshinori is saying this, he pulls out an old bento box he had back when he was a child, opening it to reveal a pair of goggles, just like the ones Terry had given to Izuku. As he touched the goggles with some excitement, he was surprised by the tears welling up in his eyes, and they fell as he remembered his own adventures back in the day, with the partner he had, the friends he made, and the battles he won, in a strange world no one would ever believe existed. After the eventful day before, Izuku was spending some time with Hackman to try and understand him better, and to do that they were at Dagaba Beach, practicing a few of the little Digimon's attacks on the various piles of trash. Interesting. There are more attacks than what you've told me about. Try using Burst Flame, Izuku says after checking through the goggles. Hackman nods before shooting a small shot of fire from his mouth. Not as impressive as I thought. Definitely not on the level of Blazing Flame. Hackman pouts a bit before reminding Izuku that he used that move in his champion form. Of course, I won't have the same level as a rookie. Izuku hums at that and asks what he was talking about when it came to forms. Before the little Digimon can explain, a portal opens in the junkyard. Terry is one of the main ones coming out, but there are two others along with him. The first is a large gray blob-like monsters that smell like it was rotting. Renamon, feel like eating this up, Terry says to the blob, and it lets out a happy roar and starts eating. The other with him was a huge green monster with a mask covering his face and carrying a massive battle axe. Izuku gulps seeing the large Digimon standing with Terry, especially when he flourishes his axe to be brought down with a heavy thud. Terry just smiles before saying, "Don't worry, Boltman is pretty harmless, just don't get on his bad side." Hackman notes that Terry often brought a mega-level Digimon with him, noting the general power advantage and safety with them. That doesn't explain what a mega is, or what a champion or rookie is. I mean, my goggles did show that you are a rookie, but I don't know what that means, Izuku says, slightly exasperated. Terry and Boltman chuckle a bit at this and suggest that Izuku take a seat. I can explain what you are missing. While Renamon was still eating all of the trash, the humans and other partners were sitting up by the trees. I'll start with the basics. Digimon are entities born of the massive streams of data running throughout our world. They can grow and evolve or digivolve after growing for long enough, or through a connection with a true human partner. He goes on to note that the levels they start with are the egg. Then when hatched they are the baby stage, illustrating by showing Hackman's baby form, Botomon, and then his entraining stage of Goamon. All Digimon start out like this. In that regard they are no different from humans or other animals. However, they have different dangerous effects to people in this world, Terry says with a serious glare. He notes that Digimon can be dangerous and destructive not just because of their size or firepower, but their powers as well. Some of them can do very dangerous things to people, such as a clockman able to steal years or absolutely freezing a person in time. Until they are defeated or stopped, the victim will stay like that. Terry notes that there are others that play into some of the lore they were born from, like Myotismon. He's one of a few very dangerous vampire-like Digimon, and he does exactly what you are thinking. Izuku gulps before asking if other demon or monster-based Digimon did the same. Depends a bit on the situation, kid. After all, I am born from and evolved from data about Frankenstein's monster, but I'm not like either version of that monster, Boltman says with a smile. Or at least that is what his eyes show since his mask covers his mouth. Izuku chuckles a bit before asking what Hackman would become as a mega. Well, to be honest, that somewhat depends on you, and how you inspire or empower your partner. You have to show something special from within to unlock the highest levels of Digivolution, Terry explains as Renamon is finishing eating through all of the trash on Dagaba Beach. Terry thanks the large foul-smelling creature before absorbing him into his Digivice. Izuku is shocked by this and asks how many can be stored in his. Right now, probably only 3 or 4, and you might want to choose the ones used carefully. It's not like you have the same things to work with I do. Okay, so how do I get a new partner? Izuku asks in confusion. Terry tells Izuku he doesn't need to worry about that for right now. He goes back to the description of the levels of Digimon and the rough power each of them held. Rookies in general aren't too dangerous. There are some exceptions, but most can be compared to kids, especially some like the quirked kids. Champions, he notes, are powerful only in small areas, usually capable of leveling a few city blocks. Ultimate level, the one just above champion, is when you start getting into, well, crazy levels of power. Namely, some of them have the power of nuclear warheads, and you could say that is a general average. Izuku gulps at the thought of that much power and how dangerous it could be for everyone. He then looks up at Boltman with some fear before asking if Mega was above the ultimate level. We are, but it's a little strange in how it works. Generally, we have a lot of power in various ways, but we aren't always super huge, Boltman explains. Hackman then notes that size and power often vary quite a bit in the digital world. There's no real absolute, and we can win as we fight strategically. But with a good partner, we can get even stronger, Hackman says before holding his claw toward Izuku, who was currently lost in thought in a mumble storm. He was considering all of the possible strategies that could come with a Digivolution or just from a team of rookies alone, especially how the rookie-level Digimon, even a team of them, could cause less damage compared to a champion level. Terry raises his eyebrow before patting Izuku on the shoulder. This snaps Izuku out of his ramblings and back to reality. Sorry, just a lot to think of and imagine, Izuku says with a blush. The older tamer chuckles before saying, I know, and it's not a bad thing. It shows how creative you can truly be and the ways you could guide your partners. Izuku nods before asking more questions about Digimon, their natures, attributes, and how to fight with them. I'd prefer not fighting, but they likely won't give us a choice, right? Boltman agrees and notes that Digimon at times either follow the survival of the fittest or the strongest decides the outcome mentality. But if you find one that is more sensible or patient, you could reason with them. Maybe. The large Digimon's words don't fully ease the worry, but it is something that Izuku feels he can latch onto. He thanks Boltman before asking if there was something special he could do to improve. Hackman agrees and wants to see where he could push his limits. Terry and Boltman share a look before glancing at the two younger tamers. Well, it could be dangerous, but it might be worthwhile to take you both back to the digital world, Terry suggests, while rubbing the buttons of his Digivice. Izuku's eyes widen to the point it kind of shocks everyone gathered, and he starts stammering about what Terry was suggesting. But none of his questions are very coherent, so no one can answer them. And Hackman has to snap him out of it with a smack of his claws. Thanks, Hackman. So, I can go back there, to the world I met, Hackman? Izuku questions after shaking his head. Terry nods and says, yes, but you'll need me to do it. You haven't gotten that ability with your Digivice yet, so I'll make the portal if you think you are ready. Izuku feels a mixture of excitement and fear at the idea of returning to the digital world, and he asks the man if he could wait till tomorrow. Sure, kid. There's something I want to take care of here anyway. Think it over in the meantime, Terry says before returning Boltman to his Digivice. He walks Izuku and Hackman home before going to check in on a few things that had been rumbling about from the Asian servers, but not before meeting someone he hadn't seen in over 40 years. Been a long time, Toshinori, and you're looking a little worse for wear. All Might was currently in his true form, shopping for a bit of since he lost a lot of it during the sludge villain incident. The blonde coughs before saying, I know, the hero life I'm a part of. It's painful and draining, but it is good to see you, my old friend. Terry just snorts before saying, I'm not so sure we fall into that category. Not since you turned your back on everything to be a flashy hero to the public. Toshinori winces at that and asks that he not say anything too loud. Look, I'm guessing you're here because of the boy, right? That's one reason. I'm also following up an investigation. After all, I have been protecting the servers and this side of the digital world since you refused to take up the role, Terry says with a scathing look toward the number one hero, who winces again before apologizing. He suggests that the two could go for a quick meal. While the American man wants to deny the offer, he was feeling a bit hungry. Fine, just something quick. I've got until the sun goes down. Sure, there's a ramen place near my apartment. Let me just drop these off and we'll go, Toshinori says before they head over that way. After dropping off his groceries, the two head for a small ramen stand nearby. While waiting for their food, Terry creates a small field around them to disguise the conversation they were going to have. Since they won't know what exactly we'll be talking about, I can just say it. Yes, I'm still effing mad that you turned your back on the duty of we tamers. Not to mention, you basically abandoning Goamon. Toshinori doesn't wince this time and just lets out a suffering sigh. I know, to be honest, there have been days I've wondered if I should have taken up what Yagami-sen asked me to do. If I should have tried to be a hidden protector. The older hero takes a drink of water before saying that he did still believe in his path of being a pro-hero and the symbol of peace. You idiot. You realize you aren't fully saving anyone. Not to mention, and Yagami taught us, one person, Digimon, or pair can't do it all alone. It takes many people to truly build peace. Don't go there, I still respect my fellow pro heroes, Toshinori says with a glare toward Terry. But the dark-skinned man returns it by noting that he was still standing above everyone because of the power he had gained. Even if you support others, no one can really measure up to whatever that power of yours is. When you retire, and I know it's coming soon, whoever has to step up next won't be capable of the same level as you've set. He goes on to say that he's acting just like the criminals and monsters from their own youths, or quirked people as he points out. You're so caught up in your power and thinking you can do it all or do whatever you need to, that you underestimate what could be coming. Courage, hope, will, and pure strength can't carry everything. Sometimes you need sincerity, intelligence, trust, and compassion. I know I don't fully embody those, but I'm not sure you are in a better position to talk. You brought a Demon Lord Digimon into this world for crying out loud, Toshinori replied, wondering how Terry managed to get one of the most dangerous Digimon on his side. He just shrugged and noted that one of the Digi eggs I found evolved that way. Nothing more than that. This gets Toshinori's eyes wide and he asks how many partners Terry actually had. About 100 or so, and about half are at mega level. That's the work I've put in the last 40 years. Toshinori almost drops his chopsticks as the ramen is served at hearing that. But he shakes out of his confusion and asks if he intended to train Izuku the same way they were back in the day. Yes and no. He knew a bit about the digital world but his memories are a bit buried. So I'll help him rediscover the other side and how to be a tamer that can protect this in the other world. Terry slurps up some of the noodles before asking for a drink. The two eat in a bit of minor silence before Toshinori asks if Terry had other Demon Lord Digimon on his side. No, just Lilithman, but each of the others who have been acting as watchers and protectors of the continents have them by their side. He notes that the only one missing was Leviaman, and he also said it was a bit offset by the presence of the Royal Knights among their teams as well. There are a few that haven't become part of the tamer teams, but with Hackman at least a potential one is fulfilled. That is if young Midoriya can unlock that level, Toshinori says before eating some of his own ramen. Terry notes him knowing the boy and he gets a recounting of what happened between the two. And while the American wants to punch Toshinori in the face for what he said, he's holding off on it for the time being. After they finish, Toshinori just asks that Terry takes care of Izuku. That boy may have been through more than I thought, or chose to think about, and he could use a good mentor. Terry scoffs a bit before saying he intended to do just that. Take care of yourself, Toshinori. And be careful with that power. It might be riskier than you think. With that he left his former friend to think on what could be on the horizon, as well as to question what could be next for him in the hero world in general. Terry meanwhile had brought out a different Digimon to search for his intended target. This should keep you out of sight, Goamon. I'll also put out an aerial observer, Terry says while creating a camo field around the purple beast Digimon. This'll have to be one of the first things I teach Izuku. He thinks before sending out a Falcoman to stay hidden in the skies. He wanders the streets of Mustafa for a while, sometimes peeking through his goggles to look for the quarry in question. But all he sees are other Digimon that were living around and quietly in the back alleys and above certain businesses. Where are you? He thinks as he continues his search into the night. His wanderings eventually take him toward a back alley, finding a few Digimon hiding out there. Hey there, I was hoping you could answer a question for me, Terry says as the Chuman and a few other nervous virus types peek out of their hideaway. He talks to them about a dangerous Digimon that had spotted or talked about in the area. We haven't seen it yet, but I have heard about a few disappearing lately, some of whom were our friends, a Goamon says with a wary eye darting around. Terry hums at this and asks if they had any details at all. Any connecting factors? Goamon just shrugs and says that most of those disappearing were completely random. Data, virus, vaccine, doesn't matter. One day they're here, next gone. That's unsettling. I wonder if Falcoman. Terry started before his eye in the sky reported that she spotted something. The tamer uses his link through the Digivice to see what Falcoman had. As she was flying, she spotted a Salamanderman being killed with a knife through its head. But it wasn't the only one. Not long after, a second knife was thrown, and this one struck a human who was near an alley in the head, killing them instantly. And Falcoman screams as another knife is thrown at her. Terry was wide-eyed at this and said, "Keep yourselves safe and hidden as best you can. We have to stop this fiend." He then sprints out of the alley towards where Falcoman, said Ninja Bird, was evading and trying to counter the knives coming her way, but they kept flying, until she was finally struck in the wing and grounded. But before the killing knife could impact, she was saved by the timely arrival of Terry and Doraemon. Metal cannon. Doraemon shouts before intercepting the knife with a metal blast from his mouth. Terry turns his attention toward the direction the blade was thrown before returning Falcoman to his Digivice. Ready, Doraemon? Let's take this guy down, the duo say before the beast Digimon digivolves to his champion stage, Raptorman. He takes to the skies to search for the assailant, not having to look long as a few new knives fly at him and impact on his armor. Terry lets out a sigh noting he was glad he picked this Doraemon. If you went to Goamon, then you'd be more likely to die, Terry said before Raptorderman told him that was a morbid way to look at it. But I won't disagree. Gah, even with my Digizoid armor, it still stings when he hits, Raptorderman says while flying around the air above the buildings and target. Back on the ground, Terry is following as fast as he can and using healing programs on Falcoman. She grunts from within the cyber device and says she wants back out. Raptorderman can't do this alone. I'm healed up enough, so let me back him up. Against his better judgment, Terry agrees and uses a combo barrier around her. Falcoman, Digivolve to Saberdramon, the little bird announces before digivolving to the black flame bird in question. She unleashes some fiery shots in the attacker's direction after spotting some attacks flying Raptorderman's way. Nitro Arrow, she shouts before launching a few purple flames. Raptorderman thanks her before going in with his crash charge and then ambush crunch. The former attack misses and he ends up damaging a building, but the latter hits and he chomps down on the assailant. A Sealstraman, the caught assassin stabs Raptorderman's neck to make his enemy let go, and then drops a smoke grenade to disappear into the shadows once more. Terry catches up with the two and has them come back to his Digivice. It's craftier than I gave it credit. I didn't want to risk using a Mega for the potential damage, but we might need it, since they couldn't find their target, and the police were headed toward the damaged roof building. Terry thought it best to slip away and rest for the night. I've still got to take Izuku to the digital world in the morning. You sure he'll want to go? He did seem a bit nervous about the whole matter, a few of his partners say within the Digivice, but Boltman assures them that Izuku will go. He's curious and more than likely is looking forward to the adventure. Terry lets out a small laugh and agrees. Just have to take him somewhere a little less dangerous. There should be some regions around the servers that would work pretty well, and thus he goes to find a hotel to get some sleep for the night, or what was left of it. With the escaping Sealstraman, it grunts in a bit of pain after being bit by Raptorderman. Damn, now I'm going to have an even harder time making my count grow, it thinks aloud before hearing a cry from a different alley. He sneaks over to see a man in a red scarf dressed in black combat gear above another person. Be glad that your death could lead to the purifying of this sick society, the human says before sensing the Digimon's presence. He throws a knife at it before taking a stance, but Sealstraman catches the weapon before skulking out of the shadows. It seems you and I are a bit alike in skill, but I think we could do more together, namely in eliminating certain targets. Interested? The Digimon's offer doesn't sound fully inviting to the villain, so instead he charges at the Digimon with his chipped katana to defeat the creature, only to be surprised by it quickly blocking with its own knife. The pair then engage each other a few more times until Sealstraman pins the villain to the ground. Impressive, let alone your skills at camouflage. I thought you were just someone who was looking to piggyback off of my reputation. But you are more than capable alone, the villain says with a twisted smirk. The Digimon lets him up before asking if he was still interested in his offer. The villain thinks it over for a moment before agreeing. They call me the hero killer Stain. Who are you? Stain says before extending a hand. Sealstraman narrows its eyes behind its visor but accepts the handshake before saying to call him Seals. And thus, a dark alliance is set. Izuku hummed a bit while thinking about what the trip to the digital world would need. Hey Hackman, what is the digital world like? Like how do most of the Digimon live over there? Izuku asked while packing a sleeping bag. Well, things are a bit different over there. We don't have as many good places to get food, and there aren't nice places to sleep. Oh, and most Digimon are creatures that follow the impulses of the data they are made of. In other words, if it's a Digimon born of a hunting game, they'll follow that. A cookbook or fast food thing, they'll try to make it. Stuff like that. Izuku gave his little partner a funny look before thinking about grabbing a few energy bars and water from the convenience store, as well as a canteen and some toilet paper. Izuku, honey, what's going on? Inko asked with a bit of worry after seeing all of the stuff he was packing. Nothing much. It's a little hard to explain, Mom, Izuku said while rubbing the back of his head. Inko looked at her son with a bit of worry and kept asking what he was up to, but the boy couldn't come up with anything. So, Hackman tried to fill in the gaps. We're just going to go camping, ma'am. Izuku and I used to do it back in the day. It's a way to jog some memories. And don't worry, I'll protect him, the little Digimon said with a pat of his chest. Inko just lets out a bit of a humorless laugh at Hackman's enthusiasm, and she isn't entirely sure about his intentions. So, she asks Izuku if that was really true. Pretty much. I know we used to play and spend time together, but it's buried in my memories. I'm hoping this will shake some of them loose. Izuku's face tells her that he's not explaining everything, but at the same time, perhaps this could give him some new paths or ideas. Anything other than being a hero. He just can't. Inko thinks before sighing and offering to help him get ready for the trip. She gives him a bag of rice and some old camping rice cooking gear, as well as an old camping pot she and Hisashi used to use when they'd go on retreats and trips of their own. Where will you be camping, by the way? At hearing that question, Izuku freezes up a bit. He stammers a bit before saying they were going to the forests near Dagaba Beach. It's really clean now, so it's pretty to look out on. That was my main thought anyway, Izuku says while looking slightly to the side. Inko narrows her eyes a bit before nodding, noting that she'd heard about the whole beach being cleaned almost overnight. Just be careful. I've heard that there was some strange creature seen when it was still a dump. Oh right, we will, Izuku says while thinking, yeah, I saw the creature, and it was the one who cleaned the whole beach. Hackman chuckles a bit before asking if they could take a bit of meat too, while pulling out a frying pan to cook said meats. Inko chuckles a bit at Hackman's request, but she agrees and pulls out a few cutlets for the pair, as well as some eggs for the mornings. Just be careful, Izuku, even if it isn't that far. With all the strange things happening, I worry, Inko says with a subtle look at Hackman, but Izuku just smiles and tells her it was all fine. I trust him. He's my partner and friend. Besides, push comes to shove, he is plenty strong on his own, Izuku says, a confident look on his face, one Inko hadn't seen for quite a while. All right, have fun you two. With that, Izuku and his Digimon partner head out to Dagaba Beach to camp and meet up with Terry. Wait, I just thought of something. How do we contact Terry? He didn't give you his number or anything like that, Hackman says as they were approaching the beach. Luckily, I figured you'd be up for doing this no matter what, and I waited for you to arrive. The pair hear off to the side of the road and see the red-haired guardian waiting. He smirked at both of them before asking if Izuku was ready, and while he was still nervous, the young tamer steeled himself with a nod. Terry returned it and pushed some buttons on his Digivice and opened the portal to the digital world. Izuku gulped before stepping forward and feeling the rush of the data streams around him, as he fell toward a world he had forgotten about for some time. Upon opening his eyes once more, Izuku was surprised to see the landscape before him. While it looked like a normal forest, the way the trees were growing was strange to him, as was the fact that some of them looked to have roots made of metal. And in the sky, he could see what appeared to be strange streams of light flowing through it. Just beyond those, though, were various creatures he couldn't identify, but his Digivice did and stored the information for later. I'm back. It's a little different from my dreamlike memories, but it does seem familiar to me, Izuku says with a mystified air about him. Terry smiles a bit at the boy before saying they had much to do. He directed Izuku one way while discussing some of the matters involved in protecting the servers of not just Japan, but the entire eastern half of Asia. It was the duty a different guardian had long ago, and would have been passed to another, had he chose to follow it. Terry had an angry look on his face while conveying this information, and Izuku was curious, but he decided against angering his mentor for now. If the guardian had rejected the duty, then who's been protecting this region? Izuku asked instead. It's been passed among those of us who are the main guardians now. A new voice rang out above the pair. Izuku looks up and sees a woman riding atop a massive dragon-like Digimon with two huge swords. Floating on clouds beside her was an ape-like Digimon with a staff and wearing dark clothing. The woman lands, and Izuku can tell she is of Middle Eastern or Indian descent, with her long black hair, tan skin, and other clothing. Padma, it's good to see you again, Terry says before extending a hand to the woman, who takes it with a smile and says it was good to see him as well. So then, I take it this is a new hopeful to being the guardian of the East Asian regions, Padma says with a smile towards Izuku. He gulps before saying, yes ma'am, I'm glad to be. Well, learning from you all, I guess. Sort of. You see, it's just the two of us covering East Asia and down to Australia for now. But we can only do so much. We're hoping you can do the rest, Padma says with a pat of Izuku's head. He blushes at the action but thanks her all the same. He then asks who the two Digimon with her were. Oh, these two. Goamon is the ultimate of my first partner Monmon, and Argumon is one of my strongest megas, even if it isn't his final form, Padma says with a wave to the two Digimon. She mentions that she had come to check on a digital disturbance, but guessed it was probably the two of them. I'm guessing you have your first partner with you as well, not to mention some other firepower, the Guardian of West Asia says with a look at Terry's Digivice. He sighs before choosing to show Izuku, given he was looking at the man with excitement, as was Hackman. Meet Ulforsevidramon. He was my first partner, Avimon. It's one of the reasons I can cover these regions so well, given how fast he is. As Terry is introducing him, Izuku is awed at the large blue dragon-like knight, from the beam blades on his wrists to the sheen on his armor. So Kualo, what kind of Digimon is he? Izuku asks excitedly, and Ulforce laughs before saying he was one of the royal knights. There are 13 of us, or there are supposed to be. Currently only 11 knights are partnered with the Tamers, and we work with them to keep the peace of both worlds. Izuku is intrigued by this and asks Padma which knights were her partners. While the lead one is Alphamon, the other is, well, a cousin to Ulforce here. It's a Magnamon. This makes Izuku more curious about the other guardians and who all of their partners were. Terry then claps as to say they had more to do. Take care, Padma. There have been some strange rumblings about the networks lately. he says before shaking her hand once more. The Guardian nods before hopping back on our human and saying goodbye to the pair. That was interesting. So where are all the knights based? Izuku asks with excitement. A state mirrored by Hackman, as he views that as a good goal to aim for. And while Terry doesn't want to talk about them, Ulforce is happy to talk about himself and the others, noting that Terry also had the strength of Kentarosman so he could be anywhere as quickly as possible. While the Na East Coast Guardian had Omniman and Gallantman to protect that region, South America has Dynasman and Craniumman. Africa has Leopardman, 2 of them actually. Europe, he mentioned, had an unusual setup, that being Examine and a knight that wasn't always a member, that being Imperialdraman. It's because it can access the power called Paladin mode through a special sword, but it's normally not a member of the Royal Knights. Can we please move on? Terry clarifies before exclaiming. Izuku gulps before agreeing. After they had walked a while, the man stopped and suggested that Izuku could make camp. They were overlooking a large field area that seemed to also have a village in it, one that seemed to be made of children's blocks. Hey, what's that? Terry-san. Terry-san, Izuku says after looking out over the field. When he turned back, the man and his partner were gone. Hackman was surprised too, but had an idea on what was going on. He probably wants you to figure things out for yourself, though he'll help if needed. Izuku gulps and then sets about making camp in the area. Think they'll be fine? Ulforce Evidraman asks while the pair are hidden with a stealth program his partner used. That'll be up to them. And who he partners with will also be up to him. We can only watch over the boy. With the greater threat gone though, others take note of Izuku from the trees. A human, and a young one at that. I've heard they can boost your strength somehow. Maybe we need to eat him, or just keep him scared. We'll worry about that later. Let's just watch for now. Izuku can somewhat feel these gazes, but he's not sure if it's just wilder-minded Digimon or ones that are more intelligent. So he stays close to Hackman for the time being. With some exceptions, after they'd set up camp, Izuku wanted to look around a bit more and learn about the Digimon in the area. So, the pair walked through the field and bits of forest nearby, the boy taking note with Digivis and notebook of the Digimon as they were walking. From Airdramon and Flyman in the sky, to Mushroomon, Floraman, and other Digimon in the trees, until finally reaching the strange childlike town. Whoa, I haven't seen colors like that since I was really little. Not to mention toys and the like since I was that size either, Izuku notes while looking around, only to trip and fall over something he missed in his curiosity. That being an egg. He looked around and noticed that there were multiple eggs scattered about. What is this place? Izuku questioned before checking the egg at his feet. I think this is one of the primary villages, one of the many places Digimon are reborn into, Hackman says with some awe, barely remembering the village himself. Izuku is confused and asks what Hackman meant, before the Digimon explains about the cycles all Digimon go through. Izuku hums before saying it sounded painful. We don't remember our pasts for the most part, but maybe some of those experiences shape us in a way. Look out, Hackman shouts before pushing Izuku to the side. A blast of lightning then strikes the ground and the pair hear a group of voices calling out. No one will harm these babies and eggs while we're around, is called out from a high point in the village. Izuku and Hackman look up and see a group of Electmen snarling at them, their tails still crackling. Izuku stands and says, wait, we're not here to hurt anyone. Just before he can finish, another blast of lightning is shot at the pair and they start running, dodging around the eggs and the stone cribs of the baby stage Digimon. The Electmen kept chasing the two until they had left the village. That's that. They won't come here anytime soon. Wait, are you all forgetting that that boy had an egg with him? I'm going after him. With that, one of the older Electmen ran off to get the egg that Izuku had picked up back. With the young pair though, they were mostly catching their breath. Okay, that was uncalled for. We were just looking around, Hackman says with a snarl. Izuku sighs before telling Hackman it was fine. They were just protecting the little ones and the eggs like this. Wait, like this. Izuku finally noticed that he was carrying an egg and panicked a bit. He first asks if they should take it back and what they should do, only to hear a hissing sound all around him. And from the forest came a group of Vegamon and a Blossomon. They were eyeing Izuku and the Digi he was carrying. Looks tasty, some of the Vegamon said before lashing out at the boy and egg, with the boy covering up the egg to protect it. Hackman digivolved too. Bea Huckman, his partner, shouts before engaging the Digimon. Izuku, get clear. I'll hold them here. Bea Huckman shouts before unleashing his blazing flame to set fire to Blossom. While it is screaming, Izuku quickly stands and tries to get the egg away from the hungry Digimon. And while Bea Huckman is dealing damage to all the plant Digimon, he couldn't keep his eyes on all of them. Like a group of Vegi and Red Vegamon that slipped by and were still chasing Izuku. He kept running until one of the Red Vegamon was close enough to attack with its spiked fist and then chili pepper pummel. Izuku screamed out a bit as he fell to the ground, but he kept covering the egg even when a few more attacks were thrown his way. He needs help, Ulforce says before getting ready to fly in. But Terry stops him. Just wait, I don't think we'll need to step in right away. Right as he was saying this, a blast of lightning burst forward and struck a few of the Vegamon, and the old Electman saw how Izuku protected the egg, even at risk to himself. This makes Electman's protective spirit rise as he snarls at the virus-type Digimon. Izuku lets out a few breaths before saying a thank you to the Electman, as his courage resonates with the Digimon and causes the little Digimon to digivolve. The Electman digivolve to Renamon, and suddenly the little red Digimon becomes a large lion man Digimon, who draws his sword and slashes a few of the Vegamon. Have a taste of this fist, the fist of the Beast King. Renamon roars before unleashing a punch wave that looks like a lion at the red Vegamon, sending them flying. Suddenly though, Beahukman crashes through a few more trees. The White Dragon Champion shakes his head before looking back toward where he was thrown. Blossomon is still burning, but it kept coming for them. Renamon snarls, as does Beahukman, before putting themselves between the plant Digimon and Izuku, and both roar before unleashing their signature attacks at Blossomon. Not seeing a flame shot from one of Terry's partners, that being a shot from a War Growlman. Good job, buddy. Now let's leave it to them from here on, Terry says before bringing the virus Digimon back into his Digivice. As Blossomon was fading out of existence, both Digimon turned back to check on Izuku. Beahukman rubbed his partner a bit and could hear the boy breathing. Phew, thank goodness, but he could use some attention, the dragon said with some worry. Renamon nods before picking the boy up and offering to treat him back at the primary village. The two hurry back and surprise the other Electmen. When Renamon explains the situation, they help to bandage up Izuku's back and cool him off. Izuku groaned some time after they had finished and started to wake up, with the sun starting to go down. Oh, what hit? Wait, the egg. Where is it? Izuku says before Renamon comes over to check on him. That's the first thing you worry about, huh? Guess we should have been more patient. The green-haired teen is surprised by the large Digimon, but Hackman explains who it was originally. Sorry about taking the egg. I was just checking it to make sure it was okay, and I ended up taking it, Izuku says with a rub of the back of his head. Well, even if it was an accident, you still cared for and protected it, and for that we are thankful, one of the Electmen says before holding the egg up to show Izuku, who smiles and rubs the top of the egg before saying, glad it's okay. Right as he says this, the egg started to shine and transform, turning into a small little jellyfish-like Digimon in Izuku's hands. Goamon, it cheerfully chirps while looking up at Izuku, and the green teen coos a bit while looking at the adorable little monster. Hackman lets out a hub before saying, looks like this little one likes you, partner. The little dragon sniffs it a bit, but it then starts crying in Izuku's arms. Hey, it's okay, Hackman is really nice. He protected you too after all. Izuku defends before asking Hackman to come over. He pets his partner before gently easing him over to Goamon. While it still seems nervous, the crying eases up a bit. Renamon hums before saying Izuku should keep the little Digimon. They seem kind of attached. Consider it also a thank you for trying to protect it. Izuku thanks the lion Digimon before asking if he was going to stay with the village. Yes, even if I've digivolved, my dedication to protecting this place stays. But if you need help, I'd be happy to give it, Renamon says with a smile directed Izuku's way. With that, Izuku, Hackman, and Goamon take their leave and head back to their camp. When they arrive, Terry is sitting there with a smile on his face. You had a full day, didn't you? He says with a slit lilt. Izuku grumbles before asking where he went. Not far, but I figured if you didn't try to deal with things yourself, then you couldn't grow into your role. And you got a new partner out of it, Terry says with a gesture to Goamon. Yeah, but I don't know how to. You know, now that I think about it, you haven't helped me understand anything. Terry has a laugh before apologizing and telling him that he'll go over the basics of the use of his Digivice and some codes and other skills he can use, starting with showing Izuku how to register Goamon as his newest partner. All the while Terry was cooking up some of the food Izuku had brought, as well as what he brought before opening the portal. After eating and the stressful day, Izuku and Hackman are ready for some sleep, with Terry saying he'd keep an eye on them during the night. But even though the boy is nervous about sleeping in the digital world, his exhaustion catches up with him quickly and he passes right out. Not a bad first day, but you still need to learn more about this world, and a few other things while we're here, Terry says before disappearing again, and not telling Izuku how to open a portal back to the normal world. When Izuku awakens the next morning, he's surprised that Terry is gone again, with only a note to tell him that he'd have to survive for at minimum a week in the digital world. Just him and any partners he'd gather. This is important to understanding this world and the Digimon themselves. You'll get what I mean later. Good luck. Izuku reads aloud while Hackman enjoys some meat Terry left. Once he was done reading though, Izuku was panicking and wondering how his mom would handle him being gone for that long. One night had her nervous enough. This though, Izuku can't really finish his thoughts though, as before long, Hackman starts growling and telling Izuku to pack what he can. We've got incoming, Hackman says before grabbing Goamon and a few other things. Izuku wonders what he's talking about, until he sees a few large dinosaur-like Digimon stampeding through the field. He quickly grabs his pots, sleeping bag, and backpack before running out of the path of the creatures. What the heck were those things? Izuku said after the danger had passed. Those were Renamon, champion Digimon that have a powerful flame breath. Pretty common data types for these areas, HanBaron describes almost nonchalantly. Izuku gives his partner a flat look before sighing and wondering if he really could survive a week. The trio wandered for a time to find a new campsite, with HanBaron foraging as they were going to get more provisions, and teaching Izuku about some of the edible types of plants or data in the digital world. When they finally find a spot to rest near a river, Izuku is tired and dirty from dodging more Digimon along the way. This will be cold, but I really could use a bath, Izuku says before stripping out of his clothing and jumping in the river to clean up a bit, pulling HanBaron and Goamon in as well to clean them up. What else will happen this week? Izuku thinks aloud as they clean up a bit. Something quickly happens with Goamon in the next 2 days. The next morning after cooking and eating some food, Goamon started to glow and digivolved into Goamon. And the day after that, when Izuku was about to get attacked from behind, the little blob of a Digimon attacked some Pagumon that were sneaking up on him. Thanks HanBaron, Goamon, Izuku said with a pat to both of their heads. Goamon preened a bit before glowing and digivolving again into a guinea pig-like Digimon with bat-like wings that seemed to let it fly. Or rather her, as she chose to identify before telling Izuku who she was now. I'm Goamon. It'll be nice to be able to help HanBaron Aniki more now, Goamon says with a smile to the little dragon, who just snorts before saying, well, I won't reject some backup, but you still can't go up to champion, so just keep Izuku safe when you can. Little sister. Izuku laughs as well before petting both again, with Goamon sitting atop his head and commenting on how soft and fluffy his hair was. Well, I guess we keep exploring, Izuku says before packing up to move their camp again. While they were looking for a new place to camp again, they had come upon an area that was more like crags and mountainous, with HanBaron commenting on the dangers of the area. A lot of more combative Digimon prefer these areas. They could get us into a bit of trouble. How do you mean? Izuku asks as they keep walking, only to hear the sounds of a fight breaking out on a different ridge, and Izuku rushes over to investigate. HanBaron sighs before following his partner. When they reach the top of the ridge, Izuku can see a little dragon Digimon that was squared up against a group of green-skinned Digimon, though 2 larger ones had different skin pigments. I don't know who those are, Aniki, Goamon asks with some confusion. Goblin, an Ogremon, and a Fugomon, facing down a Monodramon, one who looks pretty beat up, HanBaron says with some worry, especially as Ogremon unleashes his pummel whack at the little dragon and then Fugomon fires off its evil hurricane. When the Goblin each charge up their clubs for goblin strikes while Monodramon pushes himself up to stand and fight once more. Izuku trembles a bit before running toward the little dragon to tackle him to the side and away from the attacks. Well, that's not surprising. Shall we? HanBaron says to Goamon with a smile before charging down the hill as well, and quickly digivolving to HanBaron to cover the two and cancel out the attacks from the Goblin, snarling to make them run before the 2 larger Digimon take off too. Monodramon grumbles a bit before they run though, saying, stay out of this, I'm not done, before collapsing in Izuku's arms as the Goblin, Ogremon, and Fugomon run off. Izuku smiles before saying, he's tenacious, maybe a bit like me. Monodramon groaned as Izuku and his team carried him away from the mountaintop he'd been fighting on. Easy Hakman. I think we may be moving too fast for as hurt as he is, Izuku said while riding atop his old friend. I don't want to take too many chances, Izuku, given the Digimon we just had to face off with, Hakman said as he was running. Goamon meanwhile was watching the rear as she sat on Izuku's head, and she unfortunately had something to report. Guys, we've got incoming. Looks like the Goblin group found some air support, she says before Izuku looks back and sees a couple of Airdermen and Flymen above them, and the Goblin riding atop the flyers. Izuku curses before apologizing to Monodramon. You were right, Hakman. We need to get out of here fast, he says as stingers and air needles fly at them. Hakman dodges around as quickly as he can as Goamon warns him of the directions the attacks are coming from. Monodramon opens his eyes to look up and see his enemies flying above. Let me down. I have to face off with them. I need to keep fighting. The little dragon grunts out while Izuku holds him still. No way. You are in no condition to fight, Izuku says while holding the Monodramon in place. Then how about I give us some cover? Purple haze, dark twister, Goamon says before belching out a cloud of purple smoke, and the flapping her wings to whip up a little purple tornado to spread her poison mist. Hakman compliments her before cutting into a cave as the mist distracts the flying Digimon. Izuku keeps Monodramon in place as the Goblin and their Digivolutions get off the flyers. This is a one-time thing, you dumb beast. Never ask for this again, one of the Airdermen shouts as he roughly tosses Fugomon to the ground. The red-skinned ogre grumbles as the flyman and airdremen leave. Hakuman returns to his Hackman stage and says they need to keep moving. Even with your smoky cover, it will only last so long, Hackman says before creating a small fireball in his mouth. Izuku agrees and tells Hackman to lead the way. Sukeman, I hate to ask again, but can you watch our backs? Izuku says while adjusting his hold on Monodramon. The little purple flyer smiles before saying, you don't have to ask. You're my partner and, well, kind of my dad. I'll keep an eye out. The green teen blushes at this and thanks her before following his old friend. Once inside a bit deeper, Sukeman catches up with them. Izuku then takes the moment to check over Monodramon and his injuries. Azu, let's bandage you up a bit. Monodramon groans and grumbles as Izuku treats some of his bruises and cuts from his battles with the goblin. You should have left me. They'll just come after you now, the little purple dragon says as Izuku bandages up his arm. If I want to really embody what it means to be a hero, then I can't avoid or reject someone in pain, no matter what, Izuku says with a smile directed the rookie's way, who just sighs before quietly thanking the human. Hackman smiles with the fireball burning in his mouth, remembering that it was just what Izuku used to do back in the day. After he finished bandaging, he asked why he was fighting those Digimon. Monodramon looks to the side before explaining how it was just life for most of them in these regions. We all fight for survival, especially with how rough and dangerous these mountains are. But those guys are different. Monodramon notes how they'd been bullying other groups of Digimon and stealing all of their food and other resources for a while now. There's some boss or whatever who's giving orders. I was just protecting a small group of younger Digimon when I pulled those jerks away. Guess you're a hero too. Right down to the self-sacrificing nature, Izuku says with a nod. Hackman agrees and hopes they can get out of this bit of trouble. Then maybe we should look for a way out or make sure that they are gone, Sukeman says before flying off. After she had gone, the rest of the team was preparing to move out as well. Hackman used his flames to try and find another way out. Izuku meanwhile plays with his Digivice to see if he could make a portal home again, as well as other programs that could be in the base item. But he gets worried when Sukeman doesn't return after a while. She's been gone too long. We should look for her, Izuku says before standing. But a new voice makes him extra nervous. You want her, you deal with us. The one saying this was a goblin that made his toward the group. Monodramon groaned as he stood, ready for a fight again, while Hackman snarled at the virus-type Digimon. But it just held up its hands before asking him to wait. We got little one. You want her back, you deal with me. Us, the goblin says before gesturing to its club. It tells them to come out so they can talk. We talk terms outside. You follow me, it says before turning back to the entrance. Hackman narrows his eyes at the crooked rookie and keeps his fireball ready, while Izuku helps Monodramon up and asks what else he knew about the Digimon. But the dragon mentions that it wouldn't do them much good in this situation. Let's just see how this plays out, it says with some worry. Once outside, they see all the Demon Man Digimon standing there, with Fugamon holding Tsukeman in his hands. Izuku panics a bit and tries to run toward her, but Goblin stops him. No move, understand, it says with a gesture of the club. Sorry, I tried to just keep an eye out but I didn't notice the one, and Tsukeman says before Fugamon squeezes. You be quiet, so you some strange Digimon. Not much power but look like you can heal. Here deal, you work with us, and we let them go. Even share food with you. Izuku has an unimpressed look as the Fugamon talks. Is he serious right now? Who would believe that or go along with it? Then again, he doesn't look like much of a mental case, Izuku thinks while looking at the situation before him. And he also concludes that Hackman couldn't win, even if he digivolved. Can I think it over? This is a bit of a troublesome situation you've got me in, Izuku says, hoping to stall. And while Fugamon wants to rage out with a no, the goblin earlier stops him and asks Fugamon to wait. We still got hostage. No need to rush, it says with some diplomacy. Fugamon looks ready to smack the rookie, but Ogremon stops him and agrees with what he said. You get 1 hour, Ogremon says with narrowed eyes, then gestures to his crew to back away for the time being. Izuku hums before saying, let's back in 2. Then we can talk. The other 2 Digimon agree and go back into the cave. One of the goblin stays but gives Izuku its spare club so they have some fire in the cave. That one seems a bit smarter than the others. Think it'll be trouble, Hackman says while keeping an eye on the entrance. Izuku sighs before saying, probably, but we've got bigger problems now. He goes over how they don't have the power or advantage to really fight their opponents head on. They're all virus types and you're a data type, meaning we don't have that for an advantage. Then to top it off, they've got 2 champion levels and Tsukeman. Izuku summarizes as he starts cooking some meat. Hackman nods and sighs that he couldn't reach ultimate level yet either. Izuku passes some meat to him and Monodramon as they wait. Monodramon hums as he eats and thinks about what Fugamon had said during the demands, realizing something important. Wait, he said you're a Digimon, but you're not right. You're a human, right? Oh yeah, I thought you'd be more used to them, Izuku says with some confusion. Monodramon mentions that the Guardians didn't get involved in the day-to-day stuff, especially since they were often trading off and on. They might just think you're a human-formed Digimon, and if that's the case, we might have an advantage they don't know. Monodramon asks if Izuku could make him digivolve. I'm a vaccine type, meaning I've got that advantage, and if I can close the gap of levels, then we've got a way to fight back. Hackman and Izuku share a look before looking back at the purple dragon. Izuku leans back before saying it wasn't that simple. I can only do that with someone who really wants to work with or protect me. I mean, we've only just met and all. I leapt in to help you because you needed it. Hackman speaks up next by saying that maybe it'd help if they'd talk about their pasts. Might make up or help forge some bond. His partner looks at him funny, but shrugs since they don't really have much else to do. They spend the next few minutes talking about what their lives were like and what they had experienced. With Izuku growing up an outcast, Hackman feeling loneliness when Izuku didn't make his way back to the digital world, and Monodramon was a brawler who tried to protect others, though it often ended up coming back to bite me, given I'd pick fights with those who'd strike back harder, or I'd get kicked out of places I tried to protect because I ended up causing more trouble. At least you had the power to do something, Izuku says in a dour mood. Hackman bumps into him and says he does have power. It's just a power that has nothing to do with strength. You showed it back when you were a kid, and when you charged in to save that jerk. It's a power plenty have, but few know how to use it. Heroic will. Monodramon is a bit wide-eyed and asks more about that and why Izuku did it. But the human doesn't know since his feet started moving on their own. I started moving on my own. And I just knew I had to do something, even if it cost me. Just like now, Izuku says before coming to a slight realization. He stands and notes they just have a few more minutes. I know what I need to do. Hackman, be ready. Monodramon, you rest, Izuku says before walking toward the mouth of the cave. The mini dragon is wide-eyed and asks what Izuku had in mind, but all Izuku did was smile at him. Once outside, Izuku handed a piece of meat to the guarding goblin, who took it happily before going to get the bosses. So you make choice. You work with us, Goamon says with his eyes narrowed. Goamon still has Tsukemen in his hands and was keeping a tight grip. Izuku is mad but lets it pass for now before saying, yeah, if you give Tsukemen to Hackman, I'll go with you. His old partner and new partner were worried and scared for what he was offering. Monodramon meanwhile is wondering why he was willing to do this. He's willing to sacrifice himself to save someone else. No reward or anything. He's willing to put himself on the line to save others. Monodramon thinks before feeling more of a connection to the young human, and feeling the will from Izuku flowing into him. His body starts to glow a bit as he steps forward and the bandages come off, and his body grows and his claws sharpen. Even in the cave, he can make out Goamon and knows what he needs to do himself. He takes a step forward as he feels the power flow through him and says, Monodramon, Digivolve 2, Strike-Dramon, as the large humanoid dragon rushes forward and impacts the center of Goamon, making him lose his grip on Tsukemen and shocking everyone. Strike-Dramon snarled before telling Tsukemen to get higher into the air. She nods and flies up out of the range of the other Digimon. Well, that happened. Care to back him up, buddy? Izuku says with a smile to Hackman, who returned it before digivolving to Hackman. He then tackled Goamon before telling Strike-Dramon he'd keep the demon busy. Goamon is yours. Let him have it, Hackman says while unleashing a fifth cross to knock his opponent back. Strike-Dramon nods before staring down the red-skinned ogre, which roars before unleashing an evil hurricane at the dragon. But he easily dodges to the side before quickly rushing forward to slash the side of Goamon. It roars in pain while unleashing a few more attacks, but Strike-Dramon easily dodges and deflects the attacks thrown his way. After tossing Goamon over his shoulder, Strike-Dramon says, I think it's time to finish this. Strike-Fang. Flames cover the dragon's body before rushing forward and plowing through the enemy Digimon, deleting the opponent. Goamon is still standing, but he sees his friend going down and roars in anger. He throws out a pummel whack towards Strike-Dramon to avenge Goamon. While this had been happening, the goblin went to engage Izuku to distract the champions, but Izuku kept his distance or tripped up the little Digimon, and Tsukemen fired a few attacks to cover him and keep him out of reach. Izuku tripped and one of the goblin caught up with him. As he was thinking he was in trouble, his goggles beeped and showed something. Wind Claw. Izuku read and then his hands suddenly had said claws. He struck the goblin and sent it flying a bit. Okay, that's new and weird, Izuku thought aloud before checking his Digivice again. And he sees something else. Sonic Void. He shouts as a ball of wind is formed in his hands and he launches it at another goblin. He starts to celebrate as he can somewhat fight Digimon himself, and he gets attacked from behind for his hubris, and Tsukemen saves him. You're not hurting my papa, she shouts after letting out a dark twister to knock the other goblin down. The one who tried to negotiate tells the group to retreat as they saw Goamon being defeated, grabbing Goamon to say they needed to fall back as Hackman ran in and pulled Izuku and Tsukemen away. Strike-Dramon, come on, let's get out of here. Izuku shouts to the dragon, and while he wants to keep fighting, he knows Izuku is right, and quickly dashes off. We need to talk to boss. He have better idea what to do, the goblin says with a worried look. Goamon snarls before agreeing, and they fall back to a volcanic mountain. Back with Izuku and his Digimon, though they were all happy they got away and dealt with one of the dangerous Digimon. Strikedraman was laughing out loud as he did digivolve back to Monodramon. Oh man, that felt really good to do, the mini dragon said with a big smile on his face. Tsukeman thanked Monodramon for saving her as she landed on Izuku's head. So I guess we've got a new member of the family, she says with a smile directed Izuku's way. Yeah, I guess we do. Welcome to the team, Monodramon, Izuku says with a hand extended, and the little dragon shakes it. Then Hackman puts his claws atop the hand, and Tsukeman flies down and puts her own hand in. They spend the next day or so with Monodramon guiding them around the mountains and looking for the few holdouts against the bully of the range, finally finding a small village of Goamon and Tumbleman among other mountain dwellers. But their problems are about to get worse. The goblin group met with their leader, who was not happy at all. They sent you packing. You had 2 strong champions, he roared as he towered above his goons. Goamon wants to blame the smarter goblin, but they take their moment to speak for themselves. They had a funny man-formed Digimon, seemed different from us, hatched up that Monodramon we were fighting, and somehow they could digivolve easy. Little white dragon turned into a big one and Monodramon became Strikedraman. Never seen that before. The boss is wide-eyed at hearing this. He asks if the man form had goggles of some kind on, and when an affirmative is given, he roars again in anger. That was no Digimon, you idiots. That was a human. They can grant great power. I know that firsthand. The boss steps more into the light of his cavern and shows his face, the glowing red eyes standing out against his large crystalline form. This was Goamon. He let out an angry snarl before saying the goblin was smarter, and that can be useful with a bit of extra power. Goamon reaches over and pulls a crystal from the lava, crushing it over the top of the Digimon and causing a rush of energy to flow to it. Goblin's body starts to burn with energy and pain as it is forcefully digivolved into Wizardman. Should have made a smarter one sooner. Now then, the rest of you step forward. Call a few more of your brothers. We'll show that human that he's not some guardian. He's outclassed against the rest of us. The goblin bow and scamper off to get their fellows. Goamon leaned back in his throne before thinking back, crushing a few stones in his hand as he remembered someone who used to be a friend and partner too. I know it's not you, but I wonder if this boy really thinks he can save anything. Just like you always wanted to do, the angry Ord Digimon thought while waiting for his thugs. I see. So you're the one who aided Tapperman and the others when the goblin attacked. Thank you. I am Sarman. I'm one of the oldest Digimon in this village, the Beast Digimon says with a bow of his hat. Izuku returns it and asks about the other troubles in the region. The old dog sighs before saying, these regions have always attracted those who enjoy a good fight, and there have also been those who simply wish to live and mine the stones to make tools. Thus a violent or extortionist mentality could easily begin. That doesn't make it right, or that you should back down from them, Monodramon says with an angered look. Sarman doesn't disagree, but he notes that they may not have a choice. The one backing the goblin is a very powerful ultimate. He's wiped out a few Goamon villages that tried to stand up to him. Hackman and Izuku both have contemplative, yet still angry, looks on their faces as they consider what Sarman is talking about. Hackman asks if there were enough who could fight against their armies, but the dog confirms there aren't enough. I'm old and pretty strong, but I'm one of the few fighters here. Most of the Goamon are just miners or refiners, and the others are just, well, Tapperman interrupts and says, supporters or feeders if you will. We don't have it in us to fight, like the Bergerman families. Sukeisman wonders if they could fly away or something, but one the Goamon takes offense to that. This is our home. We can't just pack up and leave. Another brings up that they also can't fight either, but luckily they don't know we're here, so we're safe. Izuku thinks to himself that the Goamon just raised a major red flag as they are offered a place to stay for the night, and they all enjoy hearty burgers and fries from the Burgerman and Potaman, and then getting a good night's rest. While staying in a small guest house, Izuku takes to brushing Tsukeman, who squeals a bit happily at the feeling. Monodramon though looks out at the town and worries about what could come. I know they and I said they were probably safe, but I wonder for how long. He thinks aloud. Hackman agrees and says, I hate to say it, but we aren't at the level where we can fight an ultimate. It might be better to leave for now. Come back when we can get some help. Izuku hasn't said anything, but he keeps running through the scenarios in his mind, sighing to himself as he keeps coming the same conclusion. There's no way to avoid a fight, and there's no way we can win said fight. I doubt I could negotiate with them to calm down without at least equal amounts of force. Before he can talk with his partners about it though, he notices a rumbling that is making the water in a glass shake. He tells all of them to be quiet for the time being. Something big is coming, he says as he blows out the light in the room. He peeks out a window and tells Monodramon to watch the door. The mini dragon nods before taking his position, barely opening the door a crack to look out. And that is when he sees a frightening sight. At the front of the village were not one, but a dozen ogremon. But they weren't alone. There were also at least 6 fugomon and 10 hyagomon, and a few nanamon, with a wizardman standing next to Goamon, the latter of which towered over his troops. I think we just met the big boss, Monodramon says with a gulp. Izuku quietly sneaks over and sees what he means. He rests his back against the wall before quietly saying, "Yep, we are not gonna beat that thing." The massive Digimon talks down to all of the others in the village, mocking the fact that they thought they were safe. "But I've known you were here all along. I also know that a friend of yours knocked around and deleted some of my men. I want you to hand them over right now." Izuku looks to Hackman and silently tells him to be ready to digivolve. Caesarman steps forward and speaks on behalf of his village. "You are talking about the human, yes. It is true they were here, but they left down the mountain. They suspected your likely wrath." Goamon narrows his eyes before bending down to look the beast Digimon in the eye. He could tell it was holding something back but chose to wait on acting. "All right, then here is what's going to happen from now on. You'll provide a portion of your minerals to us, and in exchange we'll protect this village. Understood?" The Mountain of Crystal says with a narrowed look at Caesarman, who nods before thanking the village's new overseer. He leaves a few of his thugs in the village and takes his leave. "Crap, well this is a fine mess we're in," Hackman says as they hear the steps of Goamon fading out. Tapperman slips in to convey the message Caesarman had for them. "You need to get out of here now. It's not safe for you or us." Izuku nods and says they were thinking the same. "No way we can fight these guys, and I'd bet there'll be repercussions if they know we're being hidden. Can't we do something?" Sukeman asks with a bit of sadness in her eyes. Izuku looks down before saying, "No, not now, but maybe someday soon. We're just not ready." He pats her head while having a look that says he feels sick leaving things as they are, and she tucks into him to try and comfort the boy. Hackman agrees and wonders how they could get out with those thugs at the gate. "Leave them to me. A hearty bowl of soup and they'll be out, as well as my own abilities," Tapperman says before excusing himself once more. He and a few others make a meal for the visiting virus Digimon and they are quickly conked out, and Izuku's team can be snuck out with less to worry about. Caesarman sees them off one last time and tells them not to worry about them. "We'll survive, and with some luck we'll be able to fight back eventually." Izuku nods before thanking the beast Digimon. Sukeman flies out of Izuku's arms to hug and nuzzle the big dog. "Goodbye," she says sadly as they quickly make their way out of town and down the mountain. While all of this has been happening, Terry has been watching from above and away from the main action. A new partner, a reasonable conflict, and a compelling drive to get stronger and more teammates. "I'd say that's a good week's worth of learning," he says to Allforce, who looks ready to swoop down and deal with Goamon himself. But he is stopped when Terry says, "I miss this because we've got a lot to worry about. If Izuku intends to become the guardian of these regions, he'll have to make choices like this for himself." His old partner looks annoyed but can follow some of the logic. "I just hope they'll be ready for it." After running and flying all night, Izuku and his partners have returned to the forest and meadow regions, with Izuku wondering what they could do next. "We can't help them alone, but there aren't heroes here where we could get aid that way, and I doubt Terry would help." Hackman wants to disagree, but all the actions the man had taken thus far had told him otherwise. "He was always a good friend and pseudo-partner before I found you again. But now, I think he's taking a tough love path with teaching you. So no help from the other guardians." "Great. You guys don't happen to know any other capable Digimon, do you?" Monodramon says with a raised eyebrow. Izuku just shrugs and Hackman shakes his head, until Sukeman speaks up. "What about Primary Village? You know, Lehman and the Electman?" This makes Hackman and Izuku stop in their tracks as they smack their heads for forgetting about that. "He might be able to help, or could maybe point us to a few others who'd be willing to back us up," Sukeman says with a big smile. Izuku brings her in for a hug and thanks her for giving them the idea. Izuku's Digivice starts beeping and then it shows a map with a way back toward Primary Village. It would take them half a day, but they made good time to the location. Once there, they brought Lehman up to speed on what happened. "I see, that is troublesome, but they aren't coming here. Even someone like Goamon wouldn't threaten this place," Lehman says firmly. Monodramon brings up a different point and one to play to his new form and mentality. "Yeah, but can you in good conscience leave Caesarman and the rest to live under the thumb of that guy?" Lehman looks the side and thinks it over. He sighs before agreeing that he couldn't. "But even if all of you could digivolve, that would only give us 4 champion-level Digimon against an army at the same level." Izuku though asks if there were others who could help them. "It doesn't have to be a lot of them, just enough to give us an edge." Lehman thinks it over, but it is an Electman who brings up that there were a few who might be interested. "There's a handful of Digimon who dislike those types you're going against in the area, but it could take time to find them all." Hackman notes that it could be a good chance for all of them to improve their skills in trying to find Sukeman's champion form. Well, you'll have to do some of that back in the human world, Terry said while appearing behind the group. Izuku looked at the man with confusion before he realized that about a week had passed, and then realizing that his mom was probably going to freak out after he'd been camping for so long. Terry just laughed before opening a portal back to the human world and pulling Izuku through. From the trees though was a Digimon who'd just been observing and listening, as well as wondering about the divination they'd had about the human. Izuku, an interesting one to be sure, the feminine-sounding Digimon says before leaping away and then disappearing in a flash. Once returning to the human world, Izuku has a moment where he panics as he checks his phone, expecting dozens of messages, only to see one with his mom wondering if he was coming home in the evening, and then realizing it was only one day after he'd left. How? Is the only question he can articulate to Terry while looking up at the man. He smiled before saying, "Funny thing about the digital world, at times the passage of time is out of sync with our own. Some days it will be perfectly in line with the hour to hour. Others, one day here could equal a week or month or more in the digital world." Izuku gave his mentor an annoyed flat look at that before saying, "You knew that the whole time and knew that this would be one of the days it would last a week." Terry smiles before laughing and giving his student a simple yep. Monodramon and Goamon though were interested in the human world and rattled off question after question on the walk home. "So where were you the whole time I was surviving in the digital world?" Izuku asked after the Digimon had made themselves invisible, checking into a few things as well as dealing with a complicated matter. "I've been erasing some of the memories of those who saw the Digimon that day with the slime ball, with some exceptions to make them all sound crazy," Terry says with a smirk. Once home, Inko was surprised by the new faces with Izuku as Monodramon and Goamon revealed themselves, the woman nearly fainting when Goamon called her grandma. "So it's more that this little one sees you as her father because you protected her egg when she hatched?" Inko asked incredulously, and almost fainted again upon seeing the video Terry had taken of Izuku protecting said egg and being saved by other Digimon. But she shook out of that and asked why Terry just let these things happen. He needed to figure things out for himself. Holding his hand doesn't help him grow. But completely abandoning him was not something I did. I kept an eye on him from a distance, and if needed I would step in. Izuku quietly thought that it did feel like he'd been abandoned given he had to survive a week in a dangerous wild world like the digital world. But he knew his mom wouldn't accept his partners or Terry again if he said that, so he kept his mouth shut. Miss Inko, are you mad about us being here?" Goamon said with a big-eyed look up at the woman, who just melted before wrapping the little creature in a big hug. She then promised to make a big dinner for everyone, with Hackman and Izuku extra happy at that, while Monodramon and Goamon were curious about what they'd be eating. Terry was even forced to stay as thanks for watching over Izuku and trying to teach him Izuku. Once it was done and the Digimon were rolling around happily fed, Terry helped Inko with the dishes before taking his leave. "Izuku, I hope you're ready to learn even more, because this is just the beginning," Terry says with a smile as he leaves to teleport away once more. Izuku meanwhile takes what he said to heart and resolves to get serious on training tomorrow. With a new day started and it being the weekend, Izuku could take his time to prepare his partners. "We've got some serious work to do," Izuku thinks aloud as he was looking at his Digivice and some of what was recorded by it. Looking over the details of Strikedraman and Byahuckman's fight with their respective opponents, Izuku noticed the general way they fought, as well as the weaknesses of the two champions' skills. So Strikedraman seems better at hit and run types of fighting. "Hackman, your champion form seems like an all-around type. Even with your quadrupedal form, you aren't quite as fast as Strikedraman," Hackman hums while looking at the replay. "You're right, I'm pretty fast, but with my bulky body I'm better at taking some hits and dishing them out more." Strikedraman meanwhile is pretty fast and he can hit hard. Monodramon speaks up next by saying he probably couldn't take a hit the same as before. "My tenacity was one of the things that infuriated Ogremon and the others, but in my champion form, I don't feel the same kind of tough." Goamon grumbles while snacking on something. "It's nice that you guys have your champion forms. I can't help in this case," she says with some sadness. Hackman and Izuku share a look and quietly agree. "Then we help you get to it," Hackman says with a smile. They all head out and find a spot in the woods where they could all practice and grow in skill and technique, with Monodramon taking quests from Izuku's analytical mindset to read when he should attack. Hackman meanwhile uses small fire shots to test Goamon's evasion, with the little Digimon panicking a bit as she flies around and fires a few of her own attacks back at her brother. Izuku meanwhile traded blows with Monodramon while calling upon skills from his Digivice. "Impressive. I didn't know humans could use those smaller skills. You seem to like the wind ones though," Monodramon says after blocking a few wind claws. Izuku hummed and wondered why it didn't hurt Monodramon as much as when he fought the goblin. This is when Terry steps in to talk them through some matters. It's due to his attribute being a neutral type. When it comes to attributes and types, Digimon tend to follow a different path compared to Pokemon. Izuku gives him a look that he doesn't fully follow. So, he explains the two attribute triangles and then the relationships between the types. They all generally follow a rock-paper-scissors pattern. You knew about virus beating data and vaccine defeating virus, and you can already guess the last one. But when you add on fire to the vaccine attacking a wood virus, you triple the damage. Or the damage is cut down by 2 divided by thirds for the inverse. But if they are neutral, then they don't have that weakness. Izuku surmises while cupping his chin. Terry nods and then notes the few outliers, namely the light and dark relationship both doing extra damage to each other. Then there's free types. They are immune, unaffected by the other types. Data, vaccine, doesn't matter. They don't have extra damage to add. Hearing that, the green tamer wonders if neutral free types were the strongest. But Terry shakes his head and notes it wasn't that simple. Things in the digital world or with Digimon in general are never that simple or straightforward. Izuku just says, before asking how long they should wait and train. Terry shrugs and says it's not up to him, or not his decision. This is your fight. You want to help them, so you have to be the one to take the lead in this. I'm not sure that's how a mentor-student relationship should work, Izuku says with a flat look. Terry laughs before saying he might be willing to lend a partner, but nothing too strong since Izuku had to be the one to make decisions here. Besides, I have some other things to look into on this side. Izuku nods before getting back to practice, using nanomachine break to enhance his punches and creating green blades with crescent leaf. Terry then creates a set of targets for Izuku to practice ranged attacks, like Sonic Void, Gaia Element, and Heaven's Thunder. While this was happening, some of Terry's more experienced partners work with Izuku's to help them grow, with a Goamon trying to bring up Tsukemon's spirits. You'll get there. You just need a bit of motivation and maybe some courage to get what you need. In the meantime though, you do have some advantages the others don't. Tsukeman wonders what the bird Digimon was talking about as she took to the air and watched some of the spars. That was when she noticed that Monodramon's partner, a red Digimon, was leading him into a trap. Look out, she shouted when Monodramon overcommitted to an attack, and he tripped over a route he didn't know red Digimon was leading him towards. Good catch, little girl. I wanted to show him how his straightforward fighting could be a problem. But this works too. Monodramon then waves to Tsukeman and thanks her before focusing back in on red Digimon. Tsukeman then looks over at Hackman trading blows and attacks with a Garuruman, and warns her brother about a broken branch above his opponent. He smiles before firing an attack that drops the branch on Garuruman's head. You see, you have a different advantage compared to them, Goamon says while flying next to Tsukeman. The younger Digimon smiles and thanks Goamon, and the two fly around a bit to get Tsukeman ready for any other trouble. Izuku wants to go back right away, but he knows they don't have enough experience, so he decided to go a different route after questioning Terry about something he could do. You know how to make, I've got no other word for it but a hyper-time chamber, don't you? Izuku says after 2 days of practice. His mentor smiles at him before asking Izuku what made him think that. You can create portals and can roughly tell when the digital world is in sync or out of sync with our own. I find it hard to believe that you wouldn't have found ways to do similar in all the years you've been a tamer. Terry laughs at that before saying he did know a way. But there is a catch. I can't do it very often and in the same place twice. Izuku tells him that was fine. We can find other places to practice, other areas hidden from most people, so long as we can get what we need in time. The older guardian looks down at his student before a slightly bitter smile comes across his face. He's a lot like Utoshi. I wonder if he'll. Terry thinks before saying he could only accelerate the forest area they were in a day relative to an hour. After that, we need to find somewhere else. Izuku nods and asks the man to do it, and thus, Izuku gets an extra day's worth of training added to the day he and his partners spent. The next day they return to Dagaba Beach and Terry could give them a week's worth of training. After that, Izuku gets an extra day after school. For 1 week. This is it, boy. You think you're ready? Terry asked when the week had passed. Izuku was a bit more solidly built now thanks to some strength training from a few of Terry's partners, and he had mastered the basics of the elemental skills. Meanwhile, Monodramon and Hackman felt more comfortable in their champion forms and what their weaknesses were. Tsukeman, though, had yet to reach her champion form, but she had grown as a tactician and strategist during the training, as well as mastering aerial combat, as well as she could with Goamon. To give Izuku a little more magical and medical aid, he loaned a Sorkoraman to Izuku. It's good to meet you. Let's all do our best in the fight to come, Sorkoraman says while extending a hand to Izuku. The boy shakes it and asks Terry to open a portal to the digital world. I think it's time I show you how to do it for yourself, Terry says before asking Izuku to take off his Digivice. He does, and the elder tamer shows him the combination of buttons to make it work, and Izuku opens the way to the digital world. Remember, this is your fight, your mission. I'll step in if absolutely needed, but you chose this path, so you have to follow it. Izuku nods and thanks Terry for teaching him what he could. And with that, the teen and his Digimon disappear into the portal. I hope this goes well. Ulforce says from Terry's Digivice. The man sighs before saying, me too. Once back in the digital world, Izuku is happy to see they aren't far from Primary Village. Hopefully Lehman has some help for us, Monodramon says with some unease. Hackman though seems positive and looking forward to the new friends. Tsukeman kept flying above the group as she had gotten more used to flying constantly, and was happy to see that there were some bigger members at the village. Izuku smiles and they all hurry to Primary Village. Lehman, hey, Izuku and Tsukeman shout as they run up to the village. The big lion smiles while looking up at the pair arriving, as well as the others. Good to see you again. I wish I had some better news, but I couldn't get many who were willing to fight Goamon. We'll have to make do with who we've got. Lehman gestures to a few of the ones who were gathered. The first was a large bird-like Digimon with wings on his back, arms, and legs. He had 2 katana on his hips and was wearing a casa hat. Goamon, this seemed like a good way to improve my skills with my swords. Glad to have you. And you, Izuku says with a look to somewhat nervous-looking little Digimon. It was wearing what looked like armor and shields on both arms. The creature gulped before saying, hi, I'm Renamon. Izuku nodded with a look to a stranger-looking dragon Digimon. It was blue with ice covering its head. The red eyes it had showed a bit of cunning and curiosity. He was introduced as Goamon. I'm not actually planning to go up that mountain with you. I'm going to stay here and help the Electman with protecting Primary Village while Lehman's away. Izuku sighs before seeing the blue dragon's point. Lehman mentioned that he had gone to find others, since Izuku and the rest had been gone about 2 months or so. But there weren't many who wanted to take on a large ultimate. The good news is that a few others did agree to keep an eye on Primary Village like Goamon. So I can go with you to help those people, Lehman says before saying they should rest a bit. Though Tsukeman and Hackman had taken to playing with some of the baby Digimon. Tsukeman though noticed that a few of the baby and rookie Digimon had wandered off to the forest. She flew after them as they disappeared into the trees. Little ones, hello, come out, she called out while flying around the trees. She then heard a roar and screams a bit deeper in. She hurries over and sees an angry Renamon stomping towards the young Digimon. Tsukeman steals her courage and rushes at the big Digimon, hitting it in the head. It doesn't do much, but it does distract the beast to let the little ones get a bit away. Come on, keep up, big guy, she shouts before firing some of her attacks. It does some damage, but the difference in size and power is too great. Tsukeman gets knocked to the ground again and again, but she keeps getting back up. Just like Izuku, there's a difference between running and retreating. One is because you know you've got no chance. The other is to fall back to fight again. As she thinks this, Izuku feels her emotions from his Digivice and tells the rest they need to help her. Hackman quickly digivolves and Izuku hops aboard. Tsukeman can feel that they are coming, but she wants to finish this herself, especially as Renamon stomps towards it. Tsukeman, I'm still right here, and you won't hurt them, Tsukeman shouts as she feels the power from Izuku. The power he helped to foster in her, that Hackman helped her see and Goamon directed her towards. Tsukeman, digivolve too. Witchman, the now named Witchman says as she takes to the sky on her broomstick, a touch of mischief gleaming in her now green eyes. Ballaluna Gale, she shouts and unleashes a blast of wind at Renamon. It knocks the beast back but not down. She puts herself between the young Digimon and the large one and attacks again. Aquary pressure, she shouts as she makes a magic circle and fires a pressurized blast of water. This time she knocks the big Digimon down on his backside. Just as she finished this, Lehman and the rest arrived. Tsukeman, is that you? Izuku asks as the red-robed witch flies down to meet them. Yeah, it's me, Papa, Witchman says with a smile and blush. Hackman is happy and proud of Tsukeman and congratulates her. While they were saying this though, Renamon shook out of the stun and stood once more. Lehman looks ready to fight, but he notices something one of the rookies had. So, that's what this was about, he says before picking the little one up, and the food it had. He then addresses Renamon by asking if he was mad because his food had been stolen. Yeah, I collected a bunch of meat, apples, and other stuff, but they went and ate my whole hoard. Lehman gives the little ones a look and says they'll be talking later. He then bows his head and apologizes to Renamon and offers some extra food from Primary Village. Witchman also apologizes and also thanks Renamon. Even if it was just a misunderstanding, you helped me reach my champion. Now I can help the rest against Goamon. Renamon nods and thanks them both for apologizing. Once back in the village, Lehman and a few Electmen give the ones who ran off a lecture, and Witchman digivolves to Tsukeman once again. You did great, Izuku says as he hugs the little Digimon close. She blushes and laughs as he does, and the others compliment her as well. Hey, your eyes changed. Normally they're yellow, but now they're green. Izuku notices. Tsukeman laughs and says it's just like his eyes. From the trees, there was another being watching. Interesting. She felt inspired by him, and that helped her to digivolve. Perhaps this one could be just what my divination said it might be. The green sight and light. After resting for the night, the group set out. the team of Leomon, Buramon, Hackman, Monodramon, Sukeman, Sorkoromon, Ludomon, and Izuku. As they were walking up to the mountain village, Izuku could feel there was someone else watching them. You feel it too, Buramon said while peeking from under his hat. Izuku nods and wonders who it could be. His first instinct is that it's someone working for Goamon, but that gets pushed aside quickly because he rarely left the mountains from what Monodramon said. Buramon hums before suggesting that he could catch the person when he gets a moment. The gaze seems focused on you. Perhaps they'll follow you if you go alone, the Birdman whispers as the terrain starts to become rocky. Izuku agrees and asks him to be gentle, but I understand if it's not that easy. Buramon nods as they separate again. Izuku says they should stop for lunch and rest a bit. After they do though, he takes a moment to excuse himself, so he could use the bathroom. Once away from the rest, he could still feel the gaze upon him, but he could also tell his ally was behind him as well. Though it's a little weird whoever it is just watching me pee, Izuku thinks with a blush. Suddenly, he hears a crash through the trees and quickly pulls up his pants before investigating. It is there he sees Buramon atop a yellow fox-like Digimon. He is holding their arms behind their back as Izuku runs up. Nice catch and good plan. So who is this? This is a Renamon. Not sure why they've got an interest in you, Midoriya don't know, Buramon says as he pulls the fox up. They grumble before saying, I'm not they, I'm she. And, I do have a reason if you'll let me explain. The human and Birdman share a look before the latter shrugs and they take her back to the camp. Once there she gets a bit of food before explaining that she was following something. I've been trying for a long time to grow strong enough to digivolve, but to no avail. Then I tried something I know is related to my line. I used a divination and it showed me something. She sighed before looking at Izuku and saying, a gaze of green will strengthen the land, with the will to quell mountains and settle seas, and empower those close to it. Izuku gives her a raised eyebrow before saying that it sounded a bit cliché. But you think the gaze of green is me? Because I have green eyes. Renamon shrugs and notes she was going of a bit of a hunch and, well, admittedly a bit of intrigue, interest, not sure which, but something about you does seem interesting, Renamon says while looking over Izuku, who blushes before clearing his throat. He asks if she knows what they were going into and if she'd be willing to help. She doesn't say anything but nods and the group leaves it at that for the time being. Izuku pulls Buramon away and asks what he knows about Renamon. I don't know much about this one in particular, but I do know what some say about them. They are consummate warriors, very skilled and powerful. Plenty of them have the capability to defeat champions, despite them only being rookie-stage Digimon. Izuku lets out a low whistle and chuckles to himself about the situation. A little more than we expected, but it's a good team. Even if Sorkoromon is only going to heal and help at minimum. Still, 7 samurai Digimon, Izuku thinks with a little chuckle. The next day the group made it to the village, and they could tell that the last month under Goamon's thumb had been a bit hard on them. There were no thugs, but they could see many Digimon with their heads hanging low and sad. Upon arriving, many were shocked and happy. Others were not though. An old Goamon stepped forward and greeted the group. You returned. Why, this isn't your fight. Izuku shook his head and said it was their fight. We picked it a bit as is. And he continued it, and I intend that we finish it. The determination burning in Izuku's eyes surprises Goamon. But it doesn't lift his spirits. Part of me wishes you didn't come at all. The other part though wishes you'd come back sooner, he says sadly before asking them to come with him. Hey wait, where's Caesarman? Sukeman asks innocently. The flinch from many of the people in the village tells most of the group what happened. He's gone, isn't he? Is that part of why you wished we'd come back sooner? Izuku says sadly. Goamon nods before guiding them to a canteen. He told them that Caesarman stood up to Goamon and tried to rally the rest of them how he could. But it wasn't enough. We lost a few good Digimon, Caesarman included. The Rock Digimon said and told them that he'd taken over to try and lead. But most of them didn't see him as much of a leader. Sukeman cries a bit at hearing what happened to Caesarman, while the others look down in sadness. Renamon says a quick prayer with Izuku along with her, before they can process more of those thoughts. They all hear a crash from the mines. Everyone runs out and looks up to see some smoke coming from the tunnels. We need to help them, Izuku shouts before running off to the mine. Hackman and Monodramon follow him as Sukeman takes to the air. Leomon is surprised but quickly follows after them. The other Digimon shrug before doing the same. Izuku looks down the tunnel and sees some of the Goamon running out of the mine, and plenty of them were injured. Sorkoromon quickly sets up an area to start treating the injured and Izuku took the lead on helping some of the Digimon out of mines. The rest of the Digimon follow his lead and run into the mines. Hackman and Strikdramon were exceptionally helpful. The former had more surface to carry injured while the latter was fast and could quickly move patients out. Witchman couldn't fly but she could put out some of the flames with her water spells while the other large Digimon carried everyone out. Renamon was almost as fast as Strikdramon and was helping who she could out of the mine. Is there anyone else inside? Izuku shouted as one of the Goamon mentioned that there were a few much deeper in the mines. But the flames were in the way. I couldn't put them out. What do we do? Izuku tightened his fist before telling Strikeman and Witchman to come with him. Wait, are you really going down there? Renamon says with a gulp. Izuku is clearly scared, but he takes a deep breath and says he is. Renamon is shocked, but he tightens his fist before leaping at Izuku. In a flash of light, Renamon changes into a new form. I'm a Legend Arms Digimon, and this is my arms form. I'll do what I can to keep you safe, Renamon says from within the shield. Izuku nods as they head down to rescue those still trapped in the mine. Izuku grunted as he and Renamon went deeper into the mine shaft to rescue anyone else. Strikeman and Witchman were close behind him and keeping an eye on the stability of the tunnel as they hurried down. Needed as the ground was still rumbling as they carried on. Look out, Renamon shouted as part of the ceiling started to come down. Izuku quickly put the Legend Arms Mon up to block the falling rocks. He barely felt the impact as the stones fell, and once it was done, he checked Renamon's surface and saw no damage. Impressive. This will be really helpful, Izuku exclaims before they all head deeper in. They see the burning rock area they needed to get through, and Izuku kept his shield in front of him as the blaze roiled out. I'll handle this. Aquari pressure, Witchman calls out and tries to cut through the flames as fast as possible. But it won't be snuffed out that easily and keeps rising as she blasts the fire. But Izuku sees something that could work for them. Strikeman, get ready. Witchman, focus your attack on the right side and mix it with Baluna Gale, Izuku calls out before counting a few seconds. And when he saw it once more, he told Strikeman to move as fast as possible. Right, the Dragon Digimon says before sprinting through the quick gap Witchman made. His sprint let him get to a few of the stranded Goamon, but he had to wait to feel Izuku's intent for him to sprint back again. There's a few of them still down there, and the ceiling is coming down. I don't know if I can get them all out fast enough. Then we'll keep them covered. I'll go with you next time, Izuku says before climbing on Strikeman's back. He holds Renamon in front of Strikeman's body before nodding to Witchman. She returns it before blasting through the flames once more and gives the trio their opening. Once on the other side, Izuku sees some of the rocks about to fall on some of the injured Digimon, and his body moves on its own once more, this time aided by the Digimon on his arm. He cocks his arm back and throws the shield Digimon with all the strength he could. And while he freaks out, Renamon goes along with it to bash through the falling rocks. After that, he adjusted himself mid-flight to impact the walls to bounce back to Izuku. Well, that was weird, but I'm glad it worked, Renamon says with a slightly shaky tone to his voice. Izuku lets out a chuckle and notes he was surprised it worked. He then communicates to Witchman to tell her to start her attacks again, waiting for the moment and sending Strikeman through when she had made their opening. But before they could start again, the cave started to collapse once more. Izuku grit his teeth and held Renamon aloft to protect the still injured Digimon. Izuku, we can't hold out, Renamon says while straining from the weight atop him. But the boy doesn't buckle and says, I'm not letting them die. We will save them. Renamon feels Izuku's dedication, courage, and will in his words, and it makes the Legend Arms Digimon tremble, and his own courage build with it. He feels this strengthen him and the little shield glows. Renamon, Digivolve 2. Teal Renamon. Suddenly the former green shield in his hands is blue and seems to be projecting a force field around Izuku and the few injured Digimon. Izuku, I think we can walk out now. Trust me, the shield says as he increases the size of the field to move them forward. Got it. Stay close, Izuku says before addressing the injured Digimon. Some pick up those who can't walk, but they all get as close as they can to Izuku and Teal Renamon. Izuku takes a deep breath before stepping into the flames, and just as the shield arms promised, they could walk through the blaze. Izuku gives him a quick thank you and they work their way toward the partners on the other side. Papa, Witchman cries when Izuku and the Digimon finally get past the fire. She runs over and hugs him with tears in her eyes. I'm okay. Thanks to Teal Renamon here, Izuku says while patting Witchman's head. He holds up the shield Digimon and he transforms into his new state, with a lupine chest plate and helmet to match his new state. When you refused to back down or buckle, that flowed into me, and it helped make me stronger. Izuku thanks Teal Renamon and thanks the Legend Arms Digimon again before saying they needed to get the rest out of the mine. Once out, most were celebrating that most everyone was safe after all that happened. We don't have much, but we will be more than happy to share it with our saviors, the old Goamon says with a smile. The hero Digimon thank the elder and enjoy some good food that they had stored. During the dinner though, Izuku and Renamon started discussing ways to fortify the village. It's both a good and bad thing this place is in a valley of sorts. The high walls mean we can predict where they will likely come from, but it also limits what we could counter, and leaves us open if they attack from above some way. Right, Renamon? Izuku says while eating and sharing a bit of food with some of the little Digimon. Renamon sighs and agrees before asking how Goamon's forces usually handle intimidating or collecting from their village. Goamon sighs before saying, they usually come once a month. A few of the goons will arrive and stay a few days before taking a large amount of our stores of ores and food, not to mention helping themselves to plenty of the latter. The lead two nod and ask how many of the villagers would be willing or able to fight. The elder can only say that they still didn't have anyone who wanted to or would be able to fight, as most were lost when HanBaron stood up to Goamon. Izuku hums before asking if they could get the less combat-capable ones out of the village. That way there would be less threat to your people, and we could try and set up more of a defense for this town. The elder sighs before calling for a female Goamon and asking if she could gather those who didn't or couldn't fight and get them away. I hope you have something of a plan, he says after the other Goamon leaves. Izuku smirks slightly and says, I've got a few ideas on how we can make our position and the surrounding area work for us. Over the next few days, many of the younger or those who had no combat skills were escorted away. Renamon acting as guard and would return to heal after the first battle, while a handful of Goamon and a Monodramon worked to dig and build some fortifications and other ways to disrupt the enemies when they arrive, with some like Renamon helping in the matter. Others like Renamon and Goamon stuck to scouting the area to make sure there were no others on their way, only for BGMI to find a group of 5 that were discussing who or what they saw in the village, and he quickly dispatched them with his Tsubamen Geshi strikes. I'm not sure if that was the best, but if nothing else it will give us more time and an element of surprise before they arrive. Izuku muses after helping in some of the mines and then with the fortifications. BGMI agrees and says he'll keep an eye further up the mountain. Renamon stops him though and suggests that he stay closer to the village. We'll need your swords soon enough. Renamon is plenty stealthy and Goamon is a pretty capable flyer. The bird swordsman seems unsure, but he can see the wisdom in the matter. So, he helps to train a few of the other Digimon with blades and reinforcing the buildings in the village. Not 3 days after BGMI dealt with the goons, a group of Ogremon and Hyagamon were marching toward the village, with a Fugamon leading them, wearing some sort of armor or gear. At least that was what it looked like. Perhaps it's a way to denote rank. Renamon reported on one knee before Izuku, who just sighed and said she didn't have to do that. But thanks for the report. We don't have much time. The various Digimon agree and get ready for the fight to come. Izuku asks Renamon to stand up front to address the Fugamon. Might be better that we don't note that I'm here and maybe boosting others. More of an element of surprise. Renamon nods and agrees. I think that's some of why I digivolved. I felt a bit inspired by you, so I'll keep their focus on me for now. The boy nods and hides up by the mine shafts to watch and then suggesting his main partners digivol, including Ludamon to Ludamon. I'm much faster in this form, so I can cover people down with Renamon, the shield Digimon says with a nod. Good call. Witchman, stay up high until needed. Huckman, Strikedramon, head for the other mine shafts. Only rush out once the fighting starts. I'll fire off any blasts or attacks if needed, Izuku says with a determined look in his eyes. The trio nod and take their positions. Izuku meanwhile brings his goggles over his eyes to watch the entrance to the village and calibrates them to listen in. As the Fugamon steps forward with his horde around him, we had feeling when others not come back. How many here? It grunts out while looking around the entrance. Enough, is all Renamon says before commenting that the walls and the like weren't to keep them out. It's to keep you in place. BGMI says with a glare down at the horde as he lands atop a house. You think you're going to stop us? You not know what happened to HanBaron? We know enough, and that's all the more reason to fight you. Ludamon says, brandishing his claws and shields. Renamon then pops in and says, we will not allow you to keep terrorizing these Digimon any longer. Fugamon snarls and looks all around, seeing that there were fewer people around, and that even some of the Goamon looked ready for a fight. Izuku mutters out a wait for it while preparing a sonic void shot. High up in the air, Witchman takes aim with her spells to take out some goons. Evil Hurricane, Sonic Void, Fugamon and then Izuku call out. He keeps hidden, but his attack impacts the black attack he sent toward Renamon, and the Beast Digimon quickly draws his sword and rushes the Oni-like Digimon. The rest of the goons scatter and attack the village, only to be met by attacks from the rest. Ludamon quickly rushing a few to block and then leave the thugs open to strikes from the Goamon. Some go after the food stores, but Renamon is quickly on them, dispatching a few before they can react. Other leap up and use their weapons, but BGMI is more than ready and quickly counters their clumsy skills. From up in the air, Witchman starts raining down shot after shot of her spells, with Izuku firing some as well. And when the Ogre and Hyagamon try to find out who is attacking, Huckman and Strikedramon quickly rush them. Fugamon tries to hold Renamon in place to attack, but Izuku keeps him covered by using a trick he was still working on, in calling upon a rune forest attack to knock down the group of Hyagamon that attempted to take him out. The others deal with many more of the invading Digimon, and Renamon uses his Fist of the Beast King to knock out Fugamon. Due to this, the rest of the monster-like Digimon start to flee, with Burai and Witchman following them from the air to make sure they had gone. with some falling into the traps the miners had set and leaving them open to Witchman's spells. Izuku came out to see the damage and results, assured that the fight was done. At least for now, he mutters under his breath. Lehman and the rest nod and note that he did good with covering them. But Fugaman wasn't taking his defeat lying down. He waited for the right moment and leapt at Lehman with his club raised high. Izuku saw it in slow motion and then surged forward himself to intercept, with Teal'c attaching to his arm as he charged. The boy blocks the club attack and charges up a wind claw in his free hand, and then thrusts forward to spear the virus Digimon on his arm. Izuku didn't fully realize what he'd done until he heard the virus Digimon gurgling. Human, stronger than look. And with that, Fugaman was deleted and his data set to return to primary village. Izuku meanwhile was shivering and looking at his hand in a bit of terror. Izuku, Beahukman shouts before turning back into Hackman. The boy seems scared for a moment, as if he thought he'd kill his old partner. But said partner stops that thought by putting his claws atop Izuku's hand. Izuku, calm down. You just reacted right. And even if you don't like the idea, it still works out. Given what we're dealing with, Fugaman will be reborn and he'll have a new chance to be someone different. But for now we need you here. Izuku looks into Hackman's eyes and it helps to calm him a bit. He lets out a ragged breath before thanking him and Teal'c. The legend arms changes back before to digivolving and saying it was no problem. Goamon and Witchman report back soon after and everyone takes time to recuperate. Goamon, could you get Sorkoraman? A few did get hurt. Renamon asks before helping to heal a bit herself. The bird Digimon nods and quickly takes off to get the spellcaster. While the village was recovering, the few who got away reported to Goamon. So, there is a new human here, and not one like the usual guardians. We need to take him. Then we can become even stronger, the massive crystal creature says before standing from his throne. Are you sure, sir? It seems like it might be more trouble than it's worth. Wizardman asks with a little worry. But the glare from Goamon cowed him and he went about bringing together the troops. The large Digimon looked down at his hand before crushing some stones in it, making diamonds to add to his body. He let out a tempered but still angry breath before talking to himself. Perhaps I could finally reach the stage we aimed for. Tashinori. But he pushes past the thoughts and focuses in on being the intimidating thug to keep his men in line. Once the village had been repaired, the elder was ready to celebrate at the idea that they had run off the oppressors. It's not that simple. They'll be back, Goamon says with a frustrated look on his face. Lehman agrees and suggests they get ready for the next fight. First things first. We've still got injured, Izuku says while helping Sorkoraman and Renamon with treatments. They keep working and try to reinforce the defenses of the village. But something unsettling happens a few days after the fight. She's not back yet, Goamon reports after flying around the area and scouting. After most of the injured had been treated, Renamon took to scouting again to prevent possible new attacks. But that was over a day ago. Izuku was tapping his foot and let out a strained breath before standing. Hackman and I'll go looking for her. But in the meantime, you should all be ready for what is likely to come, Izuku says with a look to Burai and Lehman. Outside he talks with the two and notes what he thinks might happen. Goamon has an interest in me. He could be using this as a way to get to me. So be ready for an attack here. The two agree, and Goamon says he'll shadow Izuku and Hackman. Just in case. Tsukiman there is a capable flyer on her own. Not to mention she's a good shot with her attacks. Izuku agrees and tells his partners to get ready. They all digivolve, including Monodramon who had recently asked to stay with Izuku. I think I could really embody what I'm supposed to be if I stay with you, the shield legend Arms had said with a nervous look. But Izuku was more than happy to have him along. Keep them safe. It's what you do, Izuku said to Teal'c. The blue-armored Digimon smirks and says, of course, I plan to do no less. With that, Beahukman and Izuku take off to check the area Renamon had been scouting. And just as Izuku predicted, the Ogremen and other versions started swarming and attacking the village. Each of the warriors fought hard, but they were outnumbered, until those who had been sent away for safety returned and started to fight back as well. Some were deleted, but others put in some strong hits to turn the tide and give Lehman and the rest the support they needed, using picks, shovels, and their own attacks to fight back, even if that just involved using onions and burger patties to throw off the horde. Hold out a bit longer, they'll run out sooner or later, Strikedraman shouted after going through a few Oni. And while Witchman had planned to cover them with her spells, she was currently fighting Wizardman. Man, he's trickier than I thought. He was just a goblin, right? That somewhat smarter one, Witchman thinks while dodging magical game and thunderball attacks, firing back with her own spells. But it is during one of their exchanges of fire, she notices something. Every so often, Wizardman would glance toward the village, seeming pensive about the fight he was compliant in. She took advantage of this but didn't fully defeat the magical Digimon. You don't want any of this, do you? She asked as she floated down to the disarmed Digimon. Wizardman looks up at her with some shock but then to the side in a bit of sadness. It doesn't matter what I or the others want. Goamon is the boss. We follow his lead and orders, even if it costs you all your lives. What good does that do? Sure, he's strong, but that won't make things better for you, the younger Digimon exclaims. She notes that he may have forced Wizardman and the others to digivolve, but that didn't mean they owed him anything. And while he still looks like he wants to fight, Witchman's words get through to him. He asks how it was any different from what Izuku did for her and the others. He doesn't force us to digivolve against our will. We each were inspired in some way by him. His courage, his spirit, his compassion. That helped us reach heights we couldn't before. This inspires Wizardman a bit more, enough to where he tries to rush over to the village to convince the remaining ogre Digimon to stop, with Witchman giving him a lift. Stop, everyone, stop, Wizardman shouts as they arrive. He appeals to the few of his brothers that remain to stop. While plenty are still looking for a fight, Wizardman gets their attention and gets them all to focus on how they had been living in fear of Goamon for so long. We've been his tools and puppets for so long, but perhaps with all of them, we could defeat him. You're supposed to be smart. We can't beat boss. Maybe we can if we digivolve. That's still not enough. Remember, boss beat previous boss when he was just a Goamon. The various Oni Digimon tossed these statements around, but a few thought about the matter and were willing to side with Wizardman for the time being. Maybe that human can stop the boss. Maybe he could undo what boss done to us. We wait and see what happens next. If nothing else, the fight in the village has gained a bit of a reprieve. With Izuku though, he and Bayahuckman had been searching for an hour with little luck. Same for Bureiman. I can't see much from the treetops. I'll search down here with you, the bird says while drawing his swords. Izuku nods and tells the group to split up but stay close enough to hear one another. They keep walking and searching for Renamon. I don't like this. It's too quiet, Bayahuckman says while moving through the trees, only to be waylaid by a tree he didn't see coming. Izuku hits the ground after this as another tree goes over his head. One goes at Bureiman but he slices it to pieces. Bayahuckman, I'm okay. We should follow the path of that attack, the three say, and the two still standing take off to find Goamon. Sort of. He had buried himself in a clearing and made Wizardman conceal him more with his magic. And in his massive hand was Renamon unconscious. Curse refraction. He calls out and beams of light fire from his various crystals and kicking up dust all around. Once the attack was done, the trees all around had been wiped away. Some are currently sitting atop Bayahuckman. Bureiman was dazed after that attack and only Izuku was still standing. He was scared as the massive crystals stalked up to him, but he tried to not let it show. A human, a young one, capable of truly bonding with us, aside from the other guardians drifting about. I haven't seen one in years. Goamon says this while leaning down to look Izuku in the eye, and the boy sees his reflection in golden eyes of his foe. Let her go. We can work something out, Izuku says while trying to appeal to the large Digimon, who just laughs and tells Izuku he's in no place to barge in. I hold this fox, and my troops go to take care of your little rebellion. He bellows before telling Izuku what he will do. Work for Goamon and make his troops stronger, as well as finally getting past the hurdle Goamon was aiming for, to reach the level of Mega. Izuku smirks before saying, what makes you assume they'll win that easily? There will always be those who push back against tyranny, even if it takes time. Goamon growls at Izuku and is ready to make his demands again. But this was a partial distraction. Bureiman had regained consciousness and saw some of Izuku's subtle hand movements while he was talking with Goamon. The bird turns his blades around before rushing as fast as he can at the giant beast, but he doesn't go for the head. Instead, he bludgeoned the hand Goamon was holding Renamon with. Izuku, here, Bureiman shouts before kicking the fox toward the teen. He catches Renamon and then fires a sonic void shot at Goamon's face to give Bureiman a chance to escape, which he does and strikes the monster multiple times while Izuku alternates between healing Renamon and attacking Goamon. Bayahuckman jumps in next and uses his teen blade and fifth cross to do some more damage around the body, causing a handful of cracks. But the big boss has had enough and uses a downward punch and a curse refraction to kick up more dust, blinding Bureiman and leaving him open to his signature attack, Giant Greater. Goamon shouts before bringing his arms down on Bureiman. The samurai bird sees this coming, but he can't get out of the way in time. So instead, he makes one last desperate play. He throws both of his swords in opposite directions. The first is toward where he roughly thinks Izuku and Renamon are, and the second is on an open crack he could see in Goamon. Bureiman smiles a bit as the hammer comes down and thinks about his pursuit of growing his skills with his swords. Perhaps we will meet in my next life, and we could help each other grow together, Bureiman thinks as the attack hits hard, deleting him. Renamon was waking up as this was happening, and both she and Izuku were shocked by what happened. The fox Digimon grit her teeth as she tried to stand and avenge Bureiman. You aren't healthy enough, Izuku says while holding on to her. He then fires a few more sonic void shots at Goamon, but he seems more annoyed by them. And Bayahuckman is barely making a dent and is sent flying once more. You're more trouble than you are worth, Goamon roars as he prepares to crush Izuku and Renamon. The boy shoves Renamon out of the way of the attack, and even though he is sure this is the end, he doesn't let Goamon see him scared. He puts on a brave smile to try and say it would be okay. This new surge of courage flows into Hakuman once more. His body glows and starts to change. Hakuman, Digivolve 2. Savior Hakuman. The now named Savior Hakuman shouts as he crosses his arms, and the shield-like sections pop out red blades. He is completely upright this time and still has the same red cape from before. But what he is standing on makes little sense. That being legs made of blades. Seems like I've just closed the gap. Time for round 2, Savior Hakuman says before pushing Goamon back. Goamon was sure that he had everything planned out. It should have been easy to take down a bunch of champions. I've built myself up over centuries here in the digital world. But this boy Gok, the giant of crystal and stone, grunted as Savior Hakuman stabbed him in the stomach with his tail. It didn't pierce his crystals, but it did hurt. Izuku, you okay? The ultimate level Digimon asked while keeping his eyes on his opponent. Yeah, I'm good. I'm getting Renamon out of here. Can you handle this? With the courage you empowered me with, I can keep going and take this a hole down, Savior Hakuman says before brandishing his blades. And a narrowed eye at the giant, who roars and goes to smash the Dragon Warrior Digimon. The two ultimate level Digimon clash as Izuku runs to a safe distance. Not happening. I'm not losing anyone else, he exclaims when Renamon asks that she be left behind. Even when she asks again as some stones from the fight launch toward the two. Sonic Void. Izuku shouts as he unleashes an attack to shatter the incoming boulder, a glare of determination burning in his eyes. The fire burning within stirs something within the Fox Digimon, and she pushes herself up to launch a diamond storm to stop a different boulder. If you aren't leaving me, then we should keep moving. Izuku nods and helps to move her further from the battle taking place. Goamon roars before unleashing a curse refraction attack and blasting the area around him and Savior Hakuman. But the Dragon Digimon evades and uses the launch stones to leap around and get above the Mineral Digimon. Ledge Strike, he calls out as he dives down with his bladed legs first, cutting and stabbing at Goamon where he can. Huh, you think your puny blades can pierce me? Goamon shouts as he swipes at Savior Hakuman, who blocks and rolls out of the likely follow-up. The mountainous Digimon brings up both arms to try and slam down on Savior Hakuman, but he throws him off balance with a barrage of meteor flame shots from his mouth. Trident Saber, Savior Hakuman exclaims, hoping that it would be enough to cut through the thick stones. But Goamon blocks and uses Curse Refraction to throw off any more attacks. Damn it, I'm not really taking any hits, but I'm not landing any meaningful hits myself. I need an opening. While Savior Hakuman was thinking this, Izuku had gotten himself and Renamon above the fight to observe, as well as to listen in on Goamon trying to sway Savior Hakuman. Why do you follow that human? They don't truly care for this world or us. How can you say that? Izuku came back to help and protect those you were taking advantage of, Savior Hakuman says while renewing his assault. Goamon exclaims that he knows it all too well. I once believed in humans, or at least one human. We sought to grow together, to become protectors of these regions. But he abandoned me. He left me behind. Weren't you just the same? This makes Izuku and Savior Hakuman stop for a moment and think back on what had happened between them. He's right that I did leave you behind, but not on purpose, and I'm not walking away now. I'm not going to leave you or any of the others alone, Haku, Izuku thinks after hearing the Crystal Digimon's rage and claims. Savior Hakuman feels these thoughts and emotions, and he smiles because of them and the hope it could represent. To go past what I started as, to grow into being a true hero with Izuku. That is why I will stand with him, no matter what. Trident Saber. Goamon snarls at the Dragon Knight Digimon and calls him a fool before revamping his attacks. Izuku keeps the battle in his sights and looks for some way to help his old friend and partner win. I'm not just going to stand on the sidelines. We'll find a way, he exclaims as Renamon finishes recovering. She can feel even more of that same determination and puts a comforting paw on Izuku's shoulder. Then maybe I can help to make it so, Renamon says with a slight smile and feels the Izuku's will fill her with power. And it finally unlocks something she had been missing. Renamon, Digivolve 2. Goamon, what used to be a small yellow fox, was now a purple nine-tailed fox, large enough for Izuku to ride. Let's go, Izuku. While the green-haired teen is surprised, he's also happy and hops on Goamon's back. Let's go, he commands, and the newly awakened champion leaps toward the fight anew. Savior Hakuman meanwhile had been looking for an opening or any kind of weak point to exploit. Look out, Izuku shouts as Goamon unleashes a few rounds of tail flames to impact on the Crystal Digimon's body. You think that just because you are here that you are oof, that you gak, will you stop it? Goamon shouts as the human and beast Digimon run around him while unleashing attacks, tail flames, as well as sonic void spheres and ice archery shots. When Goamon charges up to use his curse refraction once more, Savior Hakuman rushes in with a few kicks before using meteor flame to shoot the mountain of crystal in his face. It is during this assault Izuku finally notices something. Look there, in his side. Doesn't that look like? Indeed it does. Perhaps Burimon did more than buy us time. Goamon proclaims before asking Izuku to create as many sonic void orbs as he could. And he does just that before sending an alert to Savior Huckman. Got it. Just get me the opening. Goamon snarls and demands to know what they were talking about, only to be surprised and feel ever-increasing pain in his side from the wind-boosted tail flames. Wait, no, he screamed as the katana in his side was forced deeper into the crack Burimon had created. Goamon tries to defend his new weak spot, but Izuku uses a different ability to keep his arms in place for Savior Huckman to make his move. Rune Forest, bind him. Izuku shouts as a group of roots rip out of the ground to hold Goamon's arms in place. Haku, NOOWWW. Trident Saber, Savior Huckman shouts as he rushes and strikes the cracks in katana that had damaged Goamon's crystalline body. No, NOOO. I spent so long to get even to this level. Don't take it away. Goamon shouts as he feels the cracks expand and compound across his body. Izuku hops off of Goamon and creates the strongest sonic void sphere he can. Goamon, give him all you've got. Right, Yinryu. The human and Digimon shout as they each unleash their attacks. Goamon's looking like a large red dragon of fire, and made stronger by Izuku's sonic void shot, and Savior Huckman using his meteor fire attack as well. All of these attacks and damage finish breaking down Goamon's body. But instead of deleting him as they assumed, he first turned back into a Goamon, still crying out as his body broke again and again, until what was left was just a Gotsumon. What the heck? Izuku muttered as the Gotsumon was laying down on the ground. He took a few cautious steps toward the Digimon, but it barely moved, only vaguely recognizing that Izuku was close now. Just finish me. I've spent too long doing cruel things to try and gain the power I sought. He looks up at Izuku and the boy can see he now had a large scar over his right eye. And while tempted to do that, he lets it go with a sigh. No, this isn't the way to make right what has happened, Izuku says while looking at the exhausted Gotsumon. Hackman agrees and says, some part of you fell apart due to being abandoned, but your spirit wasn't fully broken. You kept aiming for what you dreamed of, even if it was through cruel or extreme methods. You just need a chance to make things right. Goamon agrees and notes that the villagers shouldn't be the only ones who decide, given they would all be for deleting the Gotsumon. She digivolves and uses some skills to bind the Gotsumon before they head back to the mining village. The group expected here more fighting and were surprised by how quiet it now was in the village, with the ogres and wizardmen standing on one side, and Renamon on the other with the villagers and the rest of the team. I take it we've reached an impasse, Izuku asked while looking between the two groups. Something like that. Your girl managed to talk Wizardman down and he convinced the rest, Renamon says with a smile directed Izuku's way. But it is then he notices that Burimon was gone, and the tied-up Gotsumon they had. He closed his eyes before saying, I take it that is the boss. Izuku looks back at the scarred Gotsumon and admits he is. Burimon gave his life to make a weak point on him for us to exploit, made even easier given Hackman reached his ultimate level. Everyone looked at Hackman in surprise and excitement, and the little dragon was shy at first but preened a bit at the cheering, though it seemed to bring the Gotsumon down a bit, especially when a few of the miners were glaring at him, with the former boss expecting them to start attacking now that he had no power. Same for his former minions, and while some of them did look ready to do just that, Wizardman and the Elder Gotsumon stopped their charges. I take it you thought it best to leave this to others, including his former minions, the Elder Gotsumon says. Izuku nods and decides to play some of the conversation he had with Savior Huckman. Hearing it makes a few sympathetic, as they now saw this big boss as a scared, lonely Digimon who was trying to achieve an old dream. And somewhere along the way he lost his way and fell apart. He has done some other good for us when we were goblin and the like. We were living with nothing and were somewhat jokes to other Digimon, but he brought us together and made sure we were all fed or protected, even if he started getting more extreme lately. He helped so many of us grow, Wizardman says with some of the ogre Digimon nodding. And while there are some who are tempted to take him out, a few leading ones of each ogre have their own thoughts. The lead Fuggerman says, taking him out no fun. It one thing with Monodramon who could take hits all day, but this, he not enough to be a good fight. An ogreman notes that he'd led them more to raid to keep their crew strong. And he did find a way to help us digivolve, something hard to do on normal days, Hyagaman says while resting his ice club down. Hearing all of this makes Gotsumon tear up and quietly thank some of his former men for still respecting him. When there are some who are still calling for the fallen fiend's blood, someone else steps in. He was once the partner to a person much like myself and Izuku, but that person abandoned him. Everyone looks around until they see Terry arriving on the back of an Airdramon with an Aerovidraman flying beside him. He then recalls the Airdramon and asks Sorkorman if he needed more help healing the injured. No, I'm good. Though to be honest, I could use a break. Come on back, pal. I'll discuss a few things here, Terry says and Sorkorman nods before disappearing. The dark-skinned man sighs before relaying what he knew about Goamon and his history, how he had been a partner to a potential guardian like him. But over 40 years in the human world ago, his partner never came back. Though I'm guessing it felt longer for you, right, Guts? Goamon tears up a bit before saying it felt more like centuries. You know well enough that time is odd here in the digital world. And I never saw my friend for ages, but I still wanted to make it to our goal, to get to the mega level and try to protect. But Izuku notes that it got lost along the way from his loneliness and sadness. Then maybe what he needs is to be around others that could help him regain some hope, Renamon suggests, while looking at the Goamon in question. For his compatriots though, Wizardman and a few of the lead ogre Digimon have a different idea. Rather than being bullies and demanding resources, maybe we could stay and work here. We've got a few solid bodies Digimon after all, and some good fighters, Wizardman suggests. And while there are a few who are uneasy, there are more of the leaders from the village who like the idea. But not all of the ogre Digimon like the idea and say they still want to fight. But the lead ogres step up and defend Wizardman and the villagers. Anyone who would be more interested in staying, step up. The rest, well, you know where the exit is, Wizardman say while stealing his courage, creating a thunderball in his hand. Only about a third of the ogres stand with him and the leaders. The rest say they'll be back to take what they want and fight how they want. Some things never change. You think you'll all be okay? Izuku asks Wizardman and the older Goamon. I think so. Having some good muscle and friends will help to keep us safe now. Goamon extends a hand to Wizardman, who takes it and shakes with some hope for a good partnership. I guess it's time we move on. We've got work to do back in the human world, Izuku says with a look to Terry. He smiles and agrees but suggests that they head back to Primary Village. Along the way, a few of the others consider what could be next for them all. While Renamon had decided to go with Izuku and his team, Renamon and Renamon consider more of what it could mean on the way back. The former thinking on her divination and how his courage helped her to digivolve. Renamon though considers how he was also able to digivolve after meeting Izuku, and questioned if, now that he was a Renamon, he still had the same duty to Primary Village. We Electmen took it upon ourselves to guard and care for the babies reborn in the village. But now that I'm much stronger, maybe I should turn my views beyond the village. The two continue to think on this as they make their way down the mountain and look upon the village and forested areas. Once in Primary Village, Renamon is happy to see all of the little ones, and some of the little ones were curious about Guts, who was being watched over by the others. Izuku and Terry relayed what had transpired with Guts and what they wanted to do with him. I've got something to help you keep him in line if you need it, Terry says while looking back at the Digimon who had been another good friend once upon a time. One that he missed with his focus on his side of the world and could have been there for when Toshinori abandoned him. I don't think that'll be too necessary. He doesn't look like the same level of trouble that did before, one of the Electmen says with a look to the downtrodden Digimon. But Guts seems to lighten up a bit when some of the little Digimon asked if he could play with them, which mostly involved him tossing a ball when they knocked it towards him. Goamon smiled and said it was good everything worked out. But where's Pureman? He asked innocently enough. Izuku, Renamon, and Hackman looked down at that before explaining what happened. Goamon gave Guts a dirty look before sighing and saying, I guess if nothing else, he would be glad to hear that his plan and attack worked. And if you don't need anything else, I'll be heading back to the cold mountains. The terse way Goamon said that off put a few of the people around. Terry had an idea what was going on and offered to take the Digimon to his home region. You know how to make portals back, Izuku. But I think a few others want to have a word, he said while summoning Airdramon. Izuku then looks around to see Renamon and Renamon trying to come up with something to say to him. The former seems sheepish or shy about it though, so Renamon goes first. When I first met you, I thought you were someone trying to hurt the little ones under my and the others' care. But I saw your courage and compassion that day and it helped me to reach this level. If you'd have me, I'd like to come with you, to get stronger and maybe save more lives, digital and human. Renamon's request doesn't really surprise Izuku, but it does surprise the little Digimon who cry as he was going to leave. Izuku then smiles and tells the little ones, we'll be back, not just to spend time with you all, but because I intend to protect all of you as well. Renamon is relaxed by this atmosphere and decides to make her own statement. I sought a possible way to make myself stronger, a way to grow after hitting the wall of my digivolution. And in meeting you I achieved that, and I can feel that I will grow even more. Besides, I still have to see more of what you can and will do. So far, you've only quelled the mountain. Next is the sea. Renamon says this with a slightly coy and teasing look in her blue eyes, one that makes Izuku uncomfortable, but he's glad to have her along. Does this mean I have a big sister now? Goamon asks after resting atop Izuku's head. Those around have a laugh at that and all Izuku says is maybe. Renamon, welcome to the team, Izuku says with his hands extended to the pair of Digimon, who take it before Hackman, Monodramon, Renamon, and Goamon put their own paws and claws in. With smiles and goodbyes, Izuku registers the 2 new Digimon and makes a portal home. Izuku sighed before saying, I know it wasn't that long on this side, but man, that was a rough week. The Digimon chuckle at this while Renamon and Leomon look around in a bit of wonder at the human world. Hackman then advises the 2 on how to become invisible while in this world. Though with the way Leomon looks, plenty would think he's just a normal person now. The champion-level Digimon is confused by this, but he gets his answer when they make their way into town. So, these are those quirk things? He questioned with some sideways looks, especially at a person who looked like a large human. He questioned if the people were turning into Digimon or some other kind of monster. Honestly, hard to say, Izuku says as they make their way back to his home, where his mother is waiting to hear what happened, and then shocked by the newest members of the team and family, at least as far as Tsukeman was concerned. And guess what? I can digivolve now. Watch, the little one exclaims as she changes from Tsukeman to Witchman. Inko seems to have blue screen though, and it takes a bit of Witchman's water to wake her up. So this is normal? She asks after taking a sip of tea. Hackman and Monodramon laugh before admitting it was the case. We just go back to our rookie forms because it's easier. Meanwhile, madam, I prefer this state. I feel more comfortable like this, though I won't take up room here given the small size of your home, Leomon says with a slight bow. And while Inko wants to be a good host, she knows that the lion Digimon was correct. Renamon meanwhile intrigued her as the fox seemed akin to the old legends of Japan. I'll spend time outside as well. I want to observe a bit more of this world, and I personally can't wait to see what else Izuku can and will do in the future, Renamon says with a nod. Inko sighs and just says they'll need at least a bit more food for the night. I want to celebrate Izuku and all of you coming home safe and meeting new members, she says while patting Renamon on the head. He blushed at the affection and thanked her, saying he'd protect them as best he could, before showing his shield form and attaching to Izuku and Inko. Izuku and his mother were about to go out to get some more food, but sitting outside their door were bags of extra food, with a note attached. Thought your mom might want to celebrate, so I thought I'd provide a bit for you all. Terry, Izuku read with a laugh. Inko chuckled as well, and the 2 humans happily made katsudons for everyone. Elsewhere in Japan, Stain and Sealstroman were hunting heroes and Digimon to purge. And while Sealstroman was originally more interested in boosting his kill count, he had grown close to the villain and began to understand more of his ideals, as well as some of the contradictions to them. Wait, Chisholm, I don't think we need to take that one out, Sealstroman said while observing with Stain from a rooftop. They were looking down at the turbo hero Ingenium. Stain had been planning to kill or cripple this hero because he was a legacy hero. And why do you think he shouldn't be removed? He's just doing this because it's his job or family obligation. He's not a hero like All Might. Maybe so, but he's also not like the others we've dealt with. Look at the way he carries himself. He doesn't look down on people. He doesn't abuse his position or prance about with it. He commands his sidekicks and gets the job done to save others, Sealstroman says with a discerning eye towards the hero. Stain thinks about the matter for a moment and does concede that Sealstroman has a point, but there are some around him we should deal with. Look over there, Stain says with a point. He spotted one hero who had picked up a purse a woman had dropped and before handing it back to the woman, slipped some of the cash out. Sealstroman saw what he meant and agreed that the dirty hero needed to be eliminated, and we might have the best ways to even discredit him after we're done, Sealstroman says with a concealed smirk, and he shows a holo of the actions the man took. Stain smirks before thanking the Digimon. Time to purge another fake. In the few months following Izuku's team defeating Goamon, the group had started a bit of a routine, namely Izuku practicing and learning more about his Digimon's capabilities. From the divination and more support types of skills Witchman and Renamon had, to the combat focus that the rest of the team had, Leomon had taken to sparring with Bea Huckman to keep his sword skills sharp. Renamon meanwhile worked on toughness with Monodramon, and the best ways to take or deflect a punch. They would often also race each other in their champion forms, Strikedramon being better in straight sprints, while Tealudramon was better in obstacle courses or runs with turns and the like. In between these training sessions, Izuku was learning a bit from Terry on helping the handfuls of Digimon that were living in the human world. Some had adjusted well enough and would keep to themselves for the most part, but there had been a few cases Izuku had to help solve, such as a group of red Digimon messing with the recipes of a few restaurants in town, either by making the food so hot it actually sent some people to the hospital or causing a few varieties of food poisoning. Luckily, this was solved with minimal combat, just a short food war. That was one of the weirdest things I've ever done, Izuku thought aloud while reminiscing with his mentor. The man let out a hollow chuckle before admitting he'd been involved in a few odd incidents as well. That weird beauty contest thing I got roped into for one. NHG, Terry said with a shiver. Izuku raised an eyebrow before asking what had happened, but all the man said was, let's just say egos in the digital world and beyond are very wide and random. and there are some things that you never want to judge or deal with. The green teen could tell he wasn't going to say more, so he left it at that. Some slight good had happened at school though. Well, it was a mixed bag. One day, after listening to the normal rantings of his classmates, Bakugo tried to intimidate him with his usual swagger. Even though most still remembered Izuku had saved him and that he was a bit on watch from the teachers and others after his actions during the sludge villain incident. Deku, what the hell do you think you can do with those stupid notes? And do you expect that little whatever it was to always save you? He taunted after class. Izuku had learned to just ignore him and went back to his notes. Though the current ones were about his Digimon, not heroes, Bakugo swiped one that he was working on and was about to burn it with his quirk once more. But Izuku moved in quick and made the ash blonde's body freeze up with a nerve touch and a bit of Digi power. Why don't you calm down? Don't forget that you are still being watched, even it's not that closely, Izuku said before packing up his bag. But when the paralysis eased up, Bakugo was shaking with rage. Rage he directed toward Izuku. He grabbed the green-haired teen by the shirt and was going to hit him full force with his quirk, though this was not to pass, and a heavier dose of karma was unleashed on him, in the form of Tsukemen shouting, "Leave Papa alone," and rushing from the top of Izuku's head as she had just been watching over him all day. The rush of emotions and her anger pushed her to digivolve, but not a normal digivolution. Instead, she jumped up to her ultimate level and attacked Bakugo, the ultimate in this case being Late-Eyed Villain. She grabbed Katsuki by the throat with her right hand and slammed him into the chalkboard of the classroom. And when he tried to strike back, she used her massive claw to stab into his hand. The amount of blood and pain he felt would have made Bakugo scream out, except he could barely get any air due to how tight Late-Eyed Villain was holding onto his throat. "Tsukai, let him go," Izuku said in a firm tone after shaking out of the shock of seeing her rapidly evolve. She started, but the look on Izuku's face put a stop to Late-Eyed Villain's defense. So she pulled back her claw and unceremoniously dropped Bakugo to the ground like he was nothing. She then looked sheepish as she walked over to Izuku, who had his arms crossed, looked disappointed with her. "Sorry, Papa," she said with a bit of a pout. Izuku sighed before standing on a chair to pat her head. "I know why you did it, but that isn't the way to stop something like that. Even it is all he understands." Late-Eyed Villain seems to melt in Izuku's hands, which amazes and freaks out a few more of his classmates, especially given how Late-Eyed Villain looks. "Ooh, Midoriya, what's with the lady in the gimp suit?" one of the boys questioned with a blush, before feeling a mixture of panic and pleasure at the glare Late-Eyed Villain shot his way. Izuku facepalms before asking if the demon Digimon could change back. And when she did, all the girls that were watching from the outside cooed at how cute Tsukemen was. But the little purple Digimon turned up her nose at them because she'd seen how they all acted. Normally I'd ask how that works, but I'm guessing it had something to do with it appearing out of nowhere, right? Something like that, yeah. But you shouldn't assume that she's the only one, Izuku said with an eye roll. Bakugo grunted before demanding to know what that was supposed to mean. "He means you should watch yourself, brat, or you'll have more to deal with than just an angry little Digimon." An almost spectral voice says this before Bakugo feels his injured hand being stepped on and his other arm held behind him, and then a set of pressures on his neck. This is when two more fade into existence, that being Renamon, who was standing on Katsuki's hand, crushing a few of the bones while having her claws at his throat to rip it out, and Lehman had twisted Bakugo's arm behind the boy with his sword at the brat's jugular. Seeing these two made everyone freak out again, as well as Bakugo feeling like he was about to piss his pants from the rather precarious position he was in. Before the teachers arrived though, all of the Digimon disappeared, and when they asked about what happened, most of the teens didn't know what to say. And when Bakugo tried to blame his injury on Izuku, none of the teachers took him seriously, considering Izuku didn't have a quirk and any evidence of the Digimon was removed or non-existent, especially when Terry snuck in later and erased the memories of most of the teens. Bakugo was the only one he didn't erase, and the more he tried to say that Izuku had more of those monsters, the more people thought he was going crazy. Maybe it's due to what happened with that sludge villain? PTSD. If that's the case, I'm not sure he'll make it into UA after all. Yeah, I doubt they want someone crazy. So thanks to that, most of Izuku's classmates left him alone while Bakugo was stuck with a deteriorating reputation. Not to mention, a few had taken video of his attempt to assault Izuku, and it was in the hands of the UA staff. We should probably look deeper into older applicants from now on, even if this one could be one of the first to possibly be accepted. The one saying this was the rodent-like principal of UA, Nezu. He was sipping tea while reading up on a few of the applicants, not to mention how certain alumni had been recently revealed to be rather poor examples of what UA stands for. "Sigh, seems like we may need you to step up the judgment of the students, Eraserhead. Perhaps you can help to sort out some of the bad apples," the hero administrator said at a meeting of all his staff. The black-haired underground hero nodded before stating his own thoughts. "It's kind of sad that we only find out these matters after they die though. stain kills them and then a bunch of their dirty laundry basically gets aired to show how bad some heroes are. No kidding. It's kind of an insult to the rest of us, and those of us who do this to save others. Like Shirakumo, the normally loud hero present, Mike said in a disgruntled tone. Aizawa tenses up his fist at the mention of his old classmate but doesn't disagree. The raven-haired heroine Midnight grit her own teeth at the mention of her late underclassman, while the other teachers agreed to monitor more of the students. With Izuku, he was still deciding on what he wanted to do for his future. He fully intended to continue as a guardian of the digital and human worlds, but at the same time, he could see the merits in attending UA, even just as a general course student. But then I can keep an eye on the world, or rather the world of heroics, without becoming blinded to it. So that way, I don't end up like the one who left you alone, Guts, Izuku explained on a trip to the digital world and primary village. As promised, he'd been visiting the downtrodden Goamon and talked about what he and the rest of the team had been doing. The mineral Digimon let out a dry chuckle before sharing some of his own stories about what he and his partner Toshinori used to do. From fighting a rogue starman and his posse, to a battle with a Myotismon which pushed Goamon to his original ultimate form, Super Starman. Those were fun times. It does seem like you haven't found whatever it was that made Toshi leave me, and it does seem like you've got more who want to stay with you. Maybe that was what I really needed. Guts rambled before tossing a ball to the young Digimon. Izuku looked at the Goamon with some sadness before saying he'd be back another day. Lehman heard this and sighed before saying they had to head back. He'll come along, eventually, Lehman said with a pat on Izuku's back. That and he may need some help with keeping his thoughts straight, Monodramon said with a look back towards his former enemy. The rookie tamer sighed and agreed with his two partners and just said that he wished Guts would join them. But he pushed some of those thoughts aside and focused on learning more about the digital world, or at least his region of the digital world, usually by going on various trips across the region, even visiting Bulukamen and his more frigid regions, along with a pack of Frigimon that Tsukemen had fun playing with. So he's slightly senile. Figures. I wonder if he even remembers deleting Pureman? The icy Digimon says with a cross look in his eyes. Izuku cleared his throat but didn't disagree with some of Bulukamen's statements. He wondered what it was that the dragon-like Digimon did in these regions. I mostly act as, oh, who am I kidding? I just see these people as kind of family. But there was another one though. The ice Digimon sighs before mentioning that Pureman was originally from the same regions as Bulukamen, the two having been longtime friends since Pureman was a Chikaman. Izuku looks down at this and realizes why Bulukamen was upset at hearing Pureman had been reborn. But it isn't like you helped us. Maybe you could have. No, thinking or saying that doesn't change what happened. Izuku thought a bit bitterly. He asked the slightly friendly Digimon what else he knew of the mountain regions, and Bulukamen was willing to show them around the snowy regions. After this, Izuku wandered down to the south and found very tropical views and Digimon wandering about the net ocean area. From Orcaman and Toucanman on the land to Dolphin and Crabman wandering about the waves. Okay, this would be a lot of fun if we weren't here for work. True, Izuku. But what can you do? Hackman said while snacking on some noodles from a stand the Toucanman had set up, which just made Izuku and Renamon face fault at the casual way Hackman was taking everything. Izuku just sighed and asked his old partner to focus while they were checking in on the coastal region. After a few months, it was time for the high school entrance exams, and the one that was the focus today was the UA entrance exam. While most were focused on taking the exam to get into the hero course, Izuku had made a different choice. You sure you just want to go with the general course, Izuku? Hackman asked while invisible, but his old friend and partner just smiled and said, yeah, I think it might be best that I focus on keeping the greater balance. I always wanted to be like All Might, but that can be done in a variety of ways. Lehman gives a hidden pat on his shoulder and thumbs up to say he and the rest of the Digimon were with him. And while Bakugo wants to intimidate Izuku, he knew that there were monsters around him, even if he couldn't see them. Don't think those, whatever they are, will help you, Deku. You won't make it to the hero course. Who says I am? And who said you'd make it? Izuku said with a smirk, which just made Bakugo sputter and try something else to intimidate the green-haired teen, all of which was noted by a few staff members of UA, Nezu the lead of which also noted Izuku and how calm he carried himself. The rodent hero scratched his chin while narrowing his eyes at the pair. Even if he does meet the passing requirements, I think we should have that one boy on probationary status. As for the other, I'm not sure what this feeling is, but it's almost as if the air is electric around him. Is that hyperbole or something else, sir? Present Mike asked while looking at the two teens who were making a scene. Well, one teen. The other was just ignoring the arrogant blonde, though he did remember something passed through some gossip. A story Mount Lady and a few others mentioned about seeing monsters that transformed and helped a boy take down a villain. It kept nagging at him, so he finally called up Death Arms to ask him about the boy in question, the kid who leapt in during the sludge villain thing. I think his name was Midoriya. Green hair and eyes, Few freckles. Why? Something up with him? Present Mike shook his head before giving a negative. Just was curious. During the exam, nothing special happened. Despite all the work Izuku had been putting in to try and understand his partners in the digital world, he had kept up his studies and was certain he'd earned a passing grade. It was a bit rougher for Bakugo though. Even though the Digimon were told to, and did, leave him alone, the boy could still feel their presence, especially the one who called Izuku Papa. He'd felt their eyes and similar during classes all the time, despite no one remembering either Hackman or Late-Eyed Vim. It had caused his studies to suffer a bit, and it was being reflected in his exam this time. He was having a bit of trouble concentrating and answering the questions. The feeling finally faded when Izuku left after finishing his exam, and Bakugo felt he could finally breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. He didn't feel as uneasy as Present Mike explained the rules for the practical exam and what was required. Easy way to show that I'm the best there is. Bakugo thinks while Mike has to answer some inane question. Or at least that is how Bakugo views it when a bespectacled student asked about a fourth villain. Once he reached Site 1, Bakugo felt more assured of his new place at the greatest hero school. At least until he felt a chill go down his spine and then a whisper in the air. You know you don't belong anywhere that involves heroes, he heard. But he was the only one as none of the others seemed distracted. He shook his head to focus, but he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even as he runs into the battleground and starts attacking the robots. He still feels some eyes on him, which makes him slip up more than once, even endangering some of the other applicants. Not doing too well, is he? No, and he's making things worse for the others. Does he have no understanding or respect for collateral damage, given what Backdraft and the other reported? Probably not. These thoughts are brought up and around as the proctors were watching the feeds from each of the battlegrounds. Nezu for one found it odd how nervous Bakugo seemed. He keeps looking over his shoulder, even though there are no enemies nearby. He mused as the explosion boy beat a 3-point robot. With the release of the 0-point robot, the proctors saw even more of Bakugo's true nature, as he ran from the large robot without a second thought and ended up disrupting others to fend for themselves. Wait, something's wrong. The 0-pointer shouldn't be actually trying to hit them. Power Loader reported in panic. The robot had badly injured multiple applicants and seemed to be glitching out a bit. But it wasn't the only one. All of the other robots that were just in storage rushed out and started attacking all the applicants. And the heroes could do nothing about it. But there was someone who could. Izuku was about to leave the grounds of the exam when his Digivice started beeping at him. What the? Oh no, he exclaimed. He quickly moved over to make a portal to the digital world. And on the other side they saw multitudes of icemen swarming about the area. This is bad, Izuku. They're going to cause untold chaos. And who knows how many deaths. Renamon reports before using a diamond storm to take out a few smaller members. Not if we can help it. Izuku replies and grips his Digivice in fierce determination. This focus flows to all of his partners and they digivolve, though some to surprising levels. Savior Huckman was no surprise. But Late-Eyed Vimans was. I'm in control this time, Papa, and I can use this to save others, she reported with a focused look in her eyes. Izuku sighed before saying okay. But the one who surprised everyone was Lehman, who digivolved to Grappleomon. Well, I'm not complaining about this. I'll blast them away with my cyclone fists, Grappleomon reported while revving up the turbines on his arms. Izuku nodded before equipping Tealudomon and running to help the others fight. Each Digimon took to a different region and set of icemen, using all of their strength to fight back against the hordes of dangerous Digimon. Okay, now what? Now the robots are shutting down. And I'm not the one who put out the order, Power Loader exclaimed as scores of robots started to shut down. Though one battlefield was having a different set of problems. In Battlefield 3, Strikedraman was having more trouble than he expected, mostly due to the arrival of a group of Argoman rookies swarming the battlefield. Izuku, I could use some help if you can spare it, the Dragon Warrior called out. Izuku grunted after taking out the last Iceman in Battlefield 2. He calls into the rest of his partners, but they were each struggling. We've got Argomans arriving. Yaocomen and I can handle them, but we can't let them run rampant, Grappleomon reported before punching away a group, right into Yaocomen's dragon. Savior Huckman and Late-Eyed Vimon were much the same as they were busy with outbreaks. Looks like it's just us, pal, Izuku said to Tealudomon, who nodded in his shield form and said they should hurry to Strikedraman. When they arrived, the Dragon Warrior looked exhausted and the flames from his Strike Fang attack were sputtering out. This is when Izuku threw Tealudomon as hard as he could and struck the Digimon away. What kept you? But also, thanks for the save, Strikedraman said before evolving back to Monodramon. And even though he was a bit burned out, the little dragon still refused to back down, using his claws to fight back against the various Digimon while Izuku struck as hard as he could with shield and skills. There's no end to them. Not quite. They are starting to thin out at our fields, Savior Huckman reported after slicing through a number of the controllers and consumers. Each of the others reports the same, and slowly but surely, Izuku notices it in the area he was in as well. Or at least it was until he spotted a rip in the boundary of the digital world. And a few of the Digimon went through, right above the zero-pointer robot. Shit. Guys, clean up as fast as you can over at your areas. I have to go to the other side. Izuku cursed before opening a portal and pulling himself into the battlefield. There he could see a number of applicants who were hurt and about to be attacked by the zero-pointer again. Or it was the zero-pointer. Now it was fused with Iceman and a new form of Goamon, and it was lashing out with its claws towards some of the teens. Izuku's legs moved for him as he rushed in and held Tealudaman aloft and intercepted the attack, saving a short black-haired girl with odd earlobes who was bleeding from her head, a blonde girl with horns and hooves, a nervous pudgy silver-haired boy who was taking cover, and another black-haired girl who had blue eyes and was the main one about to be crushed by the massive robot. She looked up at Izuku with awe as he held the huge limb aloft and then pushed back against it. As the robot stumbled back, the girl asked, "Who are you?" "Not important right now. Tealudaman, get them out of here. I'll try and send this thing back," Izuku said before tossing the shield into the air, and it turned into a creature to everyone's shock. "I can't get them all though," he reported before picking up the silver-haired boy and blonde girl. Izuku builds up a bit of power and starts launching it at the Digibot to buy some time. Meanwhile, Monodramon helps the trapped blue-eyed girl by breaking some rocks. This is when the strange earlobe girl limps over to help. "We need to get out of here," she exclaims while helping the one girl up. "I wish I could, but that thing isn't stopping, and I'm not letting it hurt anyone else," Izuku says while stepping forward a bit. Monodramon winces before laughing and saying, "You're just as stubborn as I am, and there's nothing really wrong with that." He walks up next to Izuku before asking if he had a plan. "None whatsoever." The two black-haired girls look at the strange pair like they're crazy before one hears something. "Even if the chance is small, we have to take it. I may not be aiming for the hero course, but that doesn't mean I can't be a hero in my own right," Izuku says while adjusting his goggles from around his neck to atop his head. This raw determination resonates with Monodramon's own as both start to glow, shocking the pair as well as the spectators. "What is happening? How should I?" "No, it's..." Monodramon had started but trailed off as he felt a crazy new surge of power, and almost in a loop, it linked with Izuku. As both lifted their fists before muttering, "Biomerge." The light blinded the two girls, and one could faintly make out what they were saying. Monodramon, Biomerge Digivolve 2. Just a min. And thus a Digimon of heroic standing was seen before the girls, as well as on the recently restored viewing screens to the proctors. Neither Izuku or Monodramon know what is happening, but they know they can't keep it up for long. "Then I have to finish this quick," Justiman shouts. He then charges up electricity in his right arm and blasts away with Justice Burst, attacks that strip away the Iceman. And when the big Digibot tried to crush the hero Digimon again, he just replied with a Justice Punch and reversed the momentum of the attack. Justiman leapt into the air and finished the Goamon fusion with a Justice Kiiickk, kicking clean through the center mass of the large robot and ending the threat of the zero-pointer and Goamon, to the shock of everyone around them and watching. Tealudaman was also amazed but focused on helping Izuku and Monodramon up after they defused. The two girls were shocked by what had transpired, but the blue-eyed girl spoke up before Izuku opened a portal back. "Who are you? What kind of hero are you?" she asked with a wince. Izuku grunted a bit as he used his Digivice to open a path to the digital world. "Let's just say, I'm a different kind of hero altogether, because I want nothing to do with the mess that comes from quirks." And with that, the trio leave before they could really be identified. Even the ones Izuku saved didn't get a good look at him. But rumors would spread of a strange hero who appeared from a flash of light to save everyone. "Izuku, here honey, a lunch for your first day at UA with the general course," Inko said with a slightly relieved sigh. She was a little uneasy about Izuku going to UA, but she was happy that he had shifted from wanting to be a hero to something more grounded. Smiling as Izuku adjusted his uniform from the top hero school, Izuku smiled at her before saying, "Thanks Mom. I'll share some of it with Hackman and the others who are coming with me." The little dragon then appears and tells Inko that they'd keep an eye on Izuku. "We've got him covered," Monodramon says with a salute of his own. Inko smiles and pats the little dragon on the head before telling him to be careful. Izuku though thinks back on what Terry had discussed with him after the entrance exam, and the strange digivolution they uncovered. "Biomerge, that's new," Terry said with a raised eyebrow. He met with Izuku back in Primary Village after doing some investigations around Japan. When they talked about his and Monodramon's new Mega Digivolution, the older tamer was stumped. Never heard or dealt with one like that, but maybe one of the others has. He notes though that a human becoming a Digimon wasn't too unusual though. "After all, I can do it, but not that way," Let me show you, Terry said with a smirk before creating a digital field around his hand. The man brings down his goggles before shouting, "Execute, Spirit Evolution," and Izuku sees the man transform into a strange new Digimon, one that seemed to be covered in gleaming metal and wielding a shotgun. Renamon, he finished before nodding to Izuku, who was awestruck and excitedly asked how that was possible. The spirits of the 10 legendary warriors. I hold the power of one. Originally I thought I'd become Mercurymon, but instead I took this form, Terry said with a nod to the boy. He hummed before saying, I think it may be time for you to gain one yourself. A special spirit that was supposed to go to the previous guardian candidate from this region. Renamon disappeared and Terry checked something with his Digivice. Once he seemed to find it, he pressed a combination of buttons and pulled out a strange red figure, holding it before Izuku. This is the human spirit of fire. From what a few others who held this spirit before said, this is the spirit of Agumon. Izuku gulped before holding out his hands to receive the spirit handed down over the years between guardians, feeling the heat and power surging from it. And even though he dismisses the thought later, Izuku could have sworn he saw the Digimon itself as it floated before him. I remember that thing. Toshi was looking forward to actually getting the firepower the spirit had, until it wasn't enough for him, Guts said with a sad look. The two humans looked down a bit sadly before Izuku stored the spirit in his Digivice. Izuku checks in with Guts to ask what else he remembers or if he'd had any luck getting back to his other forms. No, I can't become Star or Superstarman anymore. I'm stuck with Goamon, but maybe I can try to make the most of it, the old Gotsumon says with a slight smile. One Izuku returns and says, I hope you do find some new strength. Perhaps you could even come with me. The chance to see the human world again. Guts pats Izuku's arm and thanks the boy, but notes that he wasn't ready for anything like that. At least not yet. Still thinking about Gotsumon, Renamon said while invisible and walking alongside the boy. Izuku sighed and gave a simple yes and no. I just wonder if there really is no way to help him, or if it's just a matter of giving him more time to heal. The Fox Digimon nods before noting that the wish to help a former enemy is an inspiring part of who Izuku is. Perhaps that would be the thing to help that old Digimon heal, she said before slipping off to make sure the route was safe. A necessity given the frequency of villain attacks in the area. Izuku smiles and sighs slightly to himself, thinking about a different matter and a different person who was having trouble healing in a way. That being Bakugo. While Izuku was accepted into the general course, Katsuki was rejected from all of the courses of UA, Hero especially. He at first wanted to blame Izuku and his partners, but Izuku pointed out that it was impossible for that to have happened. They stick with me for the most part, and I told them not to mess with you, he had said, but the explosive boy didn't believe him. And in turn no one else believed him when he tried to appeal about being attacked or influenced by strange creatures no one could see or knew were there. Especially those from UA, as they pointed out that his actions during the test showed them that Bakugo didn't have the baseline empathy to be a hero, noting his actions during the test and other reckless acts. Thus, Bakugo was unable to get accepted into most other hero schools as well, or at least not their hero program. He was let into the general course of Ketsubutsu Academy eventually, but the head teacher of the hero course warned him that they would be keeping a close eye on him. But Izuku couldn't focus on that right now. Instead, he shook his head and looked up at the sight of UA before him. He sighed before putting a smile on his face and focusing on next steps before him. It may not be exactly what I had in mind at first, but I know the kind of hero I am, Izuku thinks while walking towards class 1 degrees Celsius, noting that there were still some interesting characters in the more relaxed class. A few who drew his eye, though, were a duo of indigo-haired male students and a girl with brown hair who looked sullen. He steeled himself before going over to meet his new classmates. Hey, how's it going? He said with a little nervousness in his voice. The three looked up at him and took notice of the green-haired boy. The shaggy-haired teen gave Izuku a slight smile before addressing him. Hey there, another of the UA cast-offs. Like us. Sorry, my name's Shinzo Hitoshi. What's yours? It's Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. I actually chose this course, Izuku said nervously. The others looked at him with some confusion before being distracted by a teacher arriving. Not a pro-hero teacher, just a normal person. Alright, take your seats, class. I'm Karasuma Koro. I'll be your teacher here at UA. The teacher was a man with a balloon-like head topped by brown hair. He brought the students to attention and had each student give a brief introduction to their class. With that done, he gave a brief overview of what the students would be expecting from their time as students of the UA General Course. Izuku rolled his eyes slightly but also noted the others who looked at the acknowledgement of the General Course. Hitoshi especially, something the teacher took note of and chose to give his students some hope. If those of you here still have a wish to be heroes, there is a possibility for you to join that class. In about 3 months, the UA Sports Festival will have a challenge that you students can get the chance to join the hero course. This brings some hope to the other students and hardens a bit of their resolves for the future. Izuku though hums before feeling Monodramon and Hackman putting their claws on his legs. He can see them and feel their own interest in the idea of fighting against the hero course students. Since it was only the first day, they only went over the basics of the periods and what would be taught to them for the next 3 years, bearing any of the students getting a chance in the hero courses. After the first period, a few other teachers arrived to go over their basic classes, from Present Mike acting as the English teacher to Ectoplasm being the math teacher. Yeah, we heroes will also be your teachers, for the most part. In the afternoons is when our dedicated hero course teachers will be doing more, namely Aizawa and Kan, plus a few others. But in the meantime, can any of you correct the syntax of this sentence? Mike explains before putting an easy question up. One Izuku answers with a sigh, though he gets a funny report from Renamon. Apparently, all of the top class students were being put through the ringer by their teacher, using their quirks to perform the various fitness exam tests common to schools. Some are more comedic than others. Guess that makes sense, and it's a decent way to at least gauge what they could do. But I wonder, what is he really after? Izuku thinks while checking some details in his goggles, especially when he sees the point Aizawa made about expelling the person who came in last. He leans back before thinking the matter over, and it was compounded by hearing the man expel one student, despite the short teen putting out his best during the whole set of tests. Since classes were let out for the most part, Izuku slipped away and used his digital portal to get into UAS network. Izuku, what's up? Hackman asked before following along the digital waves. Just something I need to check on. I'm not entirely sure about Aizawa, but there is something off with his whole delivery. Once he was in the area above the teacher's office, he tapped into the cameras. All right, here is the whole story. It is true that I do now have it on record of you being expelled. Aizawa starts with the short teen, who was crying and wiping his eyes at the thought of being removed on his first day. But it stops with what Aizawa says next. But I'm also re-enrolling you. It may be a bit extreme, but I wanted this as a way to make you grow beyond what most limit themselves to. Think of it as a way to experience death without actually dying. The teen collapses and lets out some thank yous to Aizawa while Izuku watches on. I guess that makes some sense. This feels a bit like he was trying to help the students in a way that can't be conveyed normally, like what Terry does, Izuku says with a chuckle. Monodramon nods before saying, true. And it's not like you haven't felt deaths before. You know it better than most of these kids ever could. So why don't you want to join the hero ranks? Izuku looks down at the bipedal dragon and sighs, noting that he didn't want to lose his connection to all of his friends again. I half forgot about Hackman because I couldn't go back to the digital world. And don't forget about what happened to poor Guts. His partner abandoned this life. And look where that led, Izuku says with a sad look down. Hackman sees Izuku's point, but does still wish he could stick it to most of the others in the hero class, since you already are more of a hero than most of them are or could be, at least to Digimon. Izuku smiles and then hugs his oldest friend, thanking him and saying that was more than enough. They then leave at that as some new members of want to show up, those being Yui and Gyro. Hey Aizawa-sensei, do you know if a green-haired teenage boy was supposed to be in our class? Or maybe the other class? Yui asked with a little confusion etched on her face. Aizawa raised an eyebrow but checked class 1B just in case. He shook his head before saying, no green-haired male students anyway. There is a recommended student with green hair in 1B but they are female. The two shake their heads and confirmed that it was a boy they were looking for. And Aizawa again confirms that there were no boys with green hair in the hero classes. The two shared a look before thanking their teacher and taking their leave. I don't get it. I was sure they'd accept him, given the rescue point aspect, Gyro says while rubbing the back of her head. Yui nods and says, I agree. He saved all of us and did that whole transformation into that hero form or whatever. But we didn't get his name or the name of those others with him. The two hum and head back to their classroom to talk with some of their other classmates, though they were surprised to see Mineta Minoru back again. I thought you were expelled, the blonde electric user Kaminari Denki said with a scratch of his head. The short pervert sighed before telling a bit of what happened after the tests. Turns out, he wanted to grow I guess. All of us are supposed to be heroes after all. And if I don't put my all in, me or anyone else could die, the short teen said with a sad and then slightly determined face. A few of the others hum at that while the stiffest member of the class Tenya Ida chops his hands rapidly before praising Mineta's newfound resolve. Gyro nodded and at least respected this new perspective. She now found it stranger that that boy who saved her and a few others wasn't part of the hero class. Yui was right with her and resolved to find out more about who it was that saved her. They have to be around close by. Maybe he was. Wait, what? Yui thought aloud until she did a double take. She was walking toward the library and she thought she saw the same fluffy hair that saved her during the entrance exam. So, she ran to find who it was, only to be greeted by an empty stairwell. Yui looks up and down the steps to see or hear if there was someone moving up and down. Am I going crazy? She asked herself before the pink skin and haired Ashido Mina called out to her. saying they should head home soon. But she was not crazy, as Izuku had slipped into the digital world that was within or connected to Yue. Looking around with some fascination at the mass of books and what seemed to be a variety of labs or similar sections that were a part of the digital space. Well, didn't expect this, but it is cool. Thank you for that, young man. I'm amazed a human could find their way here. A strange little white Digimon with a pink haramaki said. He was also wearing a lab coat and had a few other Digimon around him. Where are my manners? I am Professor Goamon. I've been studying the digital space here and the various strange mutations that are gathered in this place. Izuku clears his throat before nodding and saying that he was something of the guardian of the area. At least, that's what I'm learning to be. Goamon hums before questioning why a human would involve himself with mostly Digimon matters. The green teen kneels a bit before patting Hackman on the back and smiling. I had come to this world a long time ago, gained a great friend in Hackman here. But when I left, I forgot him in my adventures. Now I don't want to forget, and more importantly, the digital and human worlds are more connected than most think about. Goamon closes his eyes, smiles, and nods with what Izuku is describing. That was all I wanted to know, young man. If you ever need a place to rest or relax, you can come anytime. Goamon says with an extended hand. One Izuku shakes. Over the next week, Izuku spends time not just on his classes, but also exploring Goamon's research station within the school, while also getting to know more about some of his classmates. Shinso the most, as his aspirations reminded Izuku of his old ones to be a hero. A hero canon is defined more than by their quirk, despite what people say. Hitoshi, you do have an important piece for what it means to be a hero. Compassion, Izuku said one day. The brainwashing boy blushed a bit but thanked his friend. Meanwhile, there were a few things off in different parts of the school, namely in Battlegrounds, where the first-year hero students were trying to do their first exercise with All Might teaching. What's wrong, young Kodai? All Might asked as the cameras were acting up for some reason. I don't know, sir. Yui said before her earpiece shorted out. She had been defending a fake weapon with one of the recommended students for 1A, Yaoyorozu Momo. She had built some small auto-turret weapons to help defend their objective, but they started acting sporadically and shooting randomly. But that wasn't the only thing acting up. After taking a hit from one of the cannon shots, Sato Rikido used his quirk to push through the attacks, only to suddenly be rampaging longer than his quirk should have let him. The boy having punched Momo through a wall and broken a few of her bones. Even his partner, Uraraka Ochako, had tried to stop him by removing his gravity, only for her to struck by something she nor anyone else could see. And the rampaging Sato could still move around somehow. I gotta stop or slow him down, Yui says before using her quirk to some barrels expand so she could try and trap the bulked-up boy. But it didn't work, as he seemed to know when her attacks were coming and would lash out or dodge at the perfect time. How? This doesn't make any sense. She said this just before being knocked around again. The only thing she could tell was different was that his eyes seemed off, looking bloodshot and empty. Sato picked up a massive piece of debris and was about to drop the concrete on her. But Yui wasn't about to give up, and she recognized the debris. Don't think so. Quick shrink, she shouts, and large piece of rubble turns into a small rock. She then reverses her quirk and makes it grow atop Sato's head, or it mostly hit Sato's head. From her perspective, the rock seemed to stop a bit above his head, but it dazes the buff boy long enough for Yui to move away and save the others, first grabbing Momo and then heading to pull Ochako out. But she was struck in the back by two new attacks, one being from stone Sato threw and the same strange unseen force from before, with Yui screaming in pain as she feels it stabbing her in the back. She collapsed next to the other two and saw Sato looming over them with another rock, one that she couldn't shrink. Yui closed her eyes expecting the end to come, only to be shocked when a strange white portal opens underneath them, and they all fall through. Well, except Sato. While he was being sucked in, that same strange force seems to be holding him back. That is when Yui sees that same fluffy hair that saved her before appear and kick Sato in the back with a few other strange creatures accompanying him. When she lands, the scenery around her makes her jaw drop. The group had been dropped into a field with a few trees around. In the sky, there were strange creatures and what looked like electric signals running through every at all. But her musings were cut short when a crash resounds through the area. At what appears first is Sato, but he had something attached to him. A large pink insect was launched into his back and head, one that had some blood on a leg, likely hers. And then Izuku drops in with his main two partners, Hackman to his right and Monodramon to his left. And then the others appear, Renamon landing near Yui with Ludaman on her arm, and Lehman lands with his sword drawn. Who flies down next is Tsukeman, and she lands atop Izuku's head, and then she snuggles into his fluffy hair. Okay, that is kind of cute, but maybe not the best time, she says with some bemusement. Izuku looks up and sighs before asking Tsukeman to help keep the others safe. Okay, I think me and Renamon can heal the girls, the little guinea pig-like Digimon says before digivolving to Witchman, making Yui's jaw drop. Renamon nods and assures Izuku they'll cover and heal the girls. Do what you need to do, Izuku. Ludomon then appears and digivolves to Tealudomon and stands with Lemon. Izuku smiles and says, "We'll save this guy and stop Parasimon." He shifts his goggles to the top of his head and gains his two main champion partners in Beahukman and Strikedramon standing beside him. Before he says to charge, Izuku stops and contemplates something. No better time to try it out, he thinks aloud before tapping his goggles. Suddenly his right hand is surrounded in fire and he sweeps it in a wide arc around him. Execute. Spirit evolution. Izuku shouts as the digital code and flames wrap around him. Within the spiral of data, he sees the spirit of flame and it nods to him. Izuku returns it and holds his arms out to the side and felt the Digimon surround him and become a part of his being once again. But this time it wasn't him and just a min. This time it was mostly all him and the power of flame he now commanded. Agunamon, Izuku shouted as he threw out a pair of punches, and the warrior of flame had arrived. After transforming into Agunamon, Izuku felt an excited rush go through him. This is so cool. I wonder if this is what it's like for the other guardians, Izuku said before throwing out a few more punches. Beahukman and Strikedramon elbowed Izuku to remind him of the situation they were facing. Oh right, this guy is really messed up. Let's take care of Parasimon, he said before retaking his stance. Yui meanwhile was looking at everything with her eyes wide, not only because the boy who helped her was back and had a new transformation, but also because of the strange feeling of Witchman and Renamon's healing skills. Once her wound was closed up, she asked the question that was burning in her mind. What the hell is going on? And who are you people? Renamon winced before raising an eyebrow at her and asking her to stay still. Izuku's got his hands full as is, and frankly you'll get in the way if you try to help. While Yui was a bit insulted by that, the fight she could see told her that the Fox Digimon wasn't wrong. Strikedramon sprinted in first and started cutting away at the tendrils the Mega Digimon was using to attack. Beahukman came in next and used his blade tail and legs to cut through to get close to Sato. But he wasn't the one who would hit the boy. Pyro Torando, Agunamon shouted while creating the rotating pillar of flame. Parasimon tried to lash out again, but the flames and the cutting attacks from the two dragon Digimon reduced the ability to attack, and also set it on fire. At the last second, Agunamon appeared from the flames and roundhouse heel kicked Parasimon in the face, before bringing his other leg around to kick Sato in the face as well. There we go. That at least broke his head loose, the warrior of flame said before landing. His hands were engulfed in flames and he started unleashing a barrage of punches on Sato and the legs that Parasimon had dug into him. Don't let him bite back down, Agunamon shouted as the insect-like monster tried to reattach himself to Sato's head. On it, Strike Claw, and Strike Fang, Strikedramon shouts before using his claws to cut through the limbs of Parasimon, then setting himself on fire and grabbing the offending Digimon's mouth. No, you don't. You're not keeping your claws in this kid. Beahukman then leapt up and used blazing flame to burn off more of the limbs. And I'll keep him from sinking his claws into you, the quadruped dragon said before using Dragless Spiker and Fifth Cross to cut Parasimon again. Just a bit more. Million Gatling Burst, Agunamon shouts before upping the speed of his flaming fists, taking a bit of inspiration from Endeavor to increase the heat and force of his blows, his flames turning blue for a time as he pummeled both Parasimon and Sato, finally breaking the big-lipped boy free after surrounding them all in a pillar of blue flames. Pyro Punch, Izuku shouted before landing one more explosive fiery blow to Parasimon's face. It groaned as did Sato when the flames settled. Agunamon caught the boy and then flipped backwards to get him some healing as well. We may not have much time for that, Izuku. I think you made it mad, Lemon says before taking his stance. Parasimon seems to grow and lashes out at Strikedramon and Beahukman. They dodge easily and are ready for the next fight. Alright then, think you three can handle him? He asked Lemon. What do you mean three? I'm not going to let you boys have all the fun with this, Renamon says before digivolving to Yaocommon. Lemon smirks at her and digivolves to Grappleomon as well. She's right. We can fight just as well, Papa. Hearing that from Witchman shocks Yui, and the shock grows when she sees the witch who healed her become. What's with the strange vampire woman in a gimp suit? She asked with a little gulp, and she shivered when Lady Vimin turned back to give her a look. You know what? I believe in all of you. Take that beast down, Izuku said, confidence in his partners flowing through him and into his Digivice, which in turn empowered Beahukman up to Savior Hukman, but also brought out the ultimate levels of two more. Yaocommon, Digivolve 2, Daomon, as the fox-like Digimon took on a form looking akin to an Onmiji. Strikedramon meanwhile felt a burning passion running through him as he digivolved as well. Strikedramon, Digivolve 2, Cyberdramon, and the red-winged black dragon man Digimon appeared. Yui meanwhile tilted her head to the side and questioned if they inhaled something funny during the trial. Nope, this is just the strange world that I've gotten used to, Agunamon said as he turned back into Izuku. with Tealudamon helping him to cover the injured. Parasimon lashed out with its legs and tendrils, but the two dragon Digimon were fast enough to evade and cut apart major portions of the limbs. You two get close. I'll finish this with a bit of magic, Goamon said before tossing up some shikigami and other talismans. Lady Izuku denied that and took to the air to cover the others. Darkness wave, she shouted as she unleashed a horde of bats to cover the violent Digimon. Cyberdramon backed off for a moment and waited for the next hit. Once the bats cleared, Parasimon was surprised to see Grappleomon right in front of his face. King of Fists, he shouted before creating a small windstorm with his punch and turbines, as well as sending the insect Digimon up into the air. Nice one, let's do this. Trident Saber, Savior Huckman says while brandishing his 3 blades. Lady Izuku smirks before saying, right Nai-chan. Darkness Spear, and turns her claw arm into a spear. This throws off Savior Huckman's timing, but he still cuts through the body well enough. Cyberdramon snorts before calling out, Desolation Claw, and shredding into the body of Parasimon. The large Mega Digimon crashes to the ground with no limbs intact. Perfect timing. Exorcism Scrolls, Goamon says before sending out a barrage of explosive talismans. Once they were done, she pulled out her massive brush and painted a symbol into the air. Hidden Gate Divination, she shouted as the symbol was launched forward and impacted on Parasimon. Its injuries prevented it from being able to fight back as it was removed from existence. As Goamon bowed in respect to the departed, it is done, she said before turning back to the humans, preparing some healing spells to fix up Sato primarily. Again, are you sure I didn't inhale something I shouldn't have? Yui asked with a slightly panicked look on her face. Izuku chuckles before reassuring her that what was happening was real. I've gotten kind of used to it. Now let's make sure you're okay. Izuku checked her over and the other Hero Course students. He nodded when he noted that all the injuries were taken care of. Now, how do you wipe memories with this thing? Izuku asked while looking over his Digivice. Yui was wide-eyed at that and pleaded for him to wait. Look, I won't say anything. Besides, who'd believe me? She said as a few of the Digimon returned to their normal resting levels, with Tsukaimon flying down and resting on Izuku's head. Monodramon and Ludamon were more suspicious, noting, maybe so, but you kids did disappear. We need some way to cover up what happened, not to mention covering up the existence of the digital world. While they were saying that, Yui eased over to Tsukaimon with fascination and hearts in her eyes. She gently reached up to the little Digimon to try and pet her, and while Tsukaimon generally disliked girls, Yui hadn't given her a reason to distrust her. So, the little purple Digimon let Yui get close and she started petting the Digimon, which was a tad awkward for Izuku given he now had Yui's breasts right in front of his face. Renamon and Leomon had a little laugh at his expense but didn't do anything else. Tsukaimon eventually leaned into the petting as it felt really nice having someone else scratching her. Izuku hummed while looking at the girl and down at his Digivice. He still couldn't figure out the memory erase function, but there were 2 factors pulling his thoughts elsewhere. The first was that Yui was the only one who was conscious, so it wasn't as though he'd have to do a group mind wipe. The other was that it wouldn't be the worst thing to have someone closer in the hero course who could keep him updated. He'd barely made it back this time because of a coincidence, after he'd headed up to the colder regions again and helped Goamon with an incident involving a Frozom. After that, they were going through the digital waves to check in on the group down by Okinawa, and Izuku picked up on the warnings and alerts during the exercise. Okay, here's some of the deal. If you could keep me in touch with what's going on in the hero course and have an idea for an alibi, I'd appreciate it. And won't erase your memory, Izuku said with a raised eyebrow while gently pushing Yui back. She thinks for a second before smiling slightly and saying she knew just what to say. So, a strange hero appeared here and fought some villain that was controlling young Sato. All Might asked with a confused look. Yeah, I didn't see him right away, but all of a sudden I saw a flash of light and then the hero appeared. You remember him, right, Gyro? It was that guy, Yui said while half lying. She was wide-eyed and nodded while verifying more about the person who saved them during the entrance exam. Gyro noted that he came out of nowhere with some weird little guys and then turned into that hero form or whatever. Never seen a quirk like that. All Might was a bit unsettled by this and asked what the hero's name was. I had some trouble hearing it. All the noise around didn't help, but I think I heard Justice, Mano or Mon, something like that. All Might's blood ran cold hearing the second part of that name. I see. Well, I'm not sure who this Justice or whoever they are is, but I am thankful to them, wherever they may be, he said while looking up at one of the security cameras in the nurse's office. A fact Izuku noted but pushed it aside. I guess that'll work, and it does make sense as an alibi and distraction, Izuku said with a shrug. Renamon agreed and noted that the girl could be helpful for later as well. In fact, I might have an idea, and I think it'd be great for a few involved. Izuku looked at her funny and it turned to confusion when she told her idea. While leaving Yui for the day, Yui was surprised at the tap on her shoulder she got, but when she turned she couldn't see anyone. Everything okay, Yui? Gyro asked with a tilt of her head. She could vaguely hear something but couldn't really make it out. Yeah, just Oh, you go on ahead, Gyro. I just realized I forgot something, Yui said before running back to the building. Gyro and Kaminari just shrugged before catching up with a few of their other classmates. Yui ran until she reached the stairwell. She thought she saw Izuku before and looked around. Glad you got the message, Izuku said while coming around the railing for the stairs. Well, it was a bit odd to find this, but I am curious on quite a few things. You least of all. The young tamer nodded before asking if she was ready to learn about some things that might be hard to understand. Yui nodded and had an excited gleam in her slightly monotone eyes. Okay, that's kind of cute. Focus, Izuku thought to himself. He then opened up a portal to Professor Bakuman's realm in the school. Ah, Izuku, good to see you in. Oh, who is this? Bakuman asked with a tilt of his head. Yui meanwhile was slack-jawed while looking around the area, even more so when she saw all the other Digimon flying, including Tsukeman, who landed on Izuku's head again. Adorable, she said with a blush. Hackman took a moment to tease her and Izuku by saying, which one? And when Yui responded back with both, it made both teens blush. Bakuman cleared his throat before reiterating his question. Yui introduced herself before asking about a lot of things. Bakuman was happy to explain many of the details, while Izuku walked along as his team gathered around them. So, you work with these Digimon to protect us all, across the whole country? Yui asked with a slightly shell-shocked look on her face. Izuku scratched his cheek before just nodding and agreeing. But what she says next throws Izuku off completely. You might be the greatest hero in Japan. Maybe even further. Hearing this makes Izuku stop and he starts to feel some tears build up in his eyes. Yui notices this and asks what was wrong. It's not you, but what you said. That was something Izuku has been wanting to hear for a long time. And no one would believe in him or say he could do it. Outside of Terry, that is, Hackman says with an angry look, as do the rest of Izuku's Digimon partners. Though Tsukeman just looks cute while pouting, which makes Yui want to hug her again. But she also felt an urge to hug Izuku too. She pushed that aside and patted his shoulder before reassuring him that he was a hero. Though this did bring up some confusion. Why didn't you apply to be a hero if that was what you already are? Izuku sighed and told her she'd see eventually. And that would come 2 days later. After quietly meeting and discussing a few things, Izuku thought it might be time to follow up on Renamon's idea. So where are we heading? Yui asked after being brought to the digital world. Izuku smiled and said, you'll see soon enough, and I think you'll like it. Renamon then digivolves to Yaocomen and lets the pair ride her to reach Primary Village, where Yui melts at the sight of all the baby Digimon. They are all so cute. So what is this place? She asked while hugging a Bottomon. This is the place where Digimon are reborn, young lady. Or for some of us, it's a place where we retire, recover, Guts says while bringing in some food for the little ones. Izuku smiles at him and asks if he was doing alright and how things had been again. With the old Gotsumon saying he was good before rambling about the past again. Something Yui noted though was that Guts seemed to be remembering a lot of pain as well as some good times. When Guts was called away, Yui could finally ask about the older Digimon. He was the partner of he would have been the guardian before me. But he abandoned the duties and Guts in this world. I don't know how long it was on our side. But for Guts, it apparently felt like he was left alone for centuries. Yui was wide-eyed hearing this and felt a lot of sympathy for the sad old Gotsumon, even if she didn't show it that much, especially at how it led to Spiral of Evil for a time before being stopped by Izuku. This is when Renamon mentioned some of what she had in mind. Even if you aren't going to replace him as a partner or anything like that, maybe having another young human around might make him feel a bit better, she said with a gentle paw on Yui's shoulder. Yui gives the fox-like Digimon a small smile and agrees to help how she can. Over the next day or two, Yui and Izuku would spend a bit more time with Guts and more of a spark seemed to show up in his eye. But before that could go further, a new problem had emerged. That's another egg that is far too cold, an Electman said while keeping a grayed-out egg close to itself. Izuku tilts his head before asking what the problem was. Not sure how or why, but some of the Digigs are growing cold. We're worried that they may not hatch at this rate. The young guardian hummed before suggesting that his team would check things out around the village. And when Lehman said he would stay to help with protecting the village in the meantime, Izuku empowered him to his ultimate level. Kodai, I think you should stay here too. I've been introducing you to more peaceful Digimon, but there are many who are extremely dangerous. Renamon, can you keep her safe? Izuku said with a look to his little friend, who saluted and said, no problem, Izuku. I'll keep her covered and the rest of the Elecom and eggs as best I can. He said this as he was digivolving to Renamon and then attached himself to Yui's arm. Guts offers to keep an eye on her as well, him appreciating how she'd been trying to build his spirits up a bit. I may be old, but I can still pack a lot of punch with my stones, he says with a thumbs up. With that, Izuku and the rest head out to check the area for danger. Izuku and his team found the main trouble just in the forest outside of Primary Village. Soulman, not good and definitely a problem. Renamon said while taking a fighting stance. Too bad Lehman isn't here. We could use a bit of his help. Hackman says before warp digivolving to Savior Hackman. Monodramon sticks to Strikedramon for the time being as Izuku's spirit evolves into Agumon and Tsukeman becomes Witchman. Let's clean these bullies up, the Witch Digimon said while floating on her broom. While fighting through the waves of ghost-like Digimon, Agumon felt something was off. How long have we been fighting? And where are we in the forest? They aren't trying to lead us away so another force can attack the village, are they? He thought while pyro-punching a few into oblivion. Izuku's hunch turned out to be right as Primary Village was currently being flooded by not just soulmen, but a dangerous ally of theirs, a Scobalutchaman that was chilling the area and affecting the various eggs. Grappleomon grit his teeth before attacking the dangerous Ultimate Digimon. Yui meanwhile worked with the Electman and Guts to save as many of the eggs as she could, with Teoludomon covering them as the soulmen unleashed their own attacks. You won't harm these little ones, King of Fists. Grappleomon roars before unleashing his Cyclone Punch, and while it does disorient the skeleton beast, the size difference limits the effect. So, he changes tactics and tries his Vortex Kick and Cyclone Turbine to do some more damage. But this has unintended consequences. Ease up on the wind. You're spreading his freeze further. Guts shouts while using his rock fists to knock away the soulman. Grappleomon gasps and stops his turbines, but this also limits his attacks. As the group were getting away with the eggs, more soulmen swarmed them, attacking from all angles and overwhelming Teoludomon. Guts shouted to the defensive Digimon, but he was distracted as well by trying to cover the group with his rock fists and giving some of the knocked away ones to Yui. There's no end to them, she said as she threw one of the rocks and made it grow. Guts was thinking the same and was worried about what could happen next. He then heard Yui scream as the soulman knocked her down. But even like that, she tried to protect the eggs however she could. She's not quitting and not running away, just like the kid. Wonder if she was inspired by the boy. Maybe I can grow the same way. But I can't become Starman or Super Starman anymore. Just Goamon and that monster. Guts leapt as he was thinking this and tried to cover Yui and the Electman as best he could. He thought back to meeting Toshinori, the two traveling together, learning about how Digimon and humans could work together and grow, and then being abandoned. Even still, I didn't give up on wanting to achieve what we sought. I was bent by being left alone for all those years. But I have broken yet, Guts thought as he kept fighting. He may have left me behind, but the dream still stands and my hope is burning again. I'm not letting you touch these eggs. Upon shouting this, two things lit up. The first was Izuku's goggles as he was riding on Yaokaman to get back to Primary Village. The other was Toshinori's old Digivice back in the real world, and it now showed a different symbol. The symbol, Bantaio. Gotsuman. Digivolve 2. Bancha Goamon. Guts shouted as he began to glow and change before Yui and the Element's eyes. A huge black Gakurin jacket blew from around his shoulders. His right fist gripped tight to show his determination, and his left hand was now a massive drill-like structure to blast through the soulman. Guts was ready to fight again. Yui was wide-eyed seeing the massive new form Guts had taken. Parts of him looked like they'd been stitched together or held by wire, but he still looked solid and powerful. And unlike most other Bancha Goamon, Guts had a different-looking head. Instead of a pointed top that looked like a pompadour, the top of his head looked like a Gakurin cap that shaded his eyes. Yeah, talk about some troublesome jerks, Guts says while bringing up his right to adjust his cap. Scobalutchaman roared and prepared to strike. But the newly made Mega moved first, rushing forward with his left and shouting out, World Core Drill. The impact breaks off one of Scobalutchaman's wings and crushes a few of the soulmen. Girly, get those eggs out of here. I felt something from one of them especially. I need it safe, Guts says before he starts pummeling the skeleton Digimon. I will. Just stop him, Yui says while picking up a few eggs. The old warrior nodded and refocused on the enemy before him, leaping up and smashing the head of the beast with all his might, while Grappleomon took to keeping the soulman away and trying to blow away the cold air with his turbines. And as Guts was knocking the large Digimon down again, Izuku and the rest of his partners showed up to help finish the fight. Have a taste of this. Heaven's hammer, Guts shouts before gripping Scobalutchaman's head and throwing him far into the distance. With their biggest worry gone, it was no trouble for Izuku, his partners, and the Electman to clear the soulman. And with the threat past, Izuku could address the old warrior. So, you feeling strong again? He said with a smile. Bancha Goamon scoffed a bit before saying, I never felt weak, kid. Just sad, but not anymore. He held out his right fist to Izuku and the boy returned it with a tap of his own fist, as did Grappleomon, Beahukman, Strikedramon, and Teoludomon. The group then worked to return all the eggs to the whole of Primary Village, with Guts showing off something else he could do with his new form. Just like you two warming them up with those flames, I can use my core to do the same, the old warrior said and then demonstrated, while Strikedramon kept his body wreathed in flames to try and save some of the eggs, and Beahukman held one or two in his mouth while keeping his flames there. Once they had finished moving them back though, Guts took special interest in one Yui was carrying. So what is it about this little one that has your interest? Yui asks while looking up at the large rock Digimon. He sighs once before kneeling to gently take the egg from her, and using his core again, he warms up the egg to where it hatches, and out pops a little Nyakimon. But it looks a bit different from normal. Is that? Why does that Nyakimon have a yellow body? Lehman asks with some confusion. Guts looks down at the little Digimon and can tell who it used to be. This was that one, the one that I deleted when I was Goamon, Guts says with shame. Izuku and the rest who were on that mission were wide-eyed and asked if he was sure. Yui though is confused on what it was they were talking about. After Toshi stopped coming to the digital world, I guess you could say bent. Guts admits to what he had a hand in and how he was originally a villain. The kid and Hackman stopped me, but not before I finished off a Bureman that was helping them. Yui was shocked at hearing all of that, especially the fact that Izuku had forgiven a villain instead of putting them away or finishing him off. But maybe it takes more strength to reach out a hand and help someone who is as hurt as he was, Yui says while looking between Izuku and Goamon, the latter of whom chuckles a bit before somewhat agreeing with her. In the meantime, I think I'll watch over this one, and when he's a bit older, I'll take him back to see Goamon. Izuku was a little surprised, but he understood what it was about. You owe him in a way, both Bureman for leading to your defeat and, something of a rebirth, and Goamon for taking his friend away, the green-haired teen surmises. Guts smirks a bit before reaching up and adjusting his hat again. Something like that, yeah. And when that's done, I think I'll stick with you, kid. You reignited the fire in me, as did the girl, Guts said with a look toward Yui with a little smirk. She blushed slightly before saying he was welcome. Is it always like this? She asks with a small smile. Izuku returns the smile with his own and just says, more or less. The golem Digimon stays at Primary Village for a few more days while waiting for Nyakimon to digivolve once more. And when the little Digimon became the bird-like Chickamon, he felt ready for the pilgrimage. I could just take you there, Izuku says with an relaxed look. The three of them were looking out over the valley where Primary Village sat, as the sun of the digital world started to sink. No, I have to do this myself. I may be planning to work with you, kid, but there are some things a man has to do themselves, Goamon says with a sigh. He pats the yellow and red bird on the head before looking to the north. I understand, and I don't doubt your strength. Good luck, Guts, Izuku says before holding out his fist to bump once more. The old Digimon returns it before setting Chickamon on his shoulder and departing for the colder mountains. And Izuku doesn't head up there to keep it a secret and surprise for Goamon. He could use a fun surprise that way. While this had been happening in Mustafa, Katsuki was somewhat getting used to where he was now stuck at Ketsubutsu High. He could feel a lot of eyes on him, but it didn't fill him with pride or make him want to show off. Instead, he felt more and more unsettled as time went on. I'm telling you, there are freaky monsters that are out there, he said one day after class to some of the others in the general course. Some give him looks and call him a bigot, given how some are treated because of their quirks, but he defends that it wasn't the case. I don't know what those things are. I don't think they are actually human, but I know they exist. I got the hell beat out of me when I tried to put Deku in his place. He said this while feeling the palm of his hand, and some could see the scar from where late-eyed women ripped into him. It could just be that you've got a case of tragic bigot. After all, you did almost get killed by a guy with a heteromorph quirk, one classmate said, even pointing to his scar being from the incident, and it's what he associated with not being human. Bakugo tries to explain it wasn't the case, but no one would believe him. And it started getting worse as he was certain he heard voices at times while walking through the halls. Silly little firecracker, more like a doused candle. No one believes you, and who would blame them? You think yourself a hero, but all you are is a boy playing pretend. Knock it OFFF, Bakugo shouted before looking to lash out with his quirk, only for his arm to be caught by another student. A second year from the hero course, Shindo Yo. What's your problem? He asked with a glare directed Katsuki's way. While the boy is tempted to lash out even more at someone he saw as beneath him, he tempered himself and asked that his elder let him go. I keep hearing things, people or something mocking me for hoping to become a hero. Almost every day, he exclaims while looking around in a panic. Yo thinks Katsuki is just being paranoid or is angry that he couldn't get in the hero program. But the look from the boy's eyes tells him there is something else or a different problem. He doesn't fully believe him, but he's willing to take the matter with a grain of salt, telling Katsuki he was fine and he'd walk with him to the teacher's office to report this. How much longer do we wait? Not long. It won't be long and we can use his paranoid to make him willing to let us in. A group of red eyes watch as Bakugo walks with Yo, some of which are on their hands or floating around. Back at UA though, Gyro was more curious on who it was that had saved her at the entrance exam and seemed to be keeping some eye on UA, as well as suspecting Yui of knowing more than she was letting on. Noted when she often would disappear after classes. What's been going on with you lately? You've been kinda blowing us off, Gyro asked with a suspicious eye towards Yui. The size-shifting girl cleared her throat and just said that she'd been doing some extra study. I may have scored decent in class, but I keep making mistakes on the practical classes. Before the punk girl could question her more, Aizawa arrived and told his class about their next important task. You have to pick a class president. While a few were a bit excited or hoping to get the position, but the indigo-haired student, Ida Tenya, spoke up and put forth deciding based on a vote, which Aizawa greenlit before taking a nap. Once it was tallied, Momo had won the president position, and Ida was chosen to be the vice president. So, did you vote for me, Kodai? Momo asked during lunch. Yui looked up from her pasta and acknowledged that she had. You took the lead and tried to plan for when our opponents would arrive. And you didn't just use your own quirk, you tried to apply mine strategically as well. It was just a bit of bad luck on what happened. Yeah, sorry about that, Sato said with a scratch of his cheek. Achako admitted she also voted for Momo since she had tried to help her when Sato was rampaging. The heiress blushed and just said, it wasn't something special. I was just trying to do what a hero would. Yui chuckles while thinking about Izuku and how he'd said similar when dealing with Digimon. Speaking of whom, Izuku was currently eating lunch with his partners and Shinzo, though the baggy-eyed boy couldn't see them. They were relaxing on the roof as it was a place Izuku could slip his partner's food without anyone noticing. So you chose the general course because you don't have a quirk? Shinzo finally asked. Izuku rolled his eyes before saying that was part of it. But also, well, I'm starting to see that a hero is more complicated than most really understand, especially a pro one. The brainwashing student didn't fully understand, so he just nodded along, while also admitting why he wanted to be a hero. Everyone always told me that I had the perfect quirk for a villain, even jokingly coming up with names for it. Which made you want to be a hero even more, right? Izuku said with a smile. Shinzo blushed and admitted that he was right, feeling that if he could become a hero, then he could prove everyone wrong, while also giving a bit of hope to others who had villainous quirks like him. Izuku sighed while leaning back a bit. He started comparing more about what the hero society now was all about. He'd seen old records and data from before All Might's rise and could see what he had been fighting for and against, trying to give people a sense of security that they could never get before. But he didn't think about certain things, namely, that with more having hope in heroes and quirks, that there would be more scrutiny on them. A power that makes you strong or similar to him would obviously be seen as heroic. But Shinzo's, or even if you think about it, Kaken's, they could easily been seen as villainous. Before either of them could talk more, an alarm rang out across the school, one telling them that the school had been invaded. Thankfully, since they were on the roof, they could tell what the emergency was. That being the media swarming the front gates hoping to get a story about All Might. With the students in the cafeteria, they were quickly calmed and stopped thanks to the efforts of Momo and Ida, and Aizawa complimented them later for the way they handled it. You took charge and pointed out what was going on, and while everyone else was panicking. Good job. Ida couldn't stop beaming in pride, and Momo held her head higher after hearing that. But something else was afoot, something only the teachers and Izuku knew about. Could those reporters have done this? Present Mike asks while looking at the UA barrier, or rather the part of the UA barrier that had been destroyed. Nezu hummed while feeling the dust that had gathered from the destruction. Before he could make an assessment, he felt the twinge of electricity again and looked around in some panic, but finding nothing. This was because Izuku was there as well, using a program to make himself invisible as he looked at the damage. Definitely not done by the reporters. None of them had a quirk that would let them do this, Izuku thought while looking at the wall with his goggles. We need to be vigilant. This is a declaration of war, Nezu says to his staff while watching the area, something Izuku takes note of and hums about before leaving and checking in on the other Digimon. The day after this, Aizawa had a new plan for the students of 1A. Rescue was put on the board in bold, and the students celebrated. Many were looking forward to using their quirks to save people. That's what we're looking to do as heroes, right? The blonde electrification user Kaminari Denki said with a smile. They are all quieted though by Aizawa using his quirk and quickly telling them to quiet down. You'll be taught by 3 heroes today, me, All Might, and 1 other pro hero. And we'll be doing this off campus. Change into your costumes and meet in the parking lot. With Aizawa's orders given, the students get ready for their assignment. Before they do though, Yui gets a message from Izuku. Is there some special class today? He asked. Yui was interested in how he found out about it, but told him what was going on. We've got a rescue lesson today. We'll be off campus for it though. Don't worry, we'll have 3 pros there, was her response, but that didn't alleviate Izuku's worry, especially given he spotted something else over the digital waves. He couldn't make out the message, but it was one that was going away from the school. He then quietly spoke to Renamon. Follow them. I've got a bad feeling, he orders while looking at the blackboard. Renamon had been kneeling next to him invisibly before doing as he commanded. The fox-like Digimon quickly made it to the buses that would be taking the students to their destination, subtly slipping inside and listening to their gossiping. Or in the case of Ida, bemoaning that his loading strategy was pointless. So Yui, who was that guy that saved us, and then you again? Do you know who he really is? Gyro asked while leaning back in her seat. Yui just shrugs and said that the man just appeared and disappeared suddenly. Didn't give me some contact information, she lied while turning to the window. Gyro though knows she's lying and wonders what it was she was hiding. If he's saving people but doesn't have a hero name or license, doesn't that make him a vigilante? A size-shifting student named Takeyama Kaori, a red-haired cousin of Mount Lady, she was able to grow as well. Though in her case, she could only make 2 body parts increase in size at a time. At least that was how she usually used her quirk. In stressful situations, she had been shown to be able to make her entire body grow, doing this to help some others during the entrance exam. The problem was, she couldn't hold it for long, getting lightheaded after about a minute of growth. It was something Aizawa told her she'd have to work on that while she was at UA. But she was still a capable student, taking 3rd in his tests, right behind Todoroki, Shoto, and Momo. Yui gave her a look that said she didn't agree while the others were thinking the same. Once they arrived to their destination, all were impressed by the size of the massive dome, as well as the various locals within the building. Ochako herself excited and happy to see the famous space rescue hero 13 standing at the top of the stairs. She happily greeted the students and waved a hand to her best imagined scenarios for testing hero, the unforeseen simulation joint or USJ, with some students commenting in their minds that it was like Universal Studios Japan. Aizawa then spoke quietly with 13 about All Might's location. He's just catching his breath. He got a little too focused on helping people on the way to UA. He's not gone over his limit, but he's taking a little bit of time to recover, she said subtly. The Erasure hero had an annoyed look and called him irrational while scratching his head. Well, I guess he'll be here soon enough. In the meantime, we'll be testing all of you on how you handle yourselves in emergency situations. Be prepared. As he was saying that, and 13 was gesturing to a point to get started, a black mass opened in the central plaza of the building, and villains started pouring out and through the zones. Has the training already begun? Toru asked with some fear. Aizawa douses that thought by noting those were real villains. Kaminari tries to put out a call, but it fails, with Aizawa letting out a strained breath, ordering 13 to get the students out while he kept the invaders busy. Are you sure that's a good idea, sir? Momo asks as he puts his goggles on. He sighed before saying, no, not really, but I don't have much of a choice. He pulled at his capture cloth and ran down the stairs to engage the villains. While this was happening, the black mass appeared before 13 and the students. Hello, I'm sorry to say this, but we cannot allow you to leave, the villain, who introduced himself as Kurogiri, says with narrowed yellow eyes directed their way. 13 tells them to be ready as she uses her quirk to start sucking up the villain. But he starts to turn this against her by creating a portal behind her and turning her power on her, at least until a new player steps in. Kyaku is heard and Renamon appears and barrages Kurogiri's head with kicks, using a strong axe kick to put his head to the ground before holding him down. Engine boy, get moving, she shouts while holding Kurogiri in place. All of the students were shocked by seeing Renamon appear out of nowhere. Yui is the first to snap out of it and tells Ida to do as she said. If our communications are down, they need to know what is going on. Understood. Thank you, Fox Hero. I'll make sure the pros know what is going on, Ida says before putting his full speed into getting away. Right as he passes Renamon and Kurogiri, the latter pushes his assailant off. He tries to reform and warp Ida away, but Renamon is on him right as he moves, kicking his face a few more times and then using a power paw to set her hands alight. She flips over him after the blows land and brings her arms before her. Diamond Storm, she shouts. A barrage of lights appear above the villain. He snarls a bit before expanding his gate and taking in the attack, and redirecting it to strike the fox. But he misses Renamon, making some motions with her hands and her concentration of energy. Kohinkayo, she says as a light covers her and Kurogiri. Once it lets up, Kurogiri is barraged by the attack he just redirected, because Renamon had swapped places with him. Whoa, who's the hot fox hero? Did you see how she did all of that? What the heck is her quirk? Most of the students say or ask, while 13 is shaking her head in surprise and about to ask who she was. Yui though steps up and subtly asks, did Izuku send you? Renamon nods and says they'll have more help soon. Gyro though heard the name Yui dropped and intended to interrogate her later. For now, they were focused on trying to get out, only to be shocked by a somewhat reawakened Kurogiri expanding his gate beneath the students to send them throughout the facility, before returning to his leader, Shigaraki Tamura. You mean to say you let one get away, and you got beat by some no-name hero? Tamura exclaimed while scratching his neck incessantly, and then threatened Kurogiri before refocusing on Aizawa. The hero had taken down quite a few of the villains and was about to engage the leaders, and this was when Tamura ordered the monster next to him, Namu, to take the hero out of the picture. The massive beaked beast roaring before rushing Aizawa, who could do little as it attacked him, finished by a slam of his face into the ground. Now then, "Where is the symbol of peace?" Tamura asked while telling some other villains to deal with the students. Aizawa grunts and refuses to say anything to Tamura, even as Namu breaks his arm. "You act tough, but it won't do you much good in this situation." Tamura reaches down to use his quirk and do away with the hero, only to grunt as his face is impacted by a spinning blue disc. He goes rolling while the disc continues and slices off Namu's arms. It roars at this impact, but it is disrupted by a new attack, that being a pyro punch thrown by Agumon, who appeared from a portal with a few others, that being Strikeman and Witchman, the latter of whom starts healing Aizawa. "Who are you?" he grunts out as he feels his injuries healing. "Just someone trying to save everyone," Agumon says as the disc comes back and turns into Teal'Udamon. Agumon or Izuku kept his eyes on the black-skinned and beaked monster. As his limbs regrew from the stumps Teal'Udamon left it with, he retook his stance and tells the rest to be ready for anything. Agumon stared down the beast called Namu while keeping his fists burning. "Get Eraserhead out of here, Witchman." Strikeman, keep the walking facepalm busy and watch out for his touch. Teal'Udamon, keep the portal villain occupied. Beak face is mine. The trio of Digimon nod before following their orders, Witchman taking Aizawa up to the top of the stairs while Strikeman rushed to Mura. Teal'Udamon meanwhile kept a close eye on the massive mist, and whenever he tried to make a portal, the wolf-like shield was in front of his face again. Namu meanwhile roared before rushing Agumon, and the fiery Digimon replied with a fire slide kick to the legs and into an uppercut pyro tornado attack to launch the monster, following that up with a Salaman Rider kick and Voltic strike, before coming down on the beast's exposed brain with a burning elbow drop. Or that would have been the last move, but Namu recovered and struck Agumon right in the chest. "Okay, that hurt. Shit," Izuku said aloud before noticing that the monster was rushing him again. "Fire dash," he shouted before becoming incorporeal and leaving a fire trail in his wake. The weapon roars in pain before refocusing on Izuku, the boy taking advantage of the nimble moves and styles Agumon was known for to dodge. "Not getting anywhere like this. Gotta go for broke," he thinks before using a blaze gust to send a wave of flame at Namu. "Try this." Gatling burst, Agumon shouts before unloading a barrage of punches at the monster, but it responds in kind with its own barrage of blows. Izuku winces under the strain and amps up his attack with million Gatling burst, with his flames appearing to do decent damage. There is a problem though. While the flames were doing damage and taxing the hyper-regeneration quirk, Agumon's punches didn't have the same impact thanks to the shock absorption quirk Namu also had, and it wasn't long before Agumon was overpowered and sent into one of the buildings. "Izuku," Strikeman shouted while looking towards his friend. "Got you," Tamura shouted while reaching out with both hands to disintegrate Strikeman, only to reel in pain as the Digimon lit his body on fire with Strike Fang, and then take a stabbing blow from Strikeman's claws. The lizard-like Digimon is about to engage the Namu when a new player shows up. "Have no fear, students, because I am here," All Might announces while ripping off his tie and then sprinting down the staircase and dealing with a few of the reawakened villains. He recognizes the two others as Digimon, but doesn't address them at this point, focusing instead on Namu and engaging it with all his might, giving Teal'Udamon and Strikeman a chance to check in on Izuku. He was slightly buried under the rubble, but the Agumon form took most of the damage, as Izuku was just unconscious rather than truly hurt. "What do we do?" the Wolf Shield asked with a nervous gaze to his compatriot. Strikeman digivolves to Monodramon before sighing. "You get out there and help the others. I'll get in touch with Hackman and we'll try to wake him up." Teal'Udamon nods before sprinting off. While this was happening, the other students were surprised by their new allies. As in the ruins zone, Kirishima and Siro were aided by a creature the former could only describe as manly, that being Grappleomon, who lashed out with his turbines to knock most of the villains away. "Time to finish this, King of FIIISSSTTTS," Grappleomon shouted while building up energy in his fist and turbine, unleashing a blow that seemed to warp the space around the impact and send all the villains flying. "So freaking manly," Kirishima shouted as Grappleomon swept his arm to the side to clear the dust. Huey, Gyro, and Momo meanwhile were trapped in the landslide zone with villains surrounding them, but they were aided by Renamon, who fought with them in her normal form, at least until she felt the energy from Izuku's arrival and became Yaokama. Momo and Gyro were wide-eyed before the former asked, "How is that possible?" And her bewilderment only grew as the tail tips of Yaokama lit up and launched at a few of the villains. "Try this, Genri," the fox shouted as a large red flame dragon arose and struck as well. "I don't think we should be looking a gift horse in the mouth, Yaorazu. We need to focus on these villains," Yui shouted before using the stun gun she had been given to stop a different assailant. Gyro agreed and used her speakers to blast away a few villains too. But things changed when a trio of villains that stopped their attacks. One absorbed the taser shots, another pushed the fires away, and the third was canceling out Gyro's sound attacks. "Well now, that monster is a bit unusual," But at least we've got 3 pretty little heroes to help us get out of here. Goamon snarled before she felt something else. She had registered that Izuku had been fighting and was up against an impressive foe. But his resolve seemed to flow to her as she began to digivolve again. Goamon digivolved too. Daomon, and suddenly the 9-tailed fox beast became a dark Shinto priest. What the hell is going on? Gyro asked while looking at the strange entity. The villains were equally stunned, but the electrification users snapped out of it and tried to attack the group, only to be met with a shield and then binding papers launched by Daomon. Yui recognized the papers and said, "Don't kill them," as she knew those could explode. Daomon gave her a confused look before doing a few hand signs. With one last movement, the papers drained the villain of his stamina and left him stuck on the ground. "Oh no you don't," the 2 other villains said before attacking. But it was for naught, as those signs were not just to bind the electrification villain, but to set up the next step in defeating their foes, by making a barrier that surrounded the duo. And the flames one had taken to control. "You think this will stop us?" one shouted before attacking the barrier, which in turn did nothing more than expend all of the oxygen within, knocking the pair out. Momo was stunned by all of this, but after being elbowed by Gyro she refocused and made some items to restrain the villains. "Who are you?" she asked while looking to Daomon in confusion once more. "Just someone who is here to help." Haku meanwhile was helping the tailed boy Ajiro Mashiro and Kaori inside the conflagration zone. "Who or what the heck are you?" the redhead asked as she saw the beast unleash fire shots and then rush so fast he knocked multiple out with fifth cross and other attacks. "Not really the thing to worry about right now," Haku said while knocking out a few more villains, only to feel something strange from the central plaza. "Izuku," he thinks while snarling, and the report from Monodramon does little to alleviate his worry. "Get over here when you get the chance. I think we'll need you, given what I'm seeing from that mist guy," Monodramon says while looking out and seeing Kirigiri open up and reveal 2 more Namu-like creatures. All Might had been soundly thrashing the Namu who was supposed to kill him, and with Teoludamon's help, Kirigiri was of minimal trouble, especially while the villain had taken the time to evacuate Tamura to get his hands and body healed after Strikedramon's attacks. Kirigiri grumbles before saying, "These may not be up to the full level of the Namu before you, but they should be able to do enough to finish you off." One had blue skin and bones jutting out of multiple points of the body. The other was white and pink and seemed to almost be made of rock. All Might grit his teeth while taking stock of his new enemies. "I was already pushing it as is. If I run out of time now, I'm definitely going to die. To say nothing of what would happen to the students. I have to stand my ground, no matter the cost." The number 1 hero tightens his fist before rushing the rock-like villain, and then being blasted back after hitting it. "I see. Impact recoil, I'd bet. And with that skin, I'd have to put out a lot of force just to hurt it, thereby doing more damage to myself." He thought this aloud while blocking or deflecting the attacks of the other 2 Namu, and noting how the bone-spiked villain seemed to perfectly time dodges and blows with him not going all out. A precognition type of power. That's a rare quirk, he thought while looking for some opening to engage, and it came thanks to some strange allies. While All Might had been fighting the recently arrived Namu, Haku evolved to Hackman and made his way over to Monodramon and Izuku. "How is he?" Izuku's oldest partner asked. "He's alright. Agunaman took the brunt of the damage, but we've got more problems. Those things out there won't be easy to fight. We might be able to handle them at ultimate level, but we can't get there with Izuku like this." The boy in question is unconscious and All Might was running out of time. In more than one way, Hackman went up to Izuku's face and started licking him. "This is kind of humiliating, but if it wakes him up it's fine," Hackman thought while also shaking Izuku a bit. Izuku finally stirs after a minute. You, Hackman, what's, okay, I think I preferred being unconscious," Izuku says while popping his back a bit. Monodramon lets out a snort before saying, "Too bad we need you here. Take a look." The green teen shakes his head and sees the predicament. "When did they get here?" he exclaimed before seeing Teoludaman get knocked away, evolving after going through a building. That mist thing brought them after All Might and Ludaman were handling the black one. Now though, he's struggling. So it comes down to us, to if nothing else even the odds," Izuku says with some annoyance and bitterness, still remembering what All Might said to him on that rooftop over a year ago. He tightened his fist while looking on, before letting it go slack and taking a deep breath. Hackman and Monodramon look up at Izuku and can see him processing. Izuku keeps going over what he experienced during his life, and how flawed the world of heroes had become or truly was behind the scenes, while also hearing the taunts and insults of Bakugo and his former classmates. But as he starts down into that spiral, something else pulls him up and back. First being Hackman coming back and helping with his loneliness, then the adventures and training with Terry and those who would become his new partners, finally ending with Yui telling him, "You might be the greatest hero in Japan, maybe even further." With a slight sigh, Izuku opens his eyes with a new determination burning. This isn't to prove him wrong. or to show I'm the better hero. This is about stopping these villains and keeping some hope alive. Izuku thinks as his goggles light up. Hackman and Monodramon feel the energy flow to them with unrestrained fervor, and truly feeling the next level of the Digivolution and other states unlock. Hackman, Warp Digivolve 2. Jessamine, Izuku's oldest partner, shouts as he becomes the 13th Royal Knight. Monodramon, Biomerge Digivolve 2. Jessamine, the building they were standing in explodes from the rush of all of their energies, and the two new heroes stand tall as the wind blows their scarf or cape. Jessamine narrows its yellow eyes while brandishing all of his blades. Compared to Savior Huckman, Jessamine is taller, and his armor is more elaborate, and the swords on Jessamine's arms were longer with digicode etched onto them. All Might and a few others who had made it to the central plaza were stunned seeing the pair of Digimon, so much so that All Might was rushed by the blue Namu. Before it could stab the hero, Jessamine was in front of the monster and knocked it away with a swipe of his blade. Jessamine meanwhile unleashed a Justice Knuckle at the white Namu, only to be surprised by some of the impact being sent back to him. Didn't see that coming, Jessamine says with a shake of his head. All Might's eyes widen again as he recognizes part of the voice. I have a lot of questions, but right now, I'm not complaining about the help, All Might says before relaying what he'd surmised about the foes before them. Guess that explains the recoil I felt. But there's something else. I don't think these things can be saved in any way. There's not enough mind there. All Might has a complicated look on his face as Jessamine says this, but he acknowledges the reality and asks what the two intend to do. Make sure they can't be used as weapons anymore, Jessamine says while staying focused on the blue Namu. The creature meanwhile looks back and sees the students from the shipwreck zone swimming to the shore, those being Mainta Minoru, Kaminari Denki, and Asui Tsuyu. The beast has a vague recollection from its past, and how they enjoyed attacking youths and making them feel weak. It roars before winding up to drive its bone spikes into Mainta's head. The short purple boy screams and wets himself in fear, but the spikes were stopped short by the leg blades of Jessamine. You would harm those who are unable to fight, just for some smug satisfaction. You deserve no less than 10,000 deaths, and I will be happy to exact it. Jessamine kicks the offending arm away before tapping into O's generics, seeming to stop time around it and then slashing at the monster, kicking it up into the air and unleashing Judgment of the Blade. As time returns to normal speed, the students were shocked to see the blue Namu up in the air, with all of its limbs cut off. Poor TUUSSSS, Jessamine shouts before creating a triangular shield and firing a beam that disintegrates the blue Namu. Jessamine meanwhile takes stock of the white Namu, taking pawnshots with Justice Burst, so I can't beat it with direct physical attacks, but I can feel something new is unlocked, and I know just the ways to use it. With those thoughts, Jessamine puts his plan of attack into motion. He dodges a few attacks before building up charge in his blitz arm. I couldn't use this before because we fused on impulse, but now that we're in control, we can use more of this power. The Digimon and human think while using small shock blows to make the white Namu's body seize up. Time to finish this, Jessamine says before using a double smack to the Namu's head to disorient it. He then swept the legs and threw the monster up into the air a bit. He then placed his left hand on the top point of his cyber arm, then spun it to focus the energy even more, changing from the blitz arm to his Excel arm. We only get one shot with this, Izuku, Monodramon, Jessamine warns as they thrust the massive mechanical limb up at their enemy. While the attack would normally be focused on the ground and cause a shockwave there, Izuku's creative mind sees another way to use it, adjusting the position of the fingers to blast the monster in the stomach with a shockwave. The Namu uses impact recoil, but instead of it hitting someone it just sends the monster higher into the air. Jessamine grabs the point on his shoulder again and spins it once more. The metal limb transforms once again into a square shape with a red energy blade coming from it. Voltage blade, Jessamine shouts before leaping up and slicing the Namu in half. All Might meanwhile put everything into overtaxing the main Namu's hyper-regeneration and shock absorption, finally sending it flying after a Minnesota smash and a full-powered Texas smash. Phew, a few years ago that might have taken only 5 hits. This time it took almost 150. He looked at the other two who were aiding him and closed his eyes in resigned acceptance. They are Digimon after all. To them, killing is just normal. And I don't disagree with the idea of removing more weapons. Still, Toshinori thinks as the pair of warriors settle back to the ground, only for both Digimon to crumple a bit from overtaxing themselves. Jessamine more than anyone. Damn, not used to this yet, he thinks as he evolves into Hackman. Izuku and Monodramon though are panicking, as Izuku wanted to keep some of the secret asses and keep saving without worrying about red tape. But that was some of the least of their worries, mostly thanks to a few villains who had freed themselves or reawakened to witness the fight. All Might looks winded at least. Let's take these guys out while we have the chance. Our reps will skyrocket with this. All Might gets hit by one attack and barely notices the others going after Jessamine. But the Digimon can't attack as the villains rush him. Just before they strike, a new figure appears, or rather a good ally. Yeah, can't help but get yourself into trouble, can you, kid? Goamon had returned and sent the villains flying with a punch. And he wasn't alone. Baby hail was what was heard as Goamon let out a freezing blast to knock a few villains around. And more were disarmed thanks to a little chick with a sword on his back. Hi, Goamon. Cover him, you too, Goamon says while taking stock of the trouble before them. Goamon uses his ice breath to hide Izuku and Monodramon as they defuse. While that was happening, more students arrived as well as the rest of Izuku's team. And to really finish the fight for the USJ, a shot rang out and injured another villain. Ida had made it back with the rest of the teachers of UA. Izuku sighed as his partners got close to him, using his Digivice to make a portal to the digital world. Before he could though, All Might called out to them. Thank you for stepping in when you did. You saved many people this day, he said with a thumbs up. Goamon though recognized the gesture, as well as the voice of the hero. It's a bit deeper, and there's a more grandiose tone with it, but there's no mistaking it. Toshi, is that you? Goamon asked while looking towards the number 1 hero. Upon hearing that name, All Might froze. He started to shiver a bit while looking at Goamon again, and seeing the old scar over his eye, even in this new state. Gee, guts, Toshinori muttered with a trembling breath. Izuku heard this but knew this wasn't the time to act on it, so he opened the portal and called to the old warrior. Guts shook his head before turning to the portal. But before he left, Guts left Toshinori with a piercing statement and question. So, this is what you abandoned me for. Was it really worth it? All Might starts to deflate as he steps back and trips over some stones. Before his true form is shown though, Cementos raises up some concrete to hide him, and the rest of the teachers work to evacuate the rest of the students. Behind the barrier, Toshinori is shivering and holding his head, some tears building up in his eyes as he thinks back on his old friend, and what could have happened to him. While Guts sniffles while thinking of the same times, with Izuku resolving to confront the hero on this matter later. He's got an insane amount to explain, Izuku thinks as they arrive in digital world. Once Izuku's group arrived in the digital world, he could address some of the strange matters before him. Goamon, didn't expect to see you, especially with Goamon and, sorry, who are you? Izuku said with a confused look to the chick-like Digimon. Oh, it is good to meet you, Izuku Dono. I am Goamon. I seek to improve my skills and swordsmanship each day, and from what Guts Dono said, you could help me to grow in that way, Goamon said with a salute of his sword. The little ice dragon let out a chuckle before saying, I forgot that was what BGMI was like when we were younger, but I think he's got the right idea for both of us. Goamon said he'd been thinking about what Izuku had done for him and other Digimon, and how he could try to do more himself. And where those thoughts led me, well, it was going back with Rock head over there. Goamon trailed off as Goamon had deadage evolved back to Gotsum, the little rock Digimon looking pained and almost terrified. Izuku approached Guts slowly before reaching out to him. Guts, you okay? Izuku's question seemed to bring Guts back to the moment and he realized what had happened. Guess seeing Toshi again caused more damage than I thought. Izuku was slightly wide-eyed at hearing that and asked again if All Might was the Toshi that Guts had partnered with long ago. Yep, though that buff form of his was weird. He was closer to like your size when we first met, Guts said with a slightly sad look, reminiscing on the adventures with his old partner and friend, before he disappeared and left him all alone. Izuku gripped his fist in anger before resolving to confront the supposed greatest hero. He's been looking less like one for a while, and if what I think might be true, then he's lost a lot of right to be a hero. Izuku thinks angrily before checking in with the rest of his partners, and Tsukeman was pouting that Monodramon and Hackman had jumped so far ahead of her when it came to Digivolutions. I'll get my mega form next, she said while resting on top of Lehman's head, who just chuckled before saying it might take them all a bit of time. Though if your history is anything to go on, when you get mad or otherwise upset, you'll unlock it yourself, which could have some dangerous consequences, Lehman said with a laugh. Tsukeman pouted again before looking at Guts and Izuku, and how sad or mad they both were. She flew over and tried to comfort Guts and Izuku. Guts sighs before scratching her chin and thanking her. Yeah, we'll deal with that tomorrow. We should head back. Speaking of, back at the USJ the heroes were dealing with the cleanup from the aftermath of the fight, and while it wasn't much of a problem to deal with the villains, there was a different problem. All Might was barely responsive after Cementos had brought up the concrete barricades and the others had escorted the students out. What happened, All Might? The one asking was All Might's friend from the police force, Tsukachi Naomasa, but the number 1 hero lets out a tired sigh, and having a 1,000-yard stare while resting in Recovery Girl's office. This isn't pain from injuries. If anything, that wouldn't be a problem for him. Something else happened, something that shook him to his core. The one analyzing this was the guidance counselor Hound Dog. While he may be more specialized in helping students, he was still skilled enough in psychology to understand what was going on with his co-worker. Recovery Girl let out a breath before telling the rest to leave. I'll handle him. Or rather, I'll call someone who can handle him, the nurse says before shooing them all out. She sighed before calling an old friend. Hello, Sorahiko. Listen, I hate to use you like this, but I think you can wake up Toshinori best. All right, Chiyo. Put me on speaker. The old hero Gran Torino says with a little grumbling. Once the phone is next to All Might, the semi-retired hero shouts out at his former student. Understood, sensei. Wait, Recovery Girl. What's going on? Well, that's done. What happened to you, Toshinori? Torino asked over the phone. All Might thought back for a moment before remembering what Goamon had said to him. I met someone that I never thought I'd see again. Not since before I met you and Master Shimura. Torino lets out a surprised gasp and questions if it was one of the monsters he fought. No, it was someone else. Someone who saved me with others. All Might said before tearing up a bit. He thanked his old teacher before hanging up the phone. He left Recovery Girl's office and hurried back to his apartment while the healing hero was confused, and then had to deal with Sorahiko calling her back, wanting to berate Toshinori for brushing him off. You should let him be. I think something about this shook him more than we could begin to understand. Once back to his home, All Might went back to his wall safe and checked once more on the old reminder of his days before he had a quirk. Back when someone had hoped he could be the digital guardian of East Asia. And back when he had a best friend in Goamon. What happened to you? Toshinori asked before holding the goggles close to his chest. After the weekend, UA campus was buzzing with the story about a villain invasion and all of the students who got caught up in the mess. I wonder how they survived. Weren't there pros there as well? Still, if the number is anything to go on, it would have been on heck of a fight. Not for All Might. I heard he only showed up to finish off some sort of boss. Yeah, and there were some vigilantes that showed up as well. Izuku ignored most of this and instead focused on timing when he could talk to All Might, especially since Guts came with him today to talk to his old friend. Once lunch was done, the young tamer quickly made his way toward 1A. While some others had been curious and looked in between classes, he had a different goal. One he would make known after hearing the number one hero talking about what the next exercise for the students would be. As he opened the door and was about to dash away, Izuku called out to him. All Might, we need to talk, Izuku said with a firm glare at the hero. Toshinori had barely turned to head to the battlegrounds when he heard Izuku's statement, and when he turned back to see Izuku, he had the same feeling as when he faced down Gran Torino, Terry, or even Mayatisme. The hero students, though, were shocked by the audacity of the general course student, as well as how scared All Might seemed to be of this green-haired teen. All Might attempted to deflect and say he had class matters to deal with first, but Izuku was staying firm. Don't have the guts to face down or talk with someone you hurt, even if it was emotionally more than physically, Izuku said with his eyes not wavering from the focus on the hero, who was sweating as Aizawa, Midnight, and a few other teachers were around as well. All Might gulped before trying to speak, but Izuku cut him off. This isn't just about me. This about someone else. Someone you also hurt, Toshinori. Everyone listening was confused or shocked by the way Izuku was referring to All Might, and something else informed the hero on how serious the boy was. Right at his injury, he could feel a rocky fist. One he was certain he knew. All right, young Midoriya. I suppose we do have a few things to talk about. More than I ever realized could be true. All Might then asks that Aizawa take over the class he was going to teach, but the man refuses, saying, I think I want to know how this young man knows so much, and what it is that's making you so nervous. Present Mike offers to cover for the two, while Aizawa and Midnight go with All Might and Izuku to the principal's office. This is quite the breach in security, among other things, All Might. Though I have to know how you two know each other, Nezu says while looking between All Might in his true form and Izuku, who was still glaring at him. And it was the teen who spoke first, talking about how they met and what All Might had said to him the day he was attacked by the sludge villain. And while All Might looked a bit ashamed of his statements, especially when Izuku talked about his quirklessness and the bullying he'd endured, his fellow educators had different thoughts. Aizawa, for one, didn't disagree with the idea of trying to let Izuku down easy, as he wasn't sure someone without a quirk could fight those with them. But then again, in plenty of cases I might as well be quirkless, so maybe I'm being a hypocritical idiot on par with this one. Midnight and Nezu, though, were both disappointed in All Might for the way he handled the matter. Your injury may have influenced your thoughts, but the way you went about the matter with the boy, well, it's not exactly what I'd hoped for in my educators, Nezu says while Midnight glares at the man. Aizawa, though, took the time to ask how it was that Izuku knew more about All Might than most truly did. Most don't even know his real name. So how do you know it? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Izuku smirked a bit before saying, I'm at least glad Witchman's treatment kept you from needing large amounts of bandages, Aizawa-san. It certainly made it a lot easier to fight that first Namo. This shocked them all before the handful of Izuku's Digimon partners showed themselves, with Tsukeman landing atop Izuku's head, Leomon standing behind him, Hackman on the couch next to him, and Monodramon had his arms crossed while leaning on the couch. While all of the Digimon surprised the adults, one shook All Might even more to his core. "It's been far too long, Toshi," Guts said with some slight tears building in his eyes. All Might gulped before quietly muttering, "Guts, it really is you." This shocked the rest of the adults who asked what they all were and what was going on. Even Nezu was dumbfounded by everything happening. "You should remember quite well, Yagi-san. After all, you were learning and training to be what I am long ago, back when you were learning to be the guardian of this entire region." Upon Izuku saying this, all of the teachers looked to All Might with confusion and shock, and the man can't even muster anything up to explain to defend himself. Who are you, young man? And who are these creatures?" Midnight finally uttered out. "They are Digimon, digital monsters from a world parallel to our own, and effects there can influence things here, sometimes at the level of near worldwide destruction." But he abandoned all of that to become a pro hero. Izuku admitted that he hadn't quite gotten to that level yet, but his mentor had shown him some of how they worked to keep the digital world from getting that extreme or drastic. But they missed some of the smaller things. "After all, Terry and Padma can't cover everything you abandon, including me," Guts said bitterly. "So you two used to be partners in this peacekeeping duty. But he left and something happened, didn't it?" Nezu said while putting together the pieces in his high-spec mind. Guts took a shuddering breath before talking more about what it was like after Toshinori stopped coming. "I kept on trying to achieve what we dreamed of, making it to me being the next royal knight. But as the decades went by, I lost more and more of that hope, especially when I lost the ability to digivolve to Star and Super Starman." "What?" All Might finally asked in a mix of shocks. "I can never go back. I can't do it anymore, Toshi. I can't. I can never become what we had promised to grow to," Guts says while crying. Izuku feels tempted to comfort the old warrior, but he needs to let him get everything out, especially since he now had to explain what digivolving was, and illustrating it by having Tsukeman and Monodramon digivolve to their champion levels. And Aizawa recognized both from when he was saved from Namo. "So, you can lose your connection to a digivolution?" Midnight asked with some sympathy. Guts nodded and noted that it didn't happen overnight. "After all, Toshi abandoned me for a few centuries." Nezu, who was taking a sip of tea, choked and then did a spit take hearing that. "Are you serious?" he asked in shock. Izuku confirmed it by saying, "Yagi-san should remember that time works differently in the digital world. While it was 40 years for you, it was decades upon decades for him, let alone others who trusted you. That wasn't the worst of it though, Toshi. That came when I fell and became a monster we would have put a stop to back when we were partners," Guts said while rubbing his eyes. With All Might sliding out of the couch he was sitting in and dropping to his knees, pleading that it wasn't true. But Izuku hammered it in by saying, "It is true. After all, I had to stop him and put an end to his extortion and intimidation racket in the digital world." While the heroes all looked at Izuku in shock, Monodramon and Leomon corroborated the pair's stories. Monodramon himself noting how Guts had destroyed at least a dozen mountain villages himself while also keeping others in line with his army of Ogremen and its variations. "I wanted so bad to try and reach what we dreamt of. I was willing to use anyone to get it done. It took the boy and his partners to stop me, and cost one his life," Guts said while remembering Bureman. "Maybe, but he was at least reborn, right? At least you could." All Might started before Izuku cut him off in anger. "It doesn't matter that they are reborn and maybe have second chances. You left him to stew in pain as his hopes slipped away and became warped, all because you somehow gained a quirk. After all, you didn't have one when you were partners." While shocking to Midnight and Aizawa, Nezu was less surprised given he knew the larger secret. Covering it up with, All Might's quirk was a late bloomer type, and being quirkless was less rare in his day. It's no surprise he forgot that over the 40 years he's been a hero. But that doesn't excuse what he did to you. Both of you. Guts cried out that it would never make right what happened to him, and how it could never wash away all the Digimon he hurt and deleted. "But, how did you reach Goamon?" All Might finally asked with some tears of his own. The kid here. He didn't delete me after he broke my Goamon form. He brought me back to Primary Village as a way to keep an eye on me. And during an attack from Solman and others who wanted to suck away the life force of the baby Digimon, his heart and courage to face it inspired me. My heart had been broken, not my spirit, and it was able to burn brighter thanks to him." Guts closed his eyes before tightening his fists. He still felt the anger and pain of what Toshinori had done to him, but it was tempered by the will to fight for who he trusted once more, and the light Izuku had shown him again. "Got him in Digivolve too. Goamon," Guts announced before going to his mega form. Guts adjusted the cap part of his new head and glared down at All Might once more. "This is what you failed to foster. What you failed to help me reach. Izuku was the one who saved me and helped me redeem myself from where you left me. The dead look in All Might's eyes can't grow any darker, as he sits there on his knees while thinking back on his friend, and how his actions and choices led to his once best friend becoming a villain, then being stopped and later saved by the same boy he thought couldn't be a hero. All because of what he had forgotten in his time as the #1 hero and the meeting of his master, Shimuranana. Even his fellow heroes can't look at the man the same way. While Nezu did know about the story of his quirk, he didn't know that said quirk and focus on it led to the pain and suffering of a number of beings from a different world, making the hero question if there was any good that came of quirks at all. For Aizawa and Midnight, though, they felt they couldn't look at the hero who had been an inspiration for them and dozens of other heroes the same anymore. Hearing how he neglected and abandoned someone who used to be his closest friend, all because he wanted to be a hero in the public eye. In contrast, they felt Izuku now embodied what it really meant to be a hero, as he tried to save others, Digimon and humans, despite having no powers at the time and not knowing how any of it would turn out. And to top it off, he wasn't looking to take credit for the defeat of the Nomus and sending the League of Villains packing. He saved everyone because he could and knew what was right. While All Might was still a bit broken, Nezu took a shuddering breath before asking what Izuku intended to do. I'm not going to reveal his secrets. I'm angry at him for more than one reason. But that isn't enough to make me want to destroy him. At least not any more than he already is, Izuku said while taking a breath to steady his own mind. Nezu nodded before asking if the boy intended to keep being a vigilante. No, that's a dumb question. In many ways you'd be the only one to deal with these Digimon fellows. But I do believe you could use a bit more actual training, Nezu says with a minor smirk and a look to the boy. He doesn't explain right away, but he notes that he'd like Izuku to be brought in for a few of the hero course lessons. Izuku is shocked by this and asks why he wanted to do that. The short answer, to keep an eye on you. And I think I know the longer answer, sir. It's because as strong as you and your partners are, they could use a bit of refinement, especially in regards to rescues, Aizawa says with a nod to both Nezu and Izuku. But the boy isn't so sure about the matter as he was looking to keep a few of the secrets of Digimon a bit longer. You might as well. Huey already knows about us, and I saw the looks that one girl was giving you, Hackman noted with a raised eyebrow. Izuku sighed before agreeing to go along with the idea. But I'd prefer not being around him. Not for what he said to me, but what he put guts through, Izuku says before standing and taking his leave. Though he decided to show a bit more and opened a portal to the digital world in Nezu's office, something that intrigued the administrator and made All Might flash back to his time learning from Yagami Teichai, and how he abandoned a different teacher that way. The day after Izuku confronted All Might, word was going around about how some general course student had confronted the #1 hero, and had enough presence to intimidate the top hero. So, do you want to talk about who that guy was? Gyro asked Yui between classes. Yui cleared her throat before saying, not sure if you're really ready to know it all. Besides, I don't want to betray their trust. Before Gyro could question her further, Aizawa clapped to bring attention to the front. All right, let's get back to business. The scraggy-haired hero explained that they'd be doing a special rescue course for the day. You'll understand why and how soon enough. But we won't be going to the USJ. We'll take this to one of the other battlegrounds. He tells the students to get ready while he prepares for the exercise. That being, subtly catching Izuku before he left for the day. Most of the general course students either left or participated in the few clubs that had been established. Izuku, though, would often make it seem like he was going home, only to slip to the side and enter the digital space and then the digital world. Where are you, kid? Aizawa asked while checking a few stairwells and dead-end halls, only to be startled by Izuku saying, right behind you, and then appearing almost from thin air. Don't do that. Wait, how did you do that? The hero asked while catching his breath after the scare. Izuku gently gripped his goggles before subtly punching in a code combo, one that created a light-bending illusion around him. Handy trick for getting into certain places. I take it you want me to either participate or help with a hero course exercise. Oh yeah, I'd like you and your partners to meet us at Ground Beta. I've got something in mind for the rescue exercise, Aizawa said while shaking his head at the confusing situation. He was about to ask how Izuku was going to introduce himself to the class, but something else distracted him. That being Goamon, who came out behind Izuku. Midoriya, who or what is this? The Erasure hero asked while rubbing his eyes a bit. You're that boy who was a student about 10 years ago. The one who can project his mind along his line of sight to interrupt the muscles or factors of certain others. Aizawa was surprised and asked how he knew all of that. And, that's how my quirk works. Are you sure? I just thought I could erase their quirks, the dark-haired hero said while looking down at the Digimon in confusion. Goamon smiled and noted that he had been at UA since before it was a hero school. and it's given me quite a bit of knowledge pertaining to how all of the factors and causes that have come about from that odd mutation of yours. Hearing the way Goamon phrased it puzzled Izawa, but he put that aside to get back for the exercise. You probably know where ground beta is. Just head there, he said while hurrying off to catch his students. Izuku chuckled a bit before asking if the Digimon professor wanted to come along. You don't think they'd mind? It would be interesting to study them up close. Izuku smiled before opening a portal with his Digivice and gathered up his partners. At ground beta, Izawa caught up with his students and started to outline the exercise they had in mind. You'll be rescuing dummy civilians inside of a few of these buildings, and you'll be working with a special ally. That would be me, right? Izuku, or rather Agumon, said as he and the rest appeared from a portal. It shocked almost all of the teens, Yui and Gyro being the main exceptions, though Izawa was a bit surprised on how Izuku was going about this. Don't you want to tell them who you really are? Honestly, no. It's easier to work when I don't have people following me constantly, Agumon said with a raised eyebrow. Izawa shrugged and had the group introduce themselves. So are you guys like some vigilantes or something? Are you related to Big Red Dot? Who is that cute little purple one? Wonder where those bigger heroes are. Yeah, I mean, the two dragons there look like they're little brothers. The bird and the blue dragon there are different. What's with the little guy in the Haramachi and lab coat? The students of want to start asking these questions and murmuring about the appearance of the new arrivals, with the red-haired teen with a hardening quirk warming up to Lehman. So was that some kind of armor or like support devices you were wearing and using the other day? Lehman smiled and said, not exactly. The truth is, none of us are human or anything like that. We're known as Digimon. Digital monsters. That shocks all of the teens again, and Agumon nods to him and the others, and each turn into their various evolved forms, Lehman going to Grappleomon, while most of the others stick with their champion forms, the obvious exceptions being Bulukomon and Hyakomon, as they had yet to fully partner with Izuku the same way. Whoa, so, how, what, why? I don't really know where to start, sir, Tenya said while shaking out of his surprise. Agumon smiled and said, my team and I have been protecting the world. Just from a very behind-the-scenes type of way. After all, the digital world can come through in strange ways. He says this with a nod towards Sato, Achako, and Yaoyorozu, with Sato getting wide-eyed and saying, when I lost control, that was done by a Digimon? Grappleomon nodded and noted that they pulled him to the digital world to defeat the parasite that had attached to him. I've been through worse fights, but it was still difficult, the warrior of fire admitted with a smirk, one that made a few of the girls blush, namely the invisible girl Hagakure Toru and pink girl Ashido Mina. I'm kinda liking the looks of the big hero leading them, Mina said with a smile and lilt. Izuku cleared his throat before reminding them that they had an assignment to carry out. I know you want me to join in on this because I don't really do much when it comes to rescue work, right? He said with a look towards Izawa, who nodded and said, yes, you noted doing some rescues before, but you were guessing or following the wisdom of those around you. I want you and your team to work with Class 1 and recover all of the civilians in this complex. Agumon nodded and suggested that the groups should split up and one Digimon go with each group, with one exception, Bancho Goamon. I want you to keep our main escape open, Izuku said with a look toward the Bancho Digimon. You got it, kid. I'll make sure you can all get back, the Stone Digimon said with a tip of his cap. The teens were then split up and a partner Digimon was chosen. Agumon went with Yui and Gyro and would act as the central rally point. Hiroshima, Kaminari, and Mineta were paired with Grappleomon, the last of whom was basically being dragged along. Bulukomon went with Todoroki and Ida, while Witchman was with Yaoyorozu, the Anavoice user Kota Koiji, and the bird-headed teen Takoyami Fumikage. I've got light spells in case we need to take care of you, Witchman said with a wink toward Takoyami, who blushed and asked how she knew about his quirk. Aw, that's a bit thanks to me, young man. I've taken thorough notes on all of your abilities, even the abilities of those long before any of you were born, Goamon said before waiting with Izawa. Bea Huckman was sent with Sato and the 6-armed teen Mizo Shoji. Hyakomon meanwhile was with the blonde French student Ayama Yuga and Ajiro. Yaokomon meanwhile goes with Mina, Toru, and Asui. And finally, the tape user Shiro Hanada and Kaori were partnered with Teoludaman. Gyro had used her quirk to listen into the underground areas and try to identify where the possible victims were, so you can keep in contact with them despite not having radios or anything. Gyro asked while watching the perimeter of the rally area. Yeah, it's a kind of intrinsic thing. I can sense them and they can sense me, and we can communicate if needed, Izuku vaguely explained. Gyro nodded before saying, are you sure that's not because you're actually a normal guy like us? Izuku was it. Agumon froze at that and tried to subtly ask Yui if she told Gyro. She didn't tell me anything. I found out, well, kind of by chance. I could overhear her talking with Renamon, and she dropped your name. Then you confronted All Might about something yesterday. Didn't take much to put it together. I just had to actually do it, compared to most who wouldn't bother. The fiery Digimon seemed to be sweating bullets at the fact he'd been found out so easily. But Gyro put him at ease with, "Relax. I don't know why you want to keep it a secret, but I won't say anything." Izuku thanked her and got back to focusing in on the task before all of them. The recovery and evacuation was going smoothly, with the Digimon aiding their allies with their enhanced senses in some cases. Or in Witchman's case, she would rewind a wrecked piece of the hallway to where her and her allies could pass through. "You have truly fascinating abilities, miss, and you seem fairly well studied with them. It must have taken quite a lot of study," Momo noted after being aided by another set of Witchman's spells. But she was surprised when Witchman admitted, "I'm not really old enough for that. I'm only about 2 years or so old by your standards, and age doesn't matter the same way you might assume with Digimon. After all, once I was able to become Witchman or higher, I gained a lot more knowledge." While this caused Momo to stop in shock, she was still nonetheless impressed by the young Digimon's ability. Kirishima and his group though were impressed at the way Grappleomon carried himself. "So before you hooked up with the flame guy, you were a babysitter or something?" Kaminari asked in confusion. "Not exactly, but not too far off. Primary Village is a place where the data of Digimon is reborn, and the little ones often need to be protected. That was especially true of a recent event." He recounted how a group of soulmen and a dangerous ally of theirs almost led to the stillbirth of multiple Digi, and how Agumon and the others helped to stop their dangerous foes. "Manly, and also respect to that big rock guy. He stood his own ground and protected all the little ones too." "Hey, I was wondering something. I can tell you're a guy and all, and Witchman is a girl. But what about the others? It's kinda hard to tell," Minta asked while carrying a dummy on their way to the rally point. The armored lion Digimon admitted that the concept of gender doesn't fully apply to them. There's plenty of times when a Digimon may start out in a male form but become female eventually. And frankly, most don't really have anything to identify them that way. It's not like most of us have the appendages you all do. He says this while looking down towards Minta's bowl-like pants, making the short teen flinch and cover himself. While things had mostly been going to plan, a few new incidents would compound into greater trouble. The first of which being Aizawa and Nezu activating a part of the practice buildings that would simulate an earthquake or collapsing building. During this time, each of the teens would react in different ways. Momo created protective gear for her teammates, while Witchman would continue to maintain the area around them with her spells. Grappleomon and Kirishima had to punch through some of the rubble as it fell, with Minta jumping in to make sure the ceiling would stay in place with his quirk. Yaokaman would pick up Toru and the dummies her group had gathered and run out as fast as possible, with Mina and Asui sliding or hopping along as fast as possible. Siro would tape up the ceiling that was held aloft by Kaori, but they were first protected by Tealudaman getting above them and projecting a barrier to stop the rubble. Sato, Beahukman and Shoji easily made it through the various bits of rubble with their mix of abilities, while Hayakaman, Ajiro and Aoyama were the first to make it back to the rally point. "Wait, Ilukaman, what's wrong?" Agumon asked while listening in through his goggles. That idiot tried to stabilize the whole area with a huge amount of ice, not realizing that there were water pipes nearby that he maga. Ilukaman said as sections of the walls broke down thanks to Todoroki overdoing it with his ice, and causing ruptures in the different functions of the building, including causing an explosion that knocked him back and out, while Ida was currently nursing a broken arm and a bleeding head, thanks to the pipes bursting around them and launching rocks from the pressure. Izuku curses before saying they needed to get down to them. "And how do you plan to do that? They're over 10 stories down," Gyro asked while nursing a headache from all the sounds. But that would be forgotten when Agumon picked her up, and then leapt with her down the central section of the underground mall. "Are you insane?" Gyro asked when the Warrior of Flame landed like it was nothing, while also blushing at the little accident she had while they were falling. "No, just seemed like the quickest way to get where we needed to go." "Can you tell which way they are?" Izuku said with a determined gaze. Gyro let out a groan before plugging her jacks in again and trying to focus on the sounds of people, finally finding the trio they needed to save 2 stories lower. She takes the lead while they go to rescue Todoroki, Ida and Ilukaman, while Yui informs the group on what was happening and where they had gone. "Blast, we can't get to them in time," Ida says with worry. Grappleomon and Witchman disagree and note they can get to them with little issue. "First things first, little sister. We need to get these guys and the dummies out. And don't give me that look. You know he wouldn't approve of us not rescuing everyone else," Beahukman says with a firm gaze toward Witchman, who pouts but agrees as they make their way up towards Goamon, who was holding up the ceiling and keeping the path open just as he'd promised. "Get moving. I don't want to think about what else could go wrong down there," the Rock Warrior said while standing solid. The evacuating teens nod while Yui quietly hopes Izuku would be fine. Back with Izuku though, he currently had his body engulfed in flames and was rapidly melting through the ice Todoroki had used, until he and Gyro reached the rough atrium area that she could hear Todoroki and Ida's heartbeats. "Can't hear anything like that from you, Digimon. but I guess that's roughly to be expected, she said before attempting to cover Agumon with her heartbeat fuzz. No, don't, Goamon shouted before using a quick ice shot to chill her jacks. She shouts in pain before asking what was wrong. You use that sound blast thing, it'll cause the whole area to collapse, and we can't afford that right now, the ice dragon says before swimming over with Ida and Todoroki. Gyro tears part of her shirt to bandage up Ida's head as he starts to come to. Thank you. What's next? He asked with some worry. Izuku hefts Shoto over his shoulder before asking if Ida could move. Once it was confirmed he could, Izuku noted that they needed to get back to the main atrium. We should be able to get out there, and if nothing else, the others could help us as well. Ida nods before following the Warrior of Flame and Gyro back to the central section, with the young turbo hero using his engines to boost ahead and break through some of the rubble that was falling in their path. Reaching the central shaft first, he looks up and can see that sections were crumbling and was about to advise that they look for another way up, only to not notice that a large section was falling toward him. Agumon saw it happening in slow motion, and his body started moving before he could think about what he was doing. He quickly tossed Todoroki to Gyro. The fire dashed at Ida as fast as possible, before quickly grabbing the young man and throwing him out of the way of the rubble, only to be buried by it. No, Gyro shouted before running over to try and dig Izuku out, with Ida and Goamon quickly joining in. They find Agumon after a minute or so of frantic digging. Though Izuku was having trouble maintaining his digital form, it seemed as though he was slightly breaking down from the injury as more of the rubble was lifted away. Once most of it was cleared, Gyro covered Izuku's head with her jacket while Goamon pushed Ida away. What are you two doing? We need to administer treatment immediately, Ida shouted while trying to get past. Goamon stopped him with, he doesn't need it the same way you might think, and he wants to keep his secret. A secret Gyro worried wouldn't matter as Agumon turned into Izuku. Fine, but what do we do now? Ida asked in a panic. We use mine and Goamon's ice too. Make a pillar to the top, Todoroki said while nursing a few injuries. He thanked all of them for saving him before saying it was time for him to make up for his mistake, only to be worried when more of the building started coming down on top of them. His first instinct was to use a large ice wave to stop it all, but Goamon stopped him with a quick shot of baby hail, saying, if you use a lot of ice, you could destabilize more of the building. Keep it small, baby hail. The blue dragon stayed focused and kept firing shots up at the falling rubble, his determination feeling as though it was fed by Izuku's own from when he saved Ida, causing the little ice dragon to digivolve to his champion form, Paladramon, Precipitation Breath. The slightly larger dragon shouted as he blasted some of the rubble with his ice breath. Todoroki was shocked and wanted to help. The problem is, my ice can't be launched from my hands like his breath attacks. It can only travel along the ground. But, maybe if No, I refuse to use that man's quirk. I'll just cover the others. While Todoroki had been thinking this, the rest of the class had been worried, especially when all of the Digimon could feel Izuku being hurt and losing his Agumon form. And the dam finally broke with Witchman and Grappleomon rushing back down first. They could feel Izuku in the main atrium and quickly made their way to it, and were shocked when a large portion of the ceiling started falling towards the floor below. It seemed to fall in slow motion, but both Digimon knew exactly what Izuku or Hackman would do. Grappleomon leapt first and tried to break the rubble apart with his fists, but he couldn't get the right kind of blow. But his focus on saving the teens resulting in a new change of his own. Grappleomon, Digivolve 2, Heavilyomon, and the massive lion machine Mega was formed, proceeding to attack the rubble with all of the new techniques he could feel. Barrage Sweeper, he shouted before blasting at some stress points with his autocannon. He then turned up towards the sky and used his resting burner attack to launch himself toward the falling rubble and destroy it with Sonic Excavator, breaking apart most of the ceiling section with his pile bunker punch. This did and would have saved them from the main danger of the falling ceiling, but there were still large pieces falling, and Heavilyomon was tired after his first time digivolving to Mega level, and there were still a number of large pieces falling at Gyro and Izuku, so Witchman stepped up next. Part of her thought about becoming Lilithman in hopes of saving her papa, but she knew it wouldn't be the right one for this danger. Her thoughts were swimming as she reached out to do anything to save him. The light of Digivolution surrounded her as she dove down as fast as possible with her broom, getting ahead of Leomon in the rubble before turning back up to destroy the stones above, doing it with a hurricane screw shot. But that wasn't the only shot she fired. After firing a barrage of bullets from her kicks, she called out Rizomo de Lodo, and quickly shot through all of the falling debris, reducing most of it to dust in an instant. Ida, Todoroki, and Gyro were all slack-jawed at what they had seen, though the first two might have also been due to Witchman's new form. She turned back toward the trio of teens and walked, strutted towards them, her hips swaying as her legs crossed in front of her. her tight-toned stomach on display below her very impressive new bust. In her hands were a pair of revolvers that she spun and flourished a bit before stepping up to the teens, her blonde hair flowing from behind the blue spiked mask she was wearing over her trio of red eyes. "Thank you for taking care of my papa. But I think it would be best if you leave the rest of getting out Bellastarman and the rest of us," the now-named Bellastarman said while holstering her pistols behind her back. Bellastarman stretched her arms and back a bit, showing off her underboob and abs quite nicely, which does not aid Ida or Todoroki in feeling uncomfortable in their costumes. But they aren't alone on that front. Gyro's eyes were glued to the three-eyed beauty of a Digimon, and she could feel a trickle of blood coming from her nose. Right so, you're Bellastarman, but weren't you Witchman before?" Gyro said while covering up her face. "That's right. I can get us out of here. Or we can. Renamon, you okay?" she said before firing a shot at the lion Digimon. Ida snapped out of his aroused stupor long enough to start lecturing the Digimon in question. "Oh, careful with that. Wait. Witchman, how? You know what? Never mind. Not important right now," Renamon said while rubbing the spot Bellastarman had shot. Paladurman lets out a snort of laughter before offering to take one of the students up. The youngest Digimon picked Izuku up in a bridal carry while keeping his face covered. "Hold on, I'll take you up too," the Mega Digimon said before grabbing Gyro by the back of her jacket and shoving the girl face first into Bellastarman's cleavage, making her nose bleed once more. "Seriously? Not helping me right now?" Gyro thought as Renamon picked up Ida to leap out of the shaft, while Shoto took to riding Paladurman, who couldn't fully fly, but glide distances with its wings. "So, Sniff, how are we getting out?" Gyro asked while taking care of her nose again. Bellastarman smiled, and the long black scarf behind her quickly morphed into a set of black leather and angel-like wings, and with a powerful flap, she took off toward the upper levels of the foam mall they had been trapped in, passing the other Digimon but also opening the way as Bellastarman spun slightly to shoot some of the falling debris. Gyro's group wait at the top of the shaft for Renamon and Paladurman to catch up, but luckily it doesn't take long, and they all run for the exit that Goamon was holding. "What happened in? Wow, another Mega. Where was this kid when I was rampaging?" the Rock Digimon said with a slightly sad tone. But once they were clear, he joined them all in getting out and back to the rest of Class 1A. "What's happened in? Who are you?" Aizawa asked upon the arrival of the last group, his jaw dropping slightly at seeing Bellastarman. And he wasn't alone. Minta and Kaminari both looked like they were having aneurysms before their nosebleeds sent them flying. Momo and a few of the other girls suddenly felt very self-conscious looking at the body of the Digimon before them. Not the best time. Papa was hurt pretty bad, and he needs space. Hearing those words shocked many of the teens, especially given the slightly sultry tone Bellastarman was using, and phrasing of Papa did not help in the matter. Not that Bellastarman knew that for herself. She sat him down before looking to try and treat Izuku's injuries. But Gyro jumped in and kept Izuku's head covered. "He's trying to keep who he is secret, right?" she asked while keeping her jacket in place. "Well, part of that is that the kid can't figure out how to erase memories. Though that's kind of on me," a voice said from behind the larger group. Terry had arrived with a few of his partners behind him, those being Lilithman, Offenimon, Allforcevemon, and Boltman. Jaws were dropped at the man and the Digimon he brought with him. Minta and Kaminari were both lucky that they were unconscious, as Lilithman's appeal and actions were sending even more of the teens over the edge. The adults weren't much better, but they kept themselves together. You were the person who appeared in Help over a year ago, right? Any particular reason you're here?" Aizawa asked while trying to keep a lid on something he thought he had perfectly under control, his libido. "Why do I feel like a teenager again?" he thought. "Yes, I know about what he told you, and the person him and Goamon told off. And trust me, he deserves more of it. I've got an earful to give him as well," Terry said before asking if he could take Izuku. Bellastarman picked up Izuku and handed her to Terry, before losing her form and almost collapsing as Tsukemen. Yui caught her and said, "Guess that wouldn't be too surprising. You are still young." She pet the little Digimon before looking at the covered form of Izuku with worry. "He'll be all right. He was just knocked out when the rubble fell on Agunimon," Gyro said quietly as Terry and his team walked back through the portal. Izuku's partners, though, chose to stay and debrief Aizawa on what they observed during the exercise, and Todoroki was given failing marks for how he almost collapsed the building atop everyone, the young man giving Bulukamen a glare as he left the auditorium. Gyro and Ida were each given praise for their contributions, though Ida was brought down a bit by the fact that he ended up needing to be saved twice and it had injured an ally. "I accept your judgment, sirs. If I hadn't run so far ahead, Agunimon would not have had to save me. But at least we all got to see that extra sexy form of the little one there," Minta said while remembering Bellastarman. And he was quickly blasted by Tsukemen with friendly fire and then purple haze. "I don't like him," Tsukai says before snuggling deeper into Yui's chest. The girl blushes before noting that most of them weren't big fans either. "But his crazy plan did work when we were in the shipwreck zone. Kaminari noted from his seat, acknowledging that Minta lured most of the villains in by making it look like he fell overboard. After that, Asui pulled him out and leapt away to let me finish them off. The electrification user noted with a thumbs up to both of his partners on the matter. A gesture returned by Minta while Asui asked Kaminari to call her Tsu. While the Digimon were relaying their thoughts on the matter, Izuku was getting patched up by the Holy Digimon with Terry. Man, that hurt," Izuku said while waking up. Terry chuckled before passing a bit of fruit to the boy. "I'm surprised you're working with them, given what you've experienced and now know. Just because I'm mad at Yagi Tashinori and a few from my middle school doesn't mean I can't work with heroes," Izuku said while sitting up. He then brings up that it was a little difficult to wipe memories when you forgot to tell me how to operate that function on my Digivice. Terry was wide-eyed before apologizing and then acknowledging the different matter. "So, you know about Toshi. Guess it shouldn't be too surprising. But yeah, he was the previous Guardian candidate, and he walked away." The man noted that they were trained by the same former Guardian and had been good friends for a time. "But that's changed. I haven't forgiven him for walking away, and especially not for abandoning Guts. Though I'm not much better given I didn't find him in time." Terry's reminiscing was interrupted by Meridian Gemin arriving to help Izuku recover. After a few doses of ocean love, Izuku felt stronger than before. Terry decided to take the time to work with Izuku in his Agumon form to practice, namely by turning into Futuremon with his spirit of metal. "Let's see what you can handle," Futuremon says with a smirk. Izuku returns it before spirit evolving into Agumon, and the two trained for the rest of the afternoon while Izuku's partners got to know the members of Class 1 and talked about a few things with the digital world. But all things need to end as the day ends and the heroes need to head home. "This was fun, Papa. Can we do it again?" Tsukemen asked as Izuku opened a portal to take them all back to his home. Izuku chuckled and noted that they probably would. "But maybe we don't use the mega forms for the time being," he says while worrying about what some were probably thinking when they saw Bellastarman. Bad enough with just Witch and Late-Eyed Vimin. The day after the training, though, Aizawa and the other teachers brought up that the UA Sports Festival would be happening. "I hope you all are prepared. There is a good chance if you perform well enough, you can join the hero course." "Well, most of you can," the teacher says with a cough in his hand and looking away from Izuku, who just rolled his eyes while wondering if he should just skip the festival entirely. "I've still got to work with Bulukamon and Hyakamon. Gotta help them boost up to champion easier, let alone trying to get up to ultimate at least," Izuku thinks while looking over his classmates, shaking his head at how they were hyping themselves up for something he was now realizing was just a dogfight with kids. Shinso, though, was somewhat pitying Izuku, given he knew that Izuku didn't have a quirk and wouldn't really have a chance to actually get into the hero course. And while he wanted to say something about it, he focused on practicing with his quirk to give it his best during the festival, though this kept him from getting even more training compared to Gyro and Yui, as Izuku lent them some help by bringing them both to the digital world. "It won't be exact, but the next few days or so time will be out of sync with our world," Izuku explained after they made their way through the portal. "Whoa, so this is the digital world. It's greener than I imagined," Gyro said while looking around. Izuku chuckled before guiding her and Yui to Primary Village. "Anything new happening?" he asked upon arriving to the place of rebirth, while Yui and Gyro started playing with the babies. And Alekman hummed before admitting that something odd had happened. One of the eggs had a strange mix of symbols and glow about it. It looked like tentacles and fire. But that wasn't the most unusual thing. A few weeks back, it had been taken by a peacock and an owl. Not Digimon of that, mind you. Just entities. Izuku hummed as well and agreed it was strange, especially given the time frame involved. But he put it aside to focus on helping Gyro and Yui with their skills, analyzing their quirks and the best ways they can make the most of what they could do, even showing them some weaknesses in their styles and teaching them some basic hand-to-hand. While that was happening, the egg that had been taken by the entities had fallen in transit to its destination. It floated in the digital sea for a time before landing on an island connected to the greatest center for research and development, I-Island. When the egg hatched, it started as a Poyamon and quickly digivolved into Bukamon. The little seal-like Digimon wandered through the island and was exposed to all of the research and data, causing its next digivolution to Seikamen. Interesting things these humans have been doing. Though I have to wonder why no one else is here. Seikamen thought aloud before studying some of the information, and then solving a few of the problems that the researchers were having trouble with. And one specific researcher was impressed, unsettled, and terrified about what could be involved in their research. "Papa, I'm not sure this was done by someone on the island. I think there is something else going on. Possibly someone hacking our data to steal our research. Not to mention we've been seeing some strange effects in the climate control and island maintenance programs." Melissa Shield was trying to appeal to her father David Shield when she noted the problems were being solved and other pieces of gear were being finished. "Melissa, it's fine. Perhaps a few of the others just put in some late nights or they set some new programs up to run some calculation. And we've got others working on the decay of the systems. Don't worry, David said while focusing about a different matter pertaining to his own research. But it wasn't one that could be solved by a program. But the younger inventor wasn't letting the matter go. Instead, she took to investigating and analyzing the programs and watching for when it would be solved. After a few days, she had finally isolated what she thought was the virus or possible hacker. Hey, what the heck? I was just solving some problems, a figure said on the screen of her computer, and she was confused by the image. It appeared to be an octopus of some sort that was glaring at her while whipping its tentacles around and brandishing a cannon of some sort and a cutlass. Melissa shook her head before demanding answers. Who are you, and what are you after? She asked while narrowing her eyes at the creature on her screen. I was expecting a hacker, but this avatar is odd. That or it's some sort of learning virus, she thinks while trying to run some programs to shut it down. The creature sighed before saying its name was Octomon. I've been stuck on this island for a few months, and I was bored. So, I thought I could solve some of the problems you were stuck on. That's all this was about. Mon. I'm not sure what to think about that. But all of that aside, how were you able to solve the problems? Melissa asked while growing a bit intrigued by the creature. Octomon shrugged and noted that it had started with some simple processes and trials. But I found I could connect with other servers here and there and could link them together to finish what one problem. Melissa grunted and slammed her head on the desk at that and demanded to know what Octomon was talking about, only for a pounding to be heard at the door of her laboratory. Melissa shield. Open up. We have reason to believe you are associated with hacking the US and various other military organizations. The young inventor freaks out before demanding to know if Octomon was the one who hacked those institutions. Oh, was that bad? I just was trying to figure out the problem. Melissa's heart dropped as Octomon admitted to the matter, and there would be no way she could explain the details. Octomon could tell she was afraid and felt guilty at getting Melissa into this mess. It hummed before testing out something it had been finishing, that being the ability to open a portal on its own to and from the digital world. Just as the authorities were breaking down Melissa's door, Octomon created the portal behind her. Freeze, one officer shouted while the girl looked around in a panic. Said panic grew as Octomon's tentacles stretched out and grabbed her. She screamed as she was pulled into the digital world. Once on the other side, Melissa was shocked by what she saw all around her, including the appearance of Octomon. What the? Who? Where am I? She asked while looking around in a frantic state. So, no thank you for getting you out of that, Octomon said with a raise of his eyebrow. Melissa focused back on the Digimon before getting infuriated and confronting him. And whose fault was it that I was in that mess? The shouting rattles Octomon's head a bit before asking her to calm down. Before he could say much though, he grabbed Melissa and pulled her again, this time to avoid a troublesome recent arrival. Renamon, why this guy? Spurting ink, Octomon says, then shouts before using his ink blaster to strike the eyes of the ultimate level Digimon. It roars before he tells Melissa to follow him. She can barely concentrate on that because of just how putrid Renamon smells. But she follows after the cephalopod Digimon. Eventually, they make their way to a hideaway of Octomons near the coast. Oh my god, that thing was disgusting, she said before taking some of the seawater to wash her face. Yeah, sorry again. Didn't think about him showing up. I've been here for years and haven't had to worry. That piece got Melissa's attention and she asked what he meant by years. Well, maybe years isn't exactly right. It felt like years because of the way the digital world works. Sometimes time passes faster. Like a day in your world could be anywhere from a similar day to 10 days, to 10 years. Melissa is so confused by everything that was happening and has to sit down, only to be surprised by rock she was unmoving, and then seeing a crab Digimon below her. And it wasn't the only one or the only type of Digimon. Hey guys, so, how much damage has he done now? Octomon says while going over some of his gathered data and analysis. 4 more got eaten. Not to mention he destroyed the western forest area, Crabman reported, before a Junkman and Renamon noted they lost some other pieces of data and machines they had been working on. Melissa is stunned by this and asked for some more details on the creature. It's the ultimate form of Renamon, a disgusting beast that rots and consumes almost everything around it. Not sure why it's been focused on this island though, Octomon says dejectedly, before noting he didn't intend to fight it. Why not? Isn't this your home? Why won't you fight for it? She asked while looking at all of the sea creatures gathered. Octomon sighs before admitting they didn't have a chance to win, and they could all just run. We are sea Digimon and a few technical ones like Junkman after all. Melissa couldn't believe what she was hearing and left to explore more of the island and clear her head. Out there, she spotted Renamon again, and it was devouring a mineral-laden section of the island this time. She tightened her fists while looking at the creature and questioning once more why they weren't fighting it. It's not quite that simple, she heard behind her. Octomon had followed her while looking down at the creature. The digital world often follows the rules of nature, the strong lording over the weaker Digimon. We can get to higher levels, but it's not easy. It would just require a lot of sacrifices, Octomon says while sighing a bit. The inventor girl noticed the way Goamon spoke about the matter and had a new suspicion. You tried to fight it and lost, didn't you? She said gently. Octomon nodded, and there used to be more Digimon on the island. But we lose more each day, and more parts of the island fall apart. Melissa looked at the monster again before realizing something else. She ran back to Octomon's hideaway to check a map of the location. So, are you just going to keep running around like you own the place or what? Octomon said with a raised eyebrow. No, I needed to see something. Oh no, it's destroying the island, she said while looking at the data. Octomon gave her a flat look before saying, no duh, I just told you that. Melissa picked up a tool and smacked Octomon's pot with it. Not this island. Well, okay, this island too. But I mean island. I noticed some odd changes and degradation to the programs of maintaining island. I thought they were you, but it's Renamon that's causing it. If we don't stop him, you won't be the only one to lose their home. I will too. This shocks Octomon and the other Digimon gathered. They knew about island, but they didn't expect that Renamon's influence would have repercussions on the other side. Octomon tightens the grip on its ink gun and cutlass before asking if Melissa had an idea on what to do. She was put on the spot with the matter, but she adapted quick enough to check some of the various support items Octomon had been studying. We just need a way to heat it up and break its body down. Is there a volcano or similar nearby? She asks with a look at the various aquatic Digimon. Junkman steps up and notes, there's a hot spring in this area, but I'm not sure that's what you want. It pointed to a vein near the section Renamon was eating. Then we don't have much time. We need to get some gear there fast, she commands before asking if Octomon was willing to take a stand again. The knowledge collector smiles a bit behind his pot and just shrugs. I'll follow your lead on this, he said while putting a tentacle on her shoulder. Melissa smiles and thanks the creature before looking at the plans. Plans for a special type of cannon that would produce bubbles from natural gases to fight villains. Might not be the original purpose, but I'd say fighting this kind of thing qualifies as fighting a villain too, she thinks before running to catch up with the other Digimon. Once there, she recoils slightly at the pungent smell coming from Renamon, even if it was a decent distance away. We need to hurry, she said and quickly got to work with the various Digimon to build the machine she thought would save them all. By using the thermal vents, she could make superheated bubbles to explode around the creature. Hopefully it will either make it move away or we can defeat it, she said while helping Junkman in putting together the device. Octomon and a few of the other Digimon took their time and distracted Renamon, either using flashes of light, bubbles, or ink to mess with the assortment of eyes the creature had. Well, how's it coming? The tentacled creature queried. A few more seconds, Junkman announced as Melissa was working to secure the last few connections. She gave a thumbs up to the puppet Digimon and he and a few crabmen took aim at the creature. Fire, he called out and a few of the explosive orbs were launched. Renamon barely paid them any mind as it was slithering over the ground, only to roar in some pain as the gases within exploded and burned at its rotting body. Just a bit more. Keep firing. Wait, no, the bubbles have stopped. Melissa looked around before seeing the main problem. The pipe connecting to the hot gas vents had fallen off. Without hesitation, she jumped down and shoved the displaced section back onto the vent, but not without causing some severe burns to her hands and arms. I can't let go. If we don't at least stop it here, it will destroy my home and theirs, she thought while pushing through the pain. Junkman and the others barely noticed as they suddenly found they could attack again and launched more bubbles at their aggressor. The explosions and heat were enough to make Renamon back off and slink away from any of the other sections of the island, at least for now. We did it messy. We managed to push it back in. Messy, Junkman said before looking around for Melissa, only for he and Octomon to panic when they found the girl and how burned she was. It's not exactly water but spurting ink, Octomon said before blasting her arms gently with his cannon. The little Renamon grit its teeth before leaping down and feeling a surge of energy. She put it out for us, so why should I do any less? It thought before digivolving to Salomon. And it could feel a new ability. Heal it, or rather she now called out and started healing the unconscious Melissa, who started to stir after a few minutes. What happened? Is everyone safe? She groggily asked. Octomon gave a veiled smile before telling her they were, for the time being anyway. Melissa nodded before passing out again. After that, Octomon gently picked the girl up and took her back to their hideaway, while some of the other Digimon ran into the forest and other areas to gather some water and food for her. But as they were leaving, Junkman could hear Renamon roar. He tipped his helmet down before saying, she's bought us some time. We just need more of a solution next time. Octomon agrees but tells him to wait for the time being. This girl might just be the help we really need. At least now we have some hope. Back at the hideaway cave, Melissa groaned as she woke up. Ouch. Wait, the burns. They're gone, she said while looking at her arms, only to feel them somewhat supported by a little fluffy head. She looked down and saw Salomon happily snuggling against her. Unfortunately, this was also when she noticed that she currently had nothing on. Oh yes, sorry about that. I covered you in ink, so I thought it would be best to clean you off, Octomon said while making his way over to her. Melissa pouted before asking for her clothes. Once she was dressed though, she asked the group what happened and was given the gist. So it's not beaten. At least, not yet. How long do you think we have until it returns? Junkman hem-haws around while Octomon quickly answers that they had 4 days until Renamon returned. Then that gives us plenty of time. If we can build more defenses, then we can push it back, she says while picking herself up. Octomon smiles and agrees. Haven't felt this hopeful for a while. And this time we make sure that you won't have to get burned. Melissa nods to the shellfish Digimon and they all get to work, building a few more vent cannons, some scrap cannons based on Junkman's own and other tools to slow the invading mass. All the while, Melissa was getting to know all the Digimon that had been living on the island, feeling a kinship with Octomon and Junkman for their scientific and engineering enjoyment, while Salomon was a friendly little one who would snuggle with her at night. Crabman and a few of the other sea Digimon seemed interested in the idea that they could somehow be empowered by being around Melissa. Could be cool. I'm more curious about the world she comes from. Think we could go there? Many of them murmured while setting up the various defenses. Once they were set up, all that was left was to wait. Think these will hold? Junkman asked while checking the supports of the new cryo cannons that were set up, just in case Renamon decided to destroy the gas cannons. Don't know, but, Octomon said before looking at Melissa, smiling in his pod as she played with Salomon and a few other Digimon. I'd like to think our hope and trust in her is well placed. Junkman sighed before saying he hoped their leader was right. The next morning, all of the Digimon and Melissa stand ready, as they hear the roar of the returned Renamon from the damaged sections of the island, only for many of them to be shocked at what they saw. It got bigger, much bigger, Crabman says while looking up at the beast in question. Melissa gulps upon seeing the huge, disgusting-smelling mass of sludge and pollution, but she shakes her head and tells the group to prepare everything they had. You heard her. Get moving. Octomon commands as well, gripping his cutlass tight while thinking. This time will be different. Once in range, the first few started attacking the monster, launching ice, scraps, other blasts, and attacks to slow and hurt Renamon. Many even tossed in their own attacks to try and cause damage. Junkman meanwhile started launching larger bubbles of explosive gas to hit the Digimon's head. If we can make it go back and forth from cold to hot enough times, then we might be able to shatter it, Melissa said while taking aim with a cold cannon, freezing part of Renamon as it moved through the mountainous area. They all kept fighting and firing to harm their foe. Eventually, it bore some fruit as the huge sludge beast slowed to even more of a crawl, finally stopping just before the biggest bubbles of gas. Come on, just explode and break it apart, Melissa muttered while biting her lip. As the bubbles break and explode all around Renamon, all of the defenders have to take cover as it seemed to have splattered the Digimon's parts as well as the ice that was covering it. Did that do it? Junkman asked while coming out from cover. Their hopes were dashed though, as Renamon roared from down in the valley. It was far smaller than before, but now it was furious. Melissa cursed with Octomon as they saw the monster trying to work its way through the island again, likely to gorge itself and grow again. We can't let it keep going, Melissa says before going to another cannon to keep fighting. Salomon grits her teeth before making her way to another cryo cannon to stop Renamon, with a few others still willing to fight. Junkman though is despondent with a number of other Digimon. Octomon feels the same, until he looks down at Melissa. She was still fighting and still doing all she could to save them. Sure, she'd gotten closer to them during their time together, but we still barely know each other, and she's willing to fight for us. As his courage and heart start to swell again, the area near the cold cannon Melissa was operating was struck, sending her flying, though freezing a decent amount of Renamon's smaller form. And even with being injured, Melissa still tried to make her way to the gun to help. Octomon tightened the grip on his weapons and grit his teeth. If I don't save her, I won't be able to stand myself, he raged while rushing towards Melissa to intercept the next attack, lashing with his cutlass as her courage fills him and the light of Digivolution takes over. Octomon, Digivolve 2, Asuramon, the newly realized ultimate level Digimon roars before unleashing his fire fists of Shiva, the wrath face burning bright and passionately. Are you okay? The melancholy face asks Melissa. The girl was shocked but managed to mutter out, yeah, I am now. How did you do that? The happiness face tries to explain, but Wrath tells them all to focus. We can't let this bastard hurt her or anyone else. The other faces agree. and they focused their energies to blast away the launched sludge tendrils. Salomon and the others were shocked, but they refocused on trying to freeze Renamon with the tools at hand. Junkman, who had been leaving, was stunned by Asuramon's change and turned around to rebuild, repair, or quickly make more of the cryoguns. The multi-limbed Digimon continued to defend Melissa until the attacks ceased, thanks to the efforts of Junkman and the others freezing Renamon solid. Now to finish him, Asuraman says while building up the flames around his arms and fists. Asura exploding fist. All three heads shouted out before channeling the flames to the main right fist, with Melissa standing to put a hand on Asuraman's back in support, which makes the flames he was letting out surge and heat even more, destroying the body of Renamon and leaving a massive digicode, some of which reforms into an egg that lands before the group. They were all shocked that they won, but once it passed, a raucous cheer was let out by all of the Digimon. Melissa started to celebrate too with the recently digivolved Asuraman, or rather Goamon. That was different from what I was expecting. But I won't complain about the results, Goamon said to Melissa. But the girl was distracted, namely because something else formed in her hand, that being a device that had looked like a watch or step counter. She looked at it funny before putting the device on, and a set of Digi code popped up on it. While she couldn't read it, she could tell that Goamon was identified by it, and he wasn't the only one. Salomon and the largest of the crabmen were also acknowledged by the device. Melissa and Goamon shared a look as if to convey that they were both stumped. Well, no matter. What do you say we check on the others, and then spend some time looking at the research again? The little shellfish monster asked with a smile. I'd like that. Let's go, partner, Melissa said with a smile while they make their way down the hillside, with Salomon leaping up to hug Melissa while the others lift her and Goamon up in celebration. Junkman gives her a thumbs up from the upper section of the valley with others celebrating Digimon. After that, in a night of celebration, Melissa took to helping the Digimon with restoring the island and learning more about the world she found herself in. Man, I can't wait to share this all with Papa. Wait, I just realized I've been gone for over a week, Melissa shouted after remembering how she was brought to the digital world. Oh yeah, my bad. Well, maybe we could you could just stay here. I doubt anyone would mind, Goamon said sheepishly while running some numbers with Melissa. But the girl refuses as she still had work to do on the other side. But why don't some of you come with me? Her question surprised a number of Digimon, but Salomon and Crabman were happy to jump at the chance, as did a friendly newer arrival, Penguinman. What about you, partner? You up for seeing the human world? The inventor said with a wry smile to Goamon. The shelled Digimon raises his eyebrow before smirking and saying, a chance to do some more research, and without needing to get into trouble. Yeah, I'm in. Junkman brings down the room a bit by saying, yeah, how do you plan to get back? Melissa blushed while realizing she hadn't thought of that, but Goamon had her covered. He still remembered how to open a portal to the other side. It took a bit more energy, but they were eventually able to create a path back to the human world, with Salomon, Penguinman, and Crabman following her, and right into the hands of a few security robots. And thus, she and her partners were arrested and questioned on the matters involved with Octomon and his hacking of numerous government agencies and programs. But it would lead to something great and historic for Island, as they now had the support of another island of research, all accessible and transferable to both sides. After Melissa returned to Island, there were a number of things to explain, starting with her new companions. So, there is a world parallel to our own, and it's where you have been for the last 2 days. Am I following this correctly? Melissa's father David Shield asked while looking at the creatures before him. Goamon was next to the girl while Salomon was snuggled up on Melissa's lap. Crabman and Penguinman were inspecting the lab area they had found themselves in as David and the security team were watching over the group. I thought you might be happy at the idea of having more high-speed processors, the little bivalve Digimon said with a pout. Yes, well, it would be helpful to have that. But we need to talk about the fact you hacked and stole data from multiple sources to do that. If you're going to stay here, we need to establish ground rules and guidelines for you working here, David says while facepalming. The Digimon bowed down, thinking that he would say they couldn't stay. But Melissa and Penguinman caught the important detail. You said, if, as in. Melissa trailed off while looking at her father with a growing smile. David sighed before saying, if they agree to abide by a few laws and other rules, then yes, I don't see a problem with them staying here. It could be helpful to finish a number of projects. Melissa leapt up and wrapped her father in a hug. While Salomon and the others celebrated, it took a bit of persuading with the board of directors, and a demonstration of what the Digimon could do, that the Digimon were allowed to stay and could aid in the refinement of the various devices being made, as well as some taking the chance to explore the digital world itself, under very strict supervision and regulation. But it led to a rapid set of improvements for many industries. That story, though, is for later. While this had been happening, Izuku was dealing with a new problem, namely, deciding how to go about the matter of the sports festival. I mean, it's not like I'm not getting hero lessons as is, so there's really no reason for me to participate. Besides, I have to try and keep some things secret. He thinks this while observing Yui and Gyro training in the digital world, just outside of Primary Village. Gyro was trying to figure out how to use other combat skills than just her jacks, with Strikedraman, Lehman, and Renamon instructing her in hand-to-hand combat. Yui meanwhile was training to use her size-shifting quirk to fight strategically, making obstacles for traps while Huckman and Monodramon tried to get to her, as well as getting some hand-to-hand training as well. Still isn't quite enough to counter power like you have Bao, but it could work for a distraction, Yui said while on a break. Huckman agreed and suggested that she learn some from more strategic types of Digimon. Goamon is a good example. She has to properly plan how to unleash some of the talismans and other techniques, Monodramon said while relaxing. The size-shifting girl nodded while looking at Izuku with a smile, though it dropped when she saw how conflicted he seemed, resolving to ask him about the matter once back in the real world. Everything okay? She asked once they returned. Izuku looked to her with a disconcerted look and explained his complicated feelings toward the sports festival. By turning into Agunaman, I could do more in the festival, maybe even win it. Heck, Justicman is basically a full hero as is. But I don't want to show more about Digimon. Too much revealed and it could result in more trouble for me. Then there's the fact that I'm already getting proper hero lessons. It just seems pointless. Yeah, it kind of is. You've already surpassed most of us as heroes. Even a number of pro heroes you've passed them by easily, Yui said bluntly, which Izuku appreciated and chuckled before admitting he didn't know the exact way to dodge the matter, without it looking like I ran just because I have a quirk. Gyro heard this and understood what the problem was. Most of your class knows you don't have a quirk, so they wouldn't be surprised if you stepped away. But at the same time, it feels like you're admitting a major defeat, right? She asked with a sympathetic gaze. Izuku sighed and agreed. I've put so much into doing good as a tamer and guardian. I've saved a number of lives from behind the scenes, and I can do that by hiding in plain sight and keeping the secret. If I get recognized and acknowledged as a hero, it could do a lot of good for the handful of quirkless I've saved and give them inspiration. But then I'll be stuck behind all kinds of red tape, and other lives could be lost. Yui and Gyro then both comment, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? The two share a look before laughing, and the latter noted that it was all still up to Izuku. You may technically be a vigilante, but that doesn't make you evil. In fact, because you are often working with Digimon, it'd be fair to say that you are outside of the major parts of the laws. The green teen stopped and considered what she said, smiling and thanking the girls before saying he'd come up with something to get around the matter. While thinking and wondering about these matters, some new troubles were occurring throughout Japan, partially due to his less focused patrols and investigations, as well as Terry leaving matters in Izuku's hands to focus on his home. Another group of fakes to purge, and truly deserved ones, Stain said while cutting a female hero across her chest, leaving her to bleed out, while his ally, Sealstraman, had put one knife through a hero's head, snapped another's neck, and was waiting for Stain so they could catch up to the last. The group of heroes they had gone after were a few women working for the same agency, and all of them had been embezzling from their agency as well as assaulting a number of boys and girls, reveling in the fact they nor their parents could oppose them. Your fate was sealed when you attacked that boy, Stain snarled from the shadows of the alley. The woman looked around in panic, certain that her acceleration quirk had helped her to get away, only to be confused by the shadows and darkness all around. It won't be that easy for you, she heard, and her side was sliced, before feeling paralysis thanks to Stain's quirk. The man and Digimon stalked up to her while brandishing their blades. Tears filled her eyes as the weapons came down upon them. Most of Stain and Sealstraman's victims would be found later, but this woman was used to be an example by hanging her up in a busy intersection, with all of the evidence of their crimes projected or scattered around the location. Now some proper justice has been served, Stain said with a glare down at his victim. A number of people had become victims of what some described as a wandering circus of terror, many disappearing or turning into various kinds of creatures or statues. Other areas were affected by strange weather or even diseases that sprang up out of nowhere. In some cities, there were reports of strange creatures suddenly appearing or ghostly parades moving through parts of towns. At Ketsubutsu Academy, Katsuki's state of mind was deteriorating even more. You're no hero. You're just a villain. Nah, let's call him what he really is. Monster, monster, monster. He started hearing this chant even in the middle of class, causing him to lash out as well as freak out about what was happening. The hero students had to be called in and restrain the young man, ill looking as his underclassmen with worry as he was taken to the nurse's office. What's going on with him? He thought aloud while his girlfriend, Nakagame Tatami, walked up behind him. You checked in on him earlier in the year, right? Yeah, I thought he was just dealing with PTSD because of what happened when that villain kidnapped him. But it's like there's something else going on, something we can't see, Yo said with some worry directed Bakugo's way. In the nurse's office, Bakugo was restrained for a time until his parents could come to take him to see someone. The boy's beady red eyes darting around quickly, trying to find the source of the sounds and voices. Eventually he closed his eyes and started to tear up hearing the chanting again. But it suddenly stopped when Yo arrived to check on him once again. "Hey, what's going on with you?" he asked while looking worried at Bakugo. While tempted to say it was nothing, Bakugo knew that wouldn't fly and this was something he couldn't fix alone. "But to be honest, I don't think you guys can do anything," he said while looking down at his hands, or one hand specifically. He felt the scar Lady had left him with before making up his mind. "Listen, I don't fully know what's going on, but there's something that keeps calling me. Something I can't see it, but I keep hearing the voices, and I don't know what it's all about. So, I need a favor." Yo and Tatami look at him funny before asking if a pro hero could help him. No, they can't either. This is something else. Something, I don't even know how to describe it. But listen, if you hear about something happening to me, call Deku. Or no, call Midoriya Izuku. I think he's at UA. He can help more than you can. The two hero students feel like the way Bakugo explained things was a slap in their face. What the hell? He doesn't think we're worthy hero students, and we have to call in some hero from the top school to get things done, Yo says while punching his palm. Tatami meanwhile wondered if it was something else that made him think they couldn't do the job. I mean, maybe this guy he asked us to call was a friend or something. Someone who knew about these problems and could help when needed. The vibration quirk user doesn't like it, but he can see she has a point. "Is it time?" an evil-looking creature asks while observing Katsuki from the shadows. A separate being wielding a staff or spear-like weapon chuckled cruelly before uttering, "Yes, he will be ripe for us in a matter of days." Bakugo heard this and swore he could see gleaming cat-like eyes staring at him. His eyes start to tear up again and he questions if this was karma of some kind. 2 days later, it was time for the UA Sports Festival. Izuku was currently in his phys ed uniform and wondering what the best way to duck out of the competition. It was then he got a call from a number he didn't know. "Hello," he said while moving to the side of the hallway. "Hi there, this is Shindo Yo. Listen, are you a Deku or Izuku?" The green teen's eye twitched upon hearing the name Deku, but he acknowledged who he was. "Okay, good. Look, something has happened to Bakugo Katsuki. He's gone missing, and he said we should call you if something happened." Izuku's eyes were wide before excusing himself further from the others. "Can you describe what happened? I need details on what's been going on with him," Izuku said while pulling out his Digivice. After getting a few of the details, he had his choices for who would come with him. He looked down at it before calling up Ludomon, Hyakamon, Bulukamon, and Renamon. He reasoned that the others might be too much for what they were dealing with. "Besides, you all are a bit aggressive with him. Not that he doesn't deserve it, but still," Izuku said while communicating with his partners. Hackman was the first to agree as they all had been with Izuku the longest. "Besides, those 4 could use a bit more to grow with." "Good luck, Zuku," Hackman said while going back to Izuku's old nickname. Izuku smiled before telling Haku thanks and that they'd be back. Opening a portal to the digital world headed to the cyber area of Ketsubutsu Academy. And when he arrived he shocked both Yo and Tatami. "What the hell? How did you do that?" Yo shouted upon seeing Izuku arrive. The green teen rolled his eyes before asking where Bakugo had last been seen. "Oh right, look, now's not the time to be making a big deal about these things. You're getting too worked up," Tatami said, admonishing Yo and then showing the last area his old bully had been seen. Once they arrived, all of the partners he brought along appeared and were on high alert, shocking the older teens while Izuku conversed with them naturally. "I feel it too. There's something else here, something evil, or at least the embers of something evil," Izuku says while keeping his guard up. The older hero students shake their heads until Tatami shouts, "What are these things? And why is that one kind of cute?" She said this while looking at Ludomon, who hid his head while blushing. "It's a little complicated, but suffice it to say, they're the ones who can find Bakugo." "Is this some weird form for your quirk to take?" Yo asked in confusion while looking over the creatures before him, feeling a weird stirring in his stomach looking at Renamon, intimidated by the glare from Bulukamon, and wanting to laugh at the antics of Hyakamon. Izuku rolled his eyes before saying, "That would be impossible since I don't have a quirk. These are my partners. I'll probably erase your memories later, but you should know that we aren't dealing with villains like you're accustomed to. This is something much stronger." The two looked at him with some surprise, but still followed along as Renamon and Bulukamon started tracking the scent they could make out, reasoning, "We may not know what's going on or what we're dealing with, but we're still heroes. We have to save who we can." The youngest hero among them smiled slightly before suggesting they stay close to Hyoko and Ludomon. The group made their way through the streets and into a few back alleys, with only those connected to the digital world able to understand what was happening now. "This is really weird. What's with this maze-like area? It wasn't like this before," Tatami said while shivering from the foreboding feeling around them. Yo agreed and questioned if it was just because they were in a strange part of town somehow. No, this is the effect of whoever was calling to Bakugo. They created this new space to lure people away, likely using him as a catalyst. Excellent insight, young man. But just because you understand the matter doesn't mean you can do anything about it. A voice rang out and even more darkness descended over the group. Before it took over though, Izuku will, and courage flared up, not only making his Digivice glow and push the shadows away but making all of his partners digivolve. Hubamon's flames pushed the darkness back more. Teludaman generated electricity from his shields and claws. Paladramon created a small ice wall that froze some of the Digimon hiding in the shadows. And finally, an old face returned. Hyakumen, Digivolve 2. Puramon. With that, the Ronin-like bird Digimon appeared, and cut apart some Vilemen and Demite-Vimen that had tried to sneak up on the teens. Yo and Tatami were dumbstruck and barely muttered out a few questions on how that was possible. You've got a nine-tailed fox, a dragon, and a Tengu here, his black-haired doppelganger commented while looking at the group. Tatami commented that Ludaman was now really cool looking. He ducked his head slightly while blushing and thanking the girl. Quite the gathering of capable Digimon you have, but I doubt it will matter. As the voice says this, a being comes out from the shadows. It is a red-skinned man with yellow cat-like eyes, a conniving smile, and wielding a pitchfork. Fellasman, Izuku said upon seeing the evil Digimon. But what was behind the villain had Izuku scared. It initially appeared to be a large Vileman or some sort of other demon Digimon. As it got closer to them, Izuku could see that it was Bakugo, mutated by the various Digimon around them, and all of them feeding off of his negative emotions. The two hero students looked on in worry and asked what was going on. Izuku narrowed his eyes before saying, I really can't get away from you. But don't worry, Kaken, I'll save you. He subtly built up some data in his hand while keeping a close eye on the demon Digimon around him. Izuku looked over the warped state of his former tormentor with a variety of emotions. Worry was one of them, but more of it was a mix of anger, fear, and a wish to beat Bakugo down himself. But that won't help him right now, and that won't help me in the larger scheme. Time to test out what you are. Izuku thinks before ordering the others in his team to deal with the grunts. Sorry, Kaken, but you'll have to get a taste of these Volcanae palms. Izuku calls out before his hands burst into flames, shocking Yo and Tatami, who just dodge attacks while being covered by the other Digimon. The fused teen snarls and roars before swiping at Izuku with touch of evil attacks from Vileman. The green teen though dodges and deflects the strikes with little issue and gives the monster two strong blows, one to the stomach, the other putting the heel of his hand into Bakugo's nose and making it explode. That's a rather ironic bit of turnabout, Tatami says before getting jumped by some Bujimon, and is then saved by Teludaman's assault claw attacks. You might need some real help, so here, he says before turning into a shield and attaching to Tatami's arm. She is of course shocked, but quickly adapts and helps to cover Yo as he was also getting jumped by various demon Digimon. Yakumen unleashes all her tail flame shots to clear the area, but it seems as if more are being attracted to them all. What is going on? Paladramon asks while freeze blasting a few more demons. Puramon has his own thoughts and says, I wonder if they're drawing upon not just all that boy's negative emotions, but some of the negativity from those watching the sports festival. Izuku heard this in between Awesome Quake and Comet Hammer blows, the former being where he stomps or punches the ground to cause it to knock opponents into the air. The latter he does a double hammer fist attack to try and break through the defenses of Diggy Katsuki and Fellasman, who decided to attack Izuku from behind. You are more resilient than I gave you credit. If only we could have gained more from this brat and all the other fools around, Fellasman says while brandishing his pitchfork at Izuku, who panics before slipping under and creating some crescent leaf blades to deflect the weapon, but not before taking a hit from Diggy Katsuki and sending him rolling. Izuku, Renamon, and Teludaman call out before Yo and Tatami hurry over to help save the green teen. They though are intercepted by more of the Bujimon, Vileman, and a handful of Demite Vimen. Yo himself growling because he couldn't really use his quirk in this situation. I'd catch everyone else up in my attacks. He growls before trying to punch a few of the Digimon, and his hands passed through a number of the Digimon as he punched. Tatami had to keep him covered with the help of Teludaman, who said to her, call out Frigihowl. The young heroine looks at the shield funny before repeating back the attack, and a cold blast of wind is projected from the shield that freezes several of the attackers. Puramon takes the moment to cut the frozen foes down as Paladramon hurries over to Izuku, who is groaning after taking the evil corrosive hit but heals with an anti-poison skill. I thought you would be able to help me, but you're still just a useless Deku. The boy hears and he isn't sure if Bakugo was actually saying that or not, especially as he could see tears in the monster's eyes. Izuku rubs his eyes and tries to ignore what he suddenly could hear more and more mocking, even some subtle jabs from his own mother. Though those were back to when she told him she wished things could be different. The young guardian starts to let out rapid strained breaths as his eyes dart around. suddenly seeing many people he knew looking like monsters, and started to attack with burst flames, hydro waters, ice archery shots, grand rock attacks, sonic voids blasts, heaven's thunder and thunderfall skills all around him, which in turn causes injuries to his allies and scatters them further. Fellisman meanwhile shivers and he starts to eat up Izuku's negative emotions and thoughts. Oh, it seems we picked the right one to take after all. This little devil's fall and madness was enough to bring an even deeper negativity to feed off of, the devil Digimon says while licking his lips. As Fellisman grows in power, Izuku's thoughts keep twisting him further and further down the spiral of anger and fear, culminating with hearing Gyro and Yui say, "You're only strong because of your partners. You're useless just by yourself." This builds into Izuku's Digivice and triggers a spirit evolution, but not a normal one, a dark spirit evolution, rather than the transition that basically puts the Digimon of Agumon over him like armor. This is a painful transformation. The flames start by consuming around his head and almost dripping down his side like lava. Izuku drops to his knees crying from the heat and pain of the fire consuming him, the fire turning green as he transforms into a being with tight black body wrappings around him. Over his left arm is a cloak of green and black lava, and his right arm is long with a thick club and claw section at the hand wall narrowing next his shoulder. Green flames billow out his side and from multiple ports on his head, creating an illusion of 4 burning green eyes. Sharifemin, Izuku rasps out while everyone looks on in fear. Or in Fellisman's case, he was shivering in excitement at what this new Digimon could do. It's practically dripping in dark thoughts. Let us see a few. Before the devil Digimon could try and taste more of the anger and pain, Charufemin was in front of Fellisman and struck him with his right arm. He was startled again as the dark flame Digimon unleashed his burning obsidian claws to cut into Fellisman again and again. What just happened? Tatami asked with a frightened expression on her face, one that morphed into a painful expression as the lava, obsidian and flames spread out from Izuku and started burning everyone. Many of the demon Digimon were burned, but so too were his allies. How did he do that? Yo asked while looking to Yakuman, who picks him up and leaps away to protect the young man. Tealudamon doing the same by turning back to his humanoid form and leaping up with Tatami. Doraemon and Paladramon meanwhile flew up to keep out of Izuku's blast radius, the former of whom noted there was something more wrong with Izuku. It's like he's been corrupted, something Fellisman and other devil Digimon love to do, the bird swordsman says with a narrowed gaze toward the fight below. Said devil Digimon was being pushed back by the rampaging anger and blows flowing off of and from Izuku. I wanted to enjoy this, but he's not giving me a chance. I need to get some distance. Fellisman thinks before taking to the air. Taste my demons shout. He calls out before screaming with rings of dark magic blasting towards Izuku. Hafid Kupu Lagasprengja. Sharifemin calls out while bringing up his left arm, the cape turning into a barrage of skulls that looked like lava. The flames and lava kept flowing and bursting through Fellisman's waves, slowly and surely overwhelming the devil Digimon, whose yellow eyes were wide before being consumed in the fire, screaming and then laughing as his body melted away and his code was absorbed into Charifemin. Yo and Tatami were terrified by what they had seen, and Izuku's partners were equally frightened of how the green teen was currently acting. And that fear grew as Charifemin slowly turned towards the still mutated Bakugo, rushing the creature with a big right burning claw that set the boy's head aflame, beating him more and more, turning his mutated face bloody and breaking other parts of his body. No, Yakuman says before creating a Ginryu attack to intercept and distract Izuku in his current state. However, that just seems to empower Charifemin. You need to stay back. Your attacks are only feeding that thing, Paladramon says before unleashing his precipitation breath to try and freeze some of the lava. It sort of works, but it just seems to anger the dangerous dark Digimon, who rushes at the cold dragon with burning obsidian ready to eviscerate him. Not today. Subim Nemai Gishi. Buryman shouts before slashing multiple times to intercept Charifemin's attacks, only getting slightly singed in the process. Tealudamon stares down in worry at his inspiration and partner, finally throwing out his Frispiker shields to intercept attacks and protect the others. Isn't there anything we can do? Tatami asks. The wolf shield tells her to hold out her arm again and transforms. We need to get that idiot out of here. I'll give you the speed to do it, Tealudamon says with a gesture of his eyes. Tatami nods before feeling herself speed up as she runs on the green lava and gets to Bakugo, picking him up and running him away from the fight. Yo is surprised but follows the rough path his girlfriend was getting away. What? Whoa, he's messed up, he says while looking at the battered body and face of Katsuki, still half mutated by the various Vilemon and other Digimon. The wolf shield Digimon sighs before trying some of the healing skills Renamon and Witchman had showed him, starting the purification of his body and repairing some of the damage done by Charifemin. But he stops a bit short. You didn't fix that one ear, Yo says, pointing to the missing ear Bakugo was now stuck with. Call it a bit of a reminder for him, because to an extent, he brought all of this on himself, Tealudamon said before sprinting off. back with the trio who were behind. Each were trying to stop or defeat Izuku and bring him back to himself. But we need more power for that, Goamon said while wincing and healing from the flames Charufemin unleashed upon them. This is crazy. This is supposed to be like champion level, right? Why is he so strong now? Monodramon asked while putting out some of the fire and cooling the lava. It might be that whatever dark thoughts built this beast are feeding and empowering it. I don't know how we could defeat him, Renamon says while shaking off some of the fire. We try to get to Izuku's root, and the heart that empowered all of us, Monodramon says upon returning. He has a focused but nervous look on his face as he looks over to see Izuku. Even if Izuku wasn't directly acting on or saying it, he could feel the pain and sadness behind all the anger Charufemin was letting out. He took a breath before asking if Goamon had the potential to get into Izuku's head. Not as I am. I barely have the strength to maintain this form. Monodramon has a suspicion on what Monodramon had in mind and says, then take some of ours. As it stands, we won't need it much longer. Renamon nods and sheaths his swords. The two friends start letting their energy flow towards Goamon so she could digivolve to Goamon. Charufemin though wouldn't let them do it easily, and rushed the group with his claws burning bright green. No you don't, Monodramon shouts before intercepting the attack with shields and claws. He does get knocked back, and then uses his speed to try and distract the monstrous Digimon. While he was, Renamon had reverted to Haku and Monodramon was Bulukamon once again. It's not enough. We need to keep going, Haku shouted before putting more energy out, eventually reverting to Chikaman, and Bulukamon to Hyaruman. But it was enough to bring Goamon up to her ultimate level. I still need time, she shouted while creating and casting spells. Then I'll make sure he can't. Oh no, Monodramon started but Charufemin brought his left and the cape up higher than before. Ola Ardiant, he shouts before creating a massive wave of green lava to cover the downed and casting Digimon. The shield Digimon quickly ran in front of the wave and tried to block it with all his might, but he could feel himself being overwhelmed and some of the flames and magma were running over him and close to his allies. He could feel his strength waning as the lava continued to flow at him. No, I won't give up. If Izuku was in my place, I know he wouldn't stop. He wouldn't give up. So, neither will I. Monodramon thinks aloud while going back through all of his memories with the human who inspired him to make a stand, to keep fighting even when it didn't seem possible. The light of Digivolution flowed all around him and he felt his strength rise and his shields grow. Monodramon, Digivolve 2, Monodramon. He calls out before larger shields are erected in front into the sides of him, completely protecting Goamon and the downed and training Digimon. He started to walk towards Izuku, pushing back against the wave of destruction and impacting Charufemin's head with lightning buster attacks from his own head. It's done. Goamon calls out and casts her spell to dig deep into the angry burning soul before her. Once inside, she can see much of what was influencing Izuku. Begone demons. You will not hurt my partner anymore, she says with a gesture and a banishing of the evil energy he had been infected with. But it wasn't quite enough to bring Izuku back to himself. That is when the spellcaster saw a little Izuku curled up and crying while screens of his past were blaring in front of him. The torment Bakugo put him through, the lack of encouragement from either of his parents, All Might's dismissal of Izuku's potential, and his thoughts about what Yui and Gyro might really think about him. Goamon didn't purge these thoughts as they were not the result of Vileman or any of the Digimon. This is just how you see yourself in many ways. Yes, she says while gently coming up behind the boy. Izuku wiped his eyes and admitted it was true. I've put everything into becoming the next digital guardian. But, seeing Katsuki again, and I couldn't even fight him without needing the power of a different body or form. I wanted to stop him without needing to pull on borrowed power from Agunimon or biomerging to Justimon. That's part of why I didn't bring them. But it still happened. I couldn't keep myself from turning. As Izuku was venting his anger and frustration, Goamon was just listening and watching some of the screens before her, observing all of the painful memories that Izuku had been either suppressing, ignoring, or imagining, until she spotted something within a few of them. You might look at something important. Do you notice something missing in these? Goamon says while kneeling behind Izuku. He wipes his eyes and makes himself look at the screens once more. After a few seconds of watching them all again, he asked, "What are you getting at?" Goamon smiled slightly and said, "Did you notice that we aren't in a lot of those memories and thoughts? After all, we don't think you're weak. Your strength makes all of us strong." Monodramon is a good example of this. Izuku's eyes widen and he asked what she meant. The Dark Priestess raises her fingers before casting a spell to show how the formerly scared little shield Digimon had taken a stand, leading the rest and keeping them steady before pushing back against the rampaging form of Charufemin. Those same eyes tear up again as he hears Monodrammon's thoughts as he starts to digivolve, as well as seeing all that Renamon and Monodramon were willing to do to save him. Goamon helps to finish the calming by wrapping Izuku in a hug from behind. "We are all with you. You have given us strength beyond what we believed or expected, and we will help you to grow even stronger too." Goamon says as she starts to change somewhat too, glowing as she grows more humanoid and feminine. Something Izuku faintly notices as he leans his head back into her chest. The change isn't permanent or fulfilled, but it does have the effect of helping to relax the boy out of his nightmares and anger, the shadows of his mind pulling back and away. While in the real world, Charufemin's attack had let up and he was slowly changing back into Izuku, who was caught by Rage Ludaman as he passed out from exhaustion, but not without saying a thank you to all of his friends and partners, with the main two to digivolving to rookie levels to take him out of very destroyed area. Wow, this is going to be hard to explain, Ludaman said as Renamon was carrying Izuku away, who agreed and just said they could blame it on some villains, meeting up with the Ketsubutsu group to get someplace safe. Sure, my uncle has a shop near here. I guess we can go there to let these two recover, Yo said with a shake of his head, noting that it had been a very strange day. And it's only a little after lunch, Tatami said with a chuckle. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.